Day one of the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour from Paris. It was a day of fighting chess and a dose of lady luck. The American Wesley So saw fortune smile on him when world number one Magnus Carlsen inexplicably lost on time in a completely winning position. And Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave managed to thrill the home crowd by coming back from the dead against Vladimir Kramnik to secure a tie for third going into today's action. Despite his bad loss, the world champion roared back in dominating fashion to get 3 wins in a row and now stands in a tie for first with his main rival, Hikaru Nakamura, who played convincingly to prove that he is indeed one of the tournament favorites. There are 4 rounds of rapid chess left to go with 10 of the best players in the world. Day 2, live from Paris, coming up next.
Welcome to day 2 of the Grand Chess Tour. It's another great day of rapid chess. We are right now in front of the Louvre, the capital of culture in the entire world. They have a fantastic collection of old chess sets that belong to monarchs of the 14th and 15th centuries. We are going to another great day of fast chess, and it's gonna be interesting to see if the newcomers can catch up to the favorites who so far have been doing quite well here in Paris. For more information on today's round, we go back to the studio with Jen, Yas, and Eric.
Wow, looks like a beautiful day in Paris, and here we are, rounds 6 through 9 of the Rapid Grand Chess Tour in Paris. I'm really excited for day 2. I'm Jennifer Shahade, here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Yes.
Looking forward to another great day, aren't we?
Oh, yes, I'm really excited. I mean, just that rivalry, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. Of course, more rivalry from Nakamura's point of view.
Yes, than from Magnus.
But now Nakamura doesn't have to play Magnus anymore, so they've just got 4 games each. Mm-hmm. Who's going to come out on top in the rapid portion of this? Who's your pick?
Well, I'll stay with what the players I said yesterday: Magnus, Hikaru, and Vladimir.
No, one pick now.
No,
now
I gotta
go to one.
Well, I'm gonna I'll go. Wow, Magnus.
Okay, gotta go. Going with the world champion, you never lose money on that bet.
Exactly.
Well, let's take a look at the standings, and we can see what you guys think is going to happen today as well. Don't forget to tweet us at Grand Chess Tour, hashtag also Grand Chess Tour. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura leading this field. A very exciting setup going into round 2.
And Wesley and MBL so close behind, just a point off the pace.
Slightly more surprising, but the French local got the home court advantage with everybody just cheering for him. Bravo.
Wasn't that brilliant? I love that applause, yes.
And then Wesley, we saw he has some blitz and rapid chops back in Ultimate Moves.
Yes.
And let's take a look at the format for those of you who are just joining us. We've got 2 days of rapid. This is the second day of rapid. That's game 25 with a 10-second increment. So it's really hard to lose on time, but if you're as talented as the world champion, you might figure out a way to do it. And blitz on the weekend. So better reserve your weekend to watch those blitz games.
And just the score, 2 points for a rapid game and 1 point for a blitz game.
That's right, to even it out a little bit. And we've also got prize money in this. These guys aren't just playing only for fun. There's $150,000 in total prize money in the Paris leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Remember, that's just 4 days.
That's very, very nice pay for 4 days of chess.
Because it also accumulates points towards the overall Grand Chess Tour prize fund as well. So
where there's a bonus pool of money for those winners.
Exactly. So very, very exciting to see these players battle out for all of the moolah and the Grand Chess Tour points. The most you can get is 13. That's if you win clear first. If there's a tie and we see a playoff, then first place wins 12. And I think that's very fair.
Absolutely, absolutely. I like the idea of rewarding and giving the player an extra bonus for a clear first.
That's right. And now we've got the pairings for round 6 of the Rapids in Paris. Kramnik versus Aronian, Caruana versus MVL, big game there. And
Absolutely.
lots of our fans and viewers are going to be interested in the All-American battle between Nakamura and Wesley. So a lot at stake there.
Absolutely, and Wesley just on the outside, looking in, tied for third. Wesley would love a victory against the leader, one of the leaders, Caro.
And two people who had very emotional tournaments. Topolov starting with 3 losses. Carlsen doing well, but starting with an absolutely astonishing loss.
Right.
And we've got the story on that, for those of you who missed it yesterday, from Grandmaster Eric Hansen.
Thanks, Jen. If it's like yesterday, we are in for a show today. Round 1, all eyes on Magnus Carlsen as he played as the wild card yesterday. He was playing against Wesley So, equal position, outplaying Wesley. He's got the second queen on the board and oversteps on time when he had a full minute at this point. He just got into a deep think and completely forgot about his clock. A very, very rare mistake by the world champion, and just, well, maybe it turned out for the best. He seems to be in great form right now, but still a pretty shocking start and a very fortunate result for Wesley So, who's used that to put himself in contention still heading into day 2.
Thank you, Eric. And what are your predictions? You asked me.
Oh,
What about
I'm always waving the U.S. flag, especially after seeing all that nationalism over in Paris. I gotta go with my boys. So and Naka. Also, So yesterday it was Fabi and Naka, but now I'm a fair weather friend, so it's all about So. But we have Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez and Maurice Ashley over in Paris, and they're gonna give us their thoughts on the strategy of players going into day 2.
Well, we are here in Paris in La Maison de la Chimie. It's the house of chemistry, and there is no science experiments going on here. It's just all hard-fought chess as these players are getting ready for day 2 of the action. We see that Magnus, with that game he had, a horrible start to the tournament, but he's come back and played in fantastic form. Now we're expecting to see more of that, and all the other players will be chasing him. You talk about nationalism, Jen. Certainly the French are loving what's happening with MVL as he's playing quite well, and you can see it's a packed crowd here as they get ready for this day 2 of action.
Definitely, MVL is showing absolutely great chess. He had a little bit of a rocky game against Kramnik, but that will, that fighting spirit to come back into the game, find the resources, not only draw a game that seemed completely hopeless, but beat Vladimir Kramnik. That was just fantastic. He sits in a good position. He's only 1 point behind both Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, but also Wesley So having a good event. He survived that onslaught by Vladimir Kramnik in the second round. He sits in a comfortable position. He might even be trying to win the whole thing in today's 4 rounds.
As you can see, it's very much a young leadership board, with Nakamura being the oldest one amongst those leaders. It's been a very arduous first day, 5 rounds. Today will be 4 days. We'll see whether or not the players can make hay as they try to catch up with the leaders, which should be an incredible day of action here in Paris. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Alejandro. I just love the stage setting. I just think it's such a beautiful visual shot. I would love to see tournament organizers making such dramatic staging as we're seeing in Paris.
I'm a huge fan of purple myself, Yasser. In fact, I think...
Singing to the choir in this case, huh?
That's right. Pink is also good, though. Magenta. Maybe magenta lighting for the next one.
Let's not put you in charge of that committee. So we have the start of round 6.
Yeah, the games are getting started. Fantastic. And Nakamura, usually I ask you, is he going to play E4 and D4? And no chance to get it wrong this time.
Right, because
we see it on the board. It's
already
a Nimzo.
D4 already, yes.
That's right. Headed towards a Nimzo, perhaps, and then...
Indeed.
Oh, no.
Let's see what it was. Yes, just as you said, it became...
A Queen's Game. Ragozin?
Ragozin, yes, with Bishop B4. Queen A4 check. I played this against Alexander Belyavsky way back in the day in Belgrade, and I like this idea of forcing black to put his knight on C6 in front of his C-pawn, but quite oftentimes the queen on A4 is misplaced. Let's see how this game continued. Oh, actually, they're just caught up. Hold on, let me refresh my board. I beg your pardon. Because I wanted to also say that it was a line, Queen A4, that was adopted by Levon Aronian.
Another big
as
game
well.
you brought up here between Veselin and Magnus. Oh,
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to see how this game between Hikaru, come on, there we go.
the funny thing is we were talking
developed.
about this yesterday as well, this whole move order thing that after 3 knight f3, Bogo Indian not as strong as the Nimzo Indian. So a lot of people have this flexible move order where if you played knight c3, I was going to play bishop b4.
Right.
But now that you play knight f3, I'm going to play either the Benoni or the Queen's Gambit decline.
Right. Yes.
And that's exactly what, Wesley
What-
actually picked the Rogozin.
Exactly. And e3 castles, queen c2. So again, it appears a little bit strange. White's losing some time, but he's doing it based on a very concrete idea that the knight on c6, which again stands in front of the c pawn. Usually the move c7, c5, attacking white in the center, is a key strategy for black. So that's why we see that this loss of time is justified. I want to put it like that. And we're up to date with the play so
Great.
far.
Let's take a peek at the world champion, then our other leader.
Exactly.
So this, while you're moving to that game, Nakamura is so important, not only because Nakamura is leading the tournament, but also because So's right behind him.
Exactly. No, that's a huge game, no question about it.
Yes, the game with the most points, I think, in the tournament right now. And as you move, you got
it's like a few seconds lag.
So we
I
see
see that Magnus is mixing. He's defending principally with e5, but he's mixing his defenses, and thus far in the tournament he's been essaying b7, b5, which he used to fantastic effect against MVL yesterday and day 1 of the Rapids.
oh yeah, it's just getting a better position.
But here he's played bishop e7 against Veselin, and then the very strange move d3. I mean, just basically everybody and his brother for eons has been playing rook e1. But in the old days, they used to like the slow play of the Spanish with d3 and a2, a3.
We've been seeing that move a lot in the Roy Lopez for white in this tournament, usually in some kind of anti-Berlin structure. And it does look quite strange, but the idea is that we want to put our knight on c3, but we also don't want to lose our bishop on b3 to a knight a5 idea.
Exactly.
So rather than the typical Roy Lopez idea of playing c3 and sticking the bishop on c2, we're going to play a3, knight c3, and have bishop a2 as a nook.
Exactly. So a3, castles, knight c3, knight a5, bishop a2, bishop e6, immediately trying to trade off these light squared bishops. I'm not a very big fan of this position for white, as I think black has an easy game. But remember from the Singfield Cup, where Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana, that was that fantastic winning streak that Fabi had. He proved that white has a needling advantage, let's put it that way. Let's go around the horn and see what's happening on some of the other boards.
Indeed, so the French hero versus our U.S. champion.
Our U.S. champion, absolutely. And let's see how this game started. Okay, MVL is a great Grunfeld defense player, as is Fabiano. And Fabiano picks up a London system.
But only one person can be black.
Exactly. So a London system for white to counter
Which avoids the Grunfeld.
Yes, the mainline Grunfelds.
No, it's really funny to see somebody, people might wonder, hey, you're a Grunfeld player, you love to play d5 under any circumstances, and yet against a London, you're not even putting your pawn on d5. But it actually makes perfect sense because the idea of the Grunfeld is dynamism. And when you put your pawn on d6, the position actually has more dynamism because you have a better chance of getting e5 or c5 in.
Exactly.
Whereas if you stick it on d5, the position is more closed.
And also that bishop on f4 could be very irritating on the diagonal after d5. So one of the ideas behind d6 is to kind of blunt this bishop so it's not that effective once it retreats to the h2 square, as we've seen just now. And like you say, usually in these types of positions, what black often tries to do is play knight e4 and an early e5. Let's see how the game... Ooh, e7, e6. Okay, that's a real slow play.
Yeah, especially because now I can't play c5 very easily.
Yes, because the d6 pawn will be attacked. So knight f3 to d2. Okay, a little bit cagey play by Fabiano. He may be angling for bishop f3 to blunt the effectiveness of this bishop on b7, rook e8, and am I up to date, Jen?
We're just trying to get more pieces to control the e4 square so that we can get e4 in.
Let me just refresh my board for a moment. I have to flicker back and forth between two boards to get an update.
While you're doing that, I'd like to remind everybody watching that you can call our hotline, 314-361-5465, if you have a question for us. Now, that doesn't only apply to our American audience. I know a lot of you guys out there have Skype. You can call from anywhere in the world. And we'd love to take your comments and your questions.
Okay.
And it's always a lot of fun to hear what you guys think.
We've been having some great calls on the show.
Over the U.S. Championship.
Oh, yeah. I was really, really impressed. So this move, rook f8 to e8, I'm still trying to read into what the players are playing for. Knight c3. Okay, so now there are ideas of central expansion.
Yep.
And black plays e5, bishop f3, queen c8, bishop h6. That's an interesting move. I don't think that would have been in my repertoire. And we're up to date with rook c2.
I think there was maybe a threat of taking on d4 and then taking on d2 and then f3. So there was like a concrete threat, takes d4, bishop d2.
Yes.
But even that, I'm wondering like if that would have been good because you could have snuck the in-between move, bishop takes b7 in at any moment.
There's a swish and zook there.
Sure is weird, but Eric, your thoughts on the opening so far, and particularly, it looks like you're intrigued by Magnus.
Yeah, I'm watching Magnus today. Heading into the second day of the Rapid, I really have been focusing on Nakamura and Carlsen. I think from yesterday's games, they should be the clear favorites. Today, Magnus playing Topalov with black, and I mean, it's no secret Veselin is not the strongest Rapid player, and I am starting to really enjoy the position Magnus has achieved from the opening. After g3, g6, it's been traded, but we have a bit of a King's Indian structure arising from this d3 Spanish, and I feel like this is very easy play in the type of position Magnus thrives in. He's going to play rook e8, bishop f8, and he always has this c6 break if he's looking to open up the position and be ambitious. I was wondering what you guys think about this, but I think Magnus, he has an easier schedule today. In term, compared to Hikaru, who has to play So and MVL, and I think he could really separate himself with a win with black. So I'm starting to really like black's position. I think he's equalized and has very, very natural play, and I'm not sure what white is doing with his rook on a2, knight on c3. So I really like the position he's gone from the opening. I think he can play for a win here, which is exactly what you want against Topalov with black.
Intriguing position, and even though that game, and we'll come to it in a second, comes from a Rui Lopez, it looks like it could have easily been a Sicilian. And let's go to Maurice and Alejandro in Paris.
Well, I think you meant a King's Indian there, Yasser. That position is fascinating because of the speed in which both players are actually playing. I will tell you, Alejandro, I was in the playing hall just now, and Magnus played knight c6 at a clip, just like that. And immediately, no thought, d5 showed up on the board to Topalov being very confident about this move. And after knight to b8, queen e2, just instantly. I was wondering, how does he know he should put his queen there? And after the move knight bd7, rook d1, also instantly. Magnus looked at it for just about a few seconds and played queen c8. It was almost as though they're playing blitz, like they've seen something like this before. This is where they should be. And then the next two moves, knight h4, g6, g3, and knight e8, all played very quickly. They're still playing moves. It's clearly both sides are comfortable, but I also think there's a psychological thing going on here where neither side wants to admit that they need to pause. It's as though they're just saying, you got to move, I got to move, no big deal.
I think yesterday we saw the players just trying to get used to the Rapid event because all of them have been coming from classical chess. A couple of them just came from Shankir, which was a very strong tournament. And you see them, they took 10, 15 minutes in some moves, and then they started getting in time trouble. And it was really going down to the wire, seconds left on the clocks. And I think they have realized you can't do this here.
Yeah, we talked to them about warming up for this event, and some of them are saying, well, these first few rounds are my warm-up.
Well, and they're now in shape because you can see the speed that they're playing with. It's not so much that they feel the need to play instantly, but they don't want to be behind the clock. They don't want that psychological problem
of being behind and having to catch up in a situation where maybe he needs to take more time to think about the position. Right now, Carlsen, clearly with the black pieces, he feels he needs to create some kind of a counterplay in order to push for a win. This is Topalov we're talking about. Even though he recovered a little bit near the end of the day, he started with 3 losses. This is somewhere where Carlsen says, I want to strike.
And he's had issues with Topalov. Of course, remember he lost on time famously in Norway chess, and then he lost again in the Sinquefield Cup last year. We're talking both events that happened last year. So there's a little bit of a grudge match always between these two players when they play. Definitely Carlsen would love to start the day off with a win. This position is rich. I don't really believe that it's an advantage for black here. I think it's just a rich position with lots of play, and white will try to organize his forces, but definitely today is the day when we'll see more clock handling, more superior clock handling, as the players are now used to this format and are going to show us some great chess.
Thank you, guys. I did mean the Sicilian when I saw this move, Queen C8, not a King's Indian. Imagine, for argument's sake, Veselin had just played the move Rook A2 to A1, and then we see C7, C6 takes, Queen takes C6. Looks like a Sicilian to me, right? You just get ready to counterplay on the C file versus the weakness on the D5 square. What was intriguing to me is that neither the move Queen C8, where it looks like Magnus is angling for a C7, C6 play, he actually didn't go for that. After knight H4, G6, G3, knight back to E8, attacking the knight on H4, my arrows. Knight G2, knight G7, bishop H6, still no C6 by black, knight F6. So I think we're up to date.
As a Sicilian player, I totally agree with you. I'm like waiting, jonesing for C6.
Yeah, exactly. So now we see that the move Queen C8 was not necessarily with the move C7, C6 in mind, but rather what black is now angling for is a Queen H3, Knight G4, or simply Knight G4 and an F7, F5. I think I'm up to date with the players.
I still want C6 though, so I can play Bishop D8 and Bishop B6.
Yeah, you want to activate your dark
Fantasies.
square bishop, I understand. Well, my overall feeling is that black is rather comfortable, and at this moment he should definitely be delaying C7, C6. Let me go to Eric and get your view on this position, Eric. Or you have another game in mind.
I have another position.
Sure, please.
A familiar story. Anish Giri is the only player without a win after yesterday's games. But today, this afternoon, he's got a great position against Laurent Fresinet. We have a Scotch position here, a very fashionable trend recently, especially in Blitz and Rapid. I think Kasparov, every time he plays, everyone wants to follow. But we have a Scotch middle game here, which looks just fantastic for white. King position superior, pawn structure superior, and he is playing one of the lowest rated players in the field, the lowest rated players. So I think Anish Giri has a great shot based on this middle game position to score his first win. I mean, Queen to D4, maybe Rook HE1, H4, but black quite disorganized here and with a lot of weaknesses that I don't think there's enough, I don't think black will have enough time to generate the counterplay necessary. So I think Anish Giri is so far very, very pleased with the opening, how the opening went, and we could see him making a bit of a second day comeback because he cannot be happy about his first day.
Thank you, Eric. I agree with you. That looks like a really, really nice opening position for Anish Giri. And if white were always to get those kinds of advantages, I'm sure we would see a Scotch more often. That looks like a very good position for Anish, and I would agree that he's a favorite to win that game, his first win in the tournament. I'm going to bring our back to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So for a sec. So from the opening, once you see this move by white, this move E2, E3, it always brings up the question, what are you going to do with this dark square bishop? How are you going to activate that bishop? Well, let's see how the game continued, and we'll get our answer very shortly. So we're up to date with the players, and suddenly you see this move B2, B4. Now you understand what white wants to do. First of all, he wants to press with the move B5 to kick this knight from the defense of this pawn on e5. So that's the first threat. Secondly, this idea is that he wants to bring his bishop to b2 to fianchetto it, because this bishop is no longer on a open diagonal. He's hoping with this move b4 to get Hikaru to capture on d4. So after this capture, now suddenly this bishop is open, and you don't want to fall for a trick like rook e8, allowing bishop takes h6. Oops. You go, wait a minute, what's up with that? Well, I'll show you right now. If you capture the bishop, then suddenly queen g6 check to the king. Very surprising one, but we're taking advantage of the fact that the f7 pawn is pinned, and this is a great piece sacrifice for white.
Yeah, we're going to pick up all the pawns. h6, f7.
All three. The king side's obliterated.
You know, this is a really typical tactic that people miss, though, for some reason. I think it's because g6 tends to be pretty well protected.
Right.
So it's like a little bit of a blind spot.
If you play chess, I can guarantee you've been victimized by this kind of a tactic with bishop takes h6 and a queen g6 check. So this is the type of thing that Hikaru doesn't want to see, and that was the whole point.
He does want to see.
Oh, pardon
Wesley
me. Wesley does not want to see this. So he's trying to provoke Wesley into activating this bishop on c1, if you will. So let's go to that game of the world champion, Veselin Topalov. And we have seen this move, queen h3.
Yes.
So
there's been some movements here. So after
knight f6 with this idea of knight g4 / queen h3, knight e3 to prevent knight g4, and now queen h3. A clear tell that black's given up ever trying to play the move c7, c6. He's attacking this bishop on h6, forcing the trade. And now what white wants to do...
It forces the trade, indeed. I mean, I guess the only other option would be to play bishop d5, and then we would have to trade that bishop anyway.
Exactly.
It does seem like a little sad.
A little sad.
What happens after bishop g7, king g7 is, in addition to losing that bishop, it also opens Magnus for playing h5, which he did just a move later.
Exactly.
But we also got some thoughts on these games, and I'm sure this one as well, from our friends in Paris.
Oh, and quickly. No, this looks good. Let's go.
Yes, we are looking at this position. We're excited by this position because it looks like a game that is about to blow up. Anish Giri, we saw him yesterday famously play against Topalov, thinking that, you know, Topalov is doing poorly, I can do whatever I want. This guy is just going to fall apart. That bit him in the rear. Now he's playing against the lowest rated player in the competition, and he looks like he's psychologically thinking that maybe this is the same situation, but he's in a lot of trouble, we think, in this position.
In this position, I think Fressinet is just a lot of problems. I think Anish handled this position very, very well. It just comes down to the fact that he was able to safeguard his king. And it somehow seems that Fressinet didn't really think about where his king was going to go, or perhaps he thought that he was going to be safe, but just keeping it in the center. But the coordination of the pieces right now did not allow him to do that. There's a problem when you don't have your rooks connected. And I think Anish exploited this very beautiful in the next couple of moves.
He's played like a boss. I mean, this position, Anish, we know, is a solid player. He's a positional type player. He likes to play just basic, strong chess. But in this position, he's showing that he can attack with the best of them.
He's going for the kill.
And he's going to go for the kill.
After the move a5, which I think is just asking for trouble, this is a little bit too slow. And even the move a5, I'm not entirely sure what the point was, because Anish goes ahead and plays knight d4. And I'm wondering, were you going to play a4 and force me to play knight d4? Like,
move I wanted to do anyway.
Knight d4 was played voluntarily, bishop d7 was played, and then h4, really highlighting the weaknesses in black's camp. The g5 pawn is very easy to attack. It's very awkward to defend. I'm threatening to take it because of the pin down the h8 file. Notice that the rook's not defended. I never want to castle queenside because that's just completely suicidal. This queen on f2 might reach a7 very, very quickly, and that just would be game over. The king cannot really stay in the center, so what to do? You could think something like rook g8, but then you concede the h file.
But this pawn structure, it's just, where are you going to put the king?
That's the problem, and that's why Fressinet is seeing a huge amount of problems right now. He played the move g4, which seems logical, trying to close down on the king side. And then almost instantly, Anish went, banged the move knight f5 on the board, and now you see another unpleasant decision. Do you want to keep a knight on f5 alive? It's just a thorn in your side, it's attacking everything. Or do you want to trade it off, play bishop takes f5, allowing pawn takes f5, and then this rook coming to e1, taking advantage of the open file against the king.
And the point you made, if he castles queenside, queen a7 is waiting immediately. Castles kingside, look at this porous king.
No.
This is a terrible position. Anish Giri playing like a boss right now. Yes, treating his opponent like, yeah, you're the lowest rated player in the competition, and that's the attitude I play with. Looks like he's definitely in the driver's seat in this game. We would predict almost 98% that he's going to win this game.
Absolutely.
Wow, those are some huge numbers you
Yeah,
guys are
that
throwing
is
out
big,
there.
isn't that?
In rapid, I'm
98%.
always taking the no on 98%.
98%.
But 90, they should say 98% chances of rain because it's really raining very loud out here.
No.
So isn't that rain?
No, that's the AC.
Are you serious?
It's beautiful weather outside here in St. Louis.
Okay.
It's
See, I'm
beautiful.
wrong. That's why you don't bet on these
No,
things.
98%. I'll take the 98.
And we do have a phone call. So, hello, welcome to the show, our Grand Chess Tour coverage. Let us know your name and where you're calling
Hi,
from.
gang. It's great to see you all on the Grand Chess Tour. This is fun to watch. I want to let you know it is sunny here in Catskill, New York, and this is Bob. And I noticed yesterday something when Magnus forgot the clock and he was handily beating So and was looking for the finish and lost it on time. I saw the exact same thing happen to Eric Hansen a couple of days ago on one of his videos. He was handily beating someone else, and his first reaction when he clocked out was he said, "I was looking for the mate." And I think that dancing away is faster than actually taking aim and shooting at somebody's feet. Now, and Magnus was doing all the shooting, and So was dancing just enough to win that one. And I just want to know, based on that, if you count that as a Magnus win, which I kind of do, isn't Magnus showing top form here right now?
Well, thank
I'd
you,
like
Bob.
your opinions.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
thank you, Bob, for your comment. Absolutely. No, I mean, seriously, if Magnus had just won that game, he would be, we'd be talking about one of the great accomplishments, one of the best results ever. I mean, 4.5 out of 5 against this field. I mean, give me a break. That's Fisher-esque. That's Kaspar.
Okay, but it is rapid.
Nonetheless,
it's not the
come
Seatfield
on. I mean, that is a really a great
Yeah, that
score,
would be
and it's
amazing.
and it's a great insight. I absolutely agree that you heard Lauren Fressinet, who's maybe the lowest rated player, but he's not a bad grandmaster at all.
No.
In fact, he's very good. Speaking about how happy he was having achieved a single victory. To get 4.5 out of 5, that would have been fantastic.
Absolutely. Although to take the other side, I think that Magnus does have some of these moments of meltdown, and that's one of the reasons why he's not sometimes defeatable,
Yeah.
right? Otherwise, he'd just be invincible. So that is part of who he is.
Well,
right?
indeed,
And
it's
that's why
part of
he's not
being human, right?
That's why he's the best player in the world, but sometimes he gets nicked.
Well-
So I don't think you can really separate it and give him the point.
Yeah,
because
but
the
again-
fact that it happened means that he's fallible and that something was a little miswired at that moment.
Yeah.
But,
well, let's
let's
go
take-
back to Paris and see
Yeah.
what's going
Let's
on in
take-
the City of Lights.
Well, we actually wanted to take a look at that Fressinet game.
Okay.
Because it looks like the 98% prediction might be coming through as the
Whoa.
situation gets worse and worse
Worse
for
and
the
worse.
French man, right? What is that?
Just blew up.
Non bon?
It looks very good for white indeed, but let's go to Paris.
Absolutely. We just looked at the position talking about a prediction, and now we're going to up our prediction slightly from 98% to the full 100 because the position is now busted. It is over. Fressinet is going down in flames. Take a look at this, knight f5. It looked like this knight had to be killed. The knight on f5, Garry Kasparov used to say, is his calling card. He gets a knight on f5. It's worth a pawn. You got to kill that thing. Instead, Fressinet decided to play the move queen e5, and Alejandro, after f4, he thought he had this shot knight e4, but he just got shot in the head.
A gorgeous refutation. Knight e4 is a nice tactical move at first. It seems like after I take the knight, you can recapture on f5. And even though this is still bad for black, it's not the end of the world. And maybe Fressinet thought he could hold on. But if we go back just a couple of moves after knight takes e4, Anish had everything prepared, and he came up with this gorgeous shot. Knight takes d6. A little bit counterintuitive because you think this knight is the one that's holding up the attack, but it's a beautifully calculated move. The idea is pretty simple. Black has to recapture the knight.
Three things can take it right now.
Three things can take it, and none of them work. If he takes with the knight, then this queen is now hanging. The tactical point of having taking on e4 is that this knight on e4 is attacking the queen on f2. Without this attack, the queen is simply hanging for free. Therefore, okay, I cannot take with the knight. If I take with the queen, then obviously the knight takes on e4, and then that's pretty much it. I mean, I opened up all of your files, I opened up all of your ranks.
That's crushed.
And if you take with the pawn, which seems to be the most logical thing, keeping the defense of the knight, well, just kidding. This knight's not defended at all. Knight takes e4, comes on the board anyway. The knight on e4 is attacking the pawn on d6, which would be a devastating blow. The pawn on f4 is simply attacking the queen on e5. It seems like the only thing you can do is take the knight. But if you do that, rook he1 comes with decisive effect. You attack the queen, which cannot move. White wins not just a little bit of material. He wins the whole board.
The board is done, and in fact, the game did continue after knight takes on d6. He did play queen takes, allowing knight takes on e4, now queen to e7, but this is so bad, it's not even close.
No.
This is, all Anish has to do now is find this body blow of epic proportions, queen to d4,
And he can
rook's
play
hanging,
anything.
knight check is hanging. This is all she wrote. He's gonna have to cry. The French fans right now certainly not happy, as Fressinet is seeming like the lowest rated player in the competition. This one's got to be one of the more embarrassing victories. Magnus's loss was bad, but he was in a winning position and just kind of boneheaded it. This is just like Godzilla came in and stepped on your head. Unfortunately for Fressinet, he's going to go down right now.
Thank you,
What a
Murr.
tearjerker for France.
Thank you,
And
Maurice.
we see that Anish seems to be just about to make a move. Is he going to play?
The body blow,
Yeah,
queen d4 that
He looks ready
Maurice
to make a
and-
move. I mean, he has only 22 minutes in his
And
box,
there you
so
go.
he better make it fast.
And that was it.
And that led to resignation. Great game by Anish, and you know, it must feel good when people are constantly. Do you think it gets to him at all? I mean, he is obviously he's one of the best players in the world, but he is young.
Mm-hmm.
Does it get to him at all of like the mockery and jokes about all the draws? Like even a little bit?
It does. But
Yeah.
I think he's kept a really healthy attitude about it, and he's kind of enjoyed. He's played along. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But he's getting better. He's sharpening up his game. I don't think he's going to be doing the 12 draw routine in a lot of the future events that he's playing in. I mean, Anish is in the world's top 5 for a very good reason. And Eric, what insights would you like to share?
A pretty interesting moment in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. It's a very pivotal game for the standings because Nakamura shared first and Wesley So is tied for third, and they play all the time in the US. So establishing a bit of a rivalry here. Now a very nice move just played by Wesley So, b7 to b5. And the point of this move is, well, if white pretty much has to take, if you don't take as white, bishop e2, you can play bishop d3, but then you're trading off pieces with that isolated pawn, losing a bit of the initiative. After bishop takes b5, there's a very nice shot. Bishop takes h3. The point is the bishop is now no longer defending the queen. So after g takes h3, queen h3, there is perpetual. Now there's two perpetuals here. There's queen g4, queen h3 if the rook stays. The natural move, okay, first of all, you can't move the knight because of the queen moving the knight to d2, run into queen h2 checkmate. But the bit less common perpetual after rook e1, here you could run away this way, but no, instead black has bishop to h2 check, knight cannot take, and then we have this sort of perpetual with bishop g3 and bishop h2. Not the most standard, a very nice catch by Wesley, holding Nakamura so far, and I expect this variation probably to be played. So a very nice move though, b5 with bishop takes h3, pretty much reducing White's initiative entirely. So a nice game so far by Wesley So, who is stabilizing after a rough start, despite beating Magnus because of that fortunate situation. He wasn't. He was also much worse against Kramnik yesterday. Started off slow, but now stabilizing. So good stuff from him. And back to Paris.
Yes, we got Anish in Paris.
Well, there was one player from yesterday who made it a point to tell us that he was the only one who hadn't won a game after the first day. Well, he has fixed that in spectacular fashion. Anish Giri with us today. Anish, first of all, congratulations on a fabulous game. Take us through this. At this moment when you played H4, you must have been licking your chops thinking, this is really a big position for me.
Yeah, I must say that already in the opening it was very interesting because I played a very subtle move F3, which is an idea of my friend Benjamin Bok, who for once had an interesting idea. It doesn't happen every day, unfortunately, otherwise he would be even higher rated than now. But yeah, he had a good lunch at some point and came up with this idea F3. Usually they start with Queen E2, and then Black goes Bishop E6, Queen E7, long castle. And here,
Instead you played F3.
here I played
I'll
Bishop
help you
E5,
here.
and I stopped him from going long castle.
Okay.
And A6 is a bad move because I'm planning to take anyway. And this position is just extremely bad.
I'll help you here with the moves. So
yeah, it's
let's
extremely
keep
bad.
going.
And
He played G5.
yeah, of course, after knight F5, he can still take move 18.
So now we'll jump here. Yeah,
yeah,
but
he
knight
could still
F5, we thought
take-
he had to kill this knight.
But it is.
It's bad for
very
him.
bad. I mean,
Yes.
he's probably not. I mean, if he would get H5, king on H7, some sort of a rook G8, some sort of a blockade, he'd be just clearly worse. But he's not going to manage that. So yeah.
Then he played this move Queen
Yeah,
E5.
I saw this trap coming at 494, 96.
Tell us. Yeah, we really enjoyed this move. Very
Yeah,
spectacular
I'm afraid
move.
that it's not the only way to win. That's a pity, but still, it's a nice one. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's nice to get a win like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a huge move after the takes. We did analyze the other options. Actually, here
Yeah,
he
CD
played,
94, Queen D6
he
94
played
as well.
Queen D6 and allowed this position.
Yeah.
And this move just a huge
Yeah, there is
move.
one line, Queen A7, Queen B4, and now Knight C5. And
And there's the mating setup.
that's how winning is done.
It's nice to win with white in 22 moves. What did you do last night? Did you refresh your brain to get this kind
Well,
of
my friends told me that I can do better than that. And,
Good friends.
Yeah, and that's how winning is done.
Wow. Thanks so much. You get a lot of rest before the next game.
Thank
We
you.
certainly found this game entertaining.
Yeah, I must say it's a pity that I was hoping to get this against Magnus because they have, of course, the same openings with Laurent, but he was the first one. Still, I'm happy to win.
Wow. I'm sure this would have been a great win against Magnus,
Yes, for
but
sure.
it did not
He might have
happen.
put a bit more resistance.
bit more resistance, I think.
But still.
Well, nevertheless, congratulations, Anish Giri, on the comeback trail right now. A spectacular win today. Certainly a great way to start day 2 here in Paris. Guys.
Wow. How do you say
Thank you.
don't look a gift horse in the mouth in
Yeah.
French? There must be some kind of one lovely, even more graphic expression for it, right?
Yeah.
But I love how Anish is always, it's always kind of needling Magnus.
Yes.
I find it very hilarious.
Well, one of the very,
and
very
speaking
few
of Magnus, let's take a look at his game.
Yeah, one of the very few people in the world to have a positive score against Magnus Carlsen is Anish Giri. Just checking in with that game between Hikaru and Wesley and bringing up, whoa, how did the queen end up on H8?
Wow, this is exciting.
That is a really crazy. When we left it,
Yeah,
we
let's
left
take
it
a look.
about these.
At
It was
H5,
about,
right.
yeah, and A4 might be just a tad mistimed. A5, the Mongolian tactic by Magnus Carlsen, Rook B1, and the queen side opened up, Knight G4. Not sure I'm a big fan of Knight F1, but so far all of these moves look okay.
Yeah.
And now,
He's determined not to trade queen. So did White there have a chance to repeat? No, because after Queen H5, you
the
can't continue.
F3 pawn is under
The F3
attack.
pawn's hanging. So now after G4,
The queen drop
Queen
back.
drop. Why all the way to H8? This is puzzling.
Well-
But I know it's rapid, so we don't have time to go everything in absolute detail. But wouldn't it seem like Queen H7 would be more normal to play Rook H8? But he has other plans for H7 square.
Precisely.
That's why. But it looks weird.
It does.
But then we understand why after this move, Knight H7.
That
so
black now wants to use the G5 square to either play knight g5 or maybe bishop g5, bishop f4, and then knight g5.
Ooh, yikes.
Nice buildup of an attack going on over here after knight h7.
Indeed, and now let's
Veselin
just
Topalov does not like being on the
I like black.
on the defensive.
I like black. I mean, if you take on, let's see what happens if you just fall for it. Just to show some more blood if we didn't see enough already in the Anish game. Knight takes c7.
Rook takes. Now we have to decide between bishop g5 and knight g5, or maybe even rook b8. Something to be said about rook b8 as well. Beginning to like blacks.
So every single one of our pieces is better than every single one of whites?
Not
the queen yet, but we're close. We're getting there.
We're getting there. Big danger alert for
and even
Topalov.
just knight g5 is not that easy to deal with. Even just the blunt move, knight g5, threatening knight f3, because you can't really play queen g2, knight h3 check. Can't play queen f2. It's like you don't have a lot of choices.
No, not happiness.
So very dangerous. And
let's go to Eric and get his insight on this position of the world champion. Eric.
Yeah, I think everybody prefers black with that knight on f1. In this position, as Topalov playing queen h2, anticipating knight to g5. The variations we were looking at with rook b8 are possible, but let's say, black is going to play knight g5. So Topalov anticipating that queen h2, and now Magnus has a very strong move, rook f to b8. The idea is, well, you're going to get a file one way or another for your rooks. You're threatening rook a4 and rook b5, so white has to concede one file. As an example, rook a8, and I don't think anybody would take that pawn on c7, allowing rook a1. One thing Magnus can do here quite successfully is keep the queens on the board. So as black, maybe move like queen c8, try to extend the position. He has a good bishop to g5, but if you keep the queens on the board, this is very, very unpleasant to play for white with that king on g1 and the dark squares being very weak. So I think Magnus, if he keeps the queens on the board, plays a move like rook fb8, he's in a really good position to win. It's just a long-term advantage for black because of the better pieces and these completely weakened dark squares around white's king. So Magnus doing really well tactically and positionally here, and could jump in the lead probably because in the game between Wesley So and Nakamura, they did go for that variation, bishop h3 after b5. Nakamura not going for the draw, playing rook e1, showing some ambition there. He does need to keep pace with Carlsen, and now bishop e6. So still a pretty double-edged position, and nice to see the players there both going for it. So in this game it's undecided, but Magnus Carlsen is in a really good position right now, and based on how he's been playing, I do not expect him to relinquish this advantage.
Boy,
Thank you, Eric.
It might be the most exciting round of the event so far.
Well,
every game is so rich.
That is true, but we had that one round where all five games were decisive.
True that. But let's take a look at the Caruana game.
Yeah, talk about a game that's just exploded. I thought that Fabiano had played really magnificently at this exact moment, had really built up tremendous control over the board, having a lot of space, black's pieces extraordinarily cramped. This move, bishop f1, really slow playing it nicely, looking to bring the bishop to the d3 square and keep firm grip over the e4 square. But check out what happened after this retreat, knight g8. Black is aiming for getting in his own break with f7, f5, bishop d3, f5, h5, blowing up on the king side, e4, big break in the center by black, f takes, and this is the position that just blew up on the board. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
My first impression is that black should be very happy compared to what he had a moment ago, but who knows? Let's just say, for example, if takes, knight g5, and somehow a lot of white's pieces are being bottled up at the moment. This knight on c3, knight on d2, bishop on d3. This pawn on e4 is in the way, and we know that white should probably play an e5. I don't think this is what Fabi had in mind.
Well, this
when
is really
was
magnificently creative
yeah.
counterplay by Maxime, so you can't blame Fabi for maybe not thinking about all this in advance.
Well, he had to anticipate that, Black had to break out with this move e4. Without this move e4, Black's position simply collapsing. So there was no choice from Black's point of view. But did Fabi mistime it? Let's ask the boys in Paris.
Well, this position was absolutely spectacular. The thing we should note, everyone, at this moment in time, is something incredible going on this chessboard. It is move 31. 31. Not a single piece or pawn has been traded from the chessboard, nothing at all. And this move e4, of course, explosive, changing the nature of the position dramatically. Now, here is a moment when Fabiano, not necessarily with any advantage, but should have, in my opinion, considered the piece sacrifice of taking with the knight on e4. If you play knight takes on e4 right now, f takes e4, and now knight takes e4, now the position, though down a piece for 2 pawns, this is much more rich, much more interesting, and much more keeping the control over the position than the line he played.
Now I have to disagree with you, John, because you said that perhaps he wasn't going to see all of these complications, but it's even before this that I really think Caruana messed this up in a huge fashion. If we could go back a couple of moves, just before the move h5 and e4 were played, Black Maxime has just played the move f5, and as a grandmaster, you have to be thinking, what is f5 threaten? F5 threaten is e4. It's the most thematic break in this pawn structure. You always want to play f5, e4. You liberate the bishop, you control e5, you get rid of the protection of g4. This is the move. And here Caruana has several choices of preventing an e4, or even at least making it less harmful. You can, for example, first swap the pawns on the g file. That way, at the end, your g pawn is not falling. And the way that he handled it was, in my opinion, just absolutely terrible. He went from a position that was interesting, rich, complicated, maybe favoring white a little bit, to something that, let's just refresh the board. They've played very quickly, but look at what we have here. This is another complete story. Black is up an exchange, huge domination on the dark squares.
Important to note that he put a pawn. He took with a pawn on e4, and now his pawn is stopping all his pieces. Bishop on d3, both knights have no access to e4. Everybody's actually fighting over the e4 square and has nothing at all to do with the position.
And this is the problem with this self-blockade, if you will. Now white's pieces look silly. If we count the material, white's okay. He's down the exchange, but he has 2 pawns for it. If this pawn was, for example, on f5 or on f3, we would have a completely different game. But with it being so on e3, a doubled pawn, blocking in all of his pieces, Caruana's in trouble.
Definitely in trouble. The game was extremely rich, but we're seeing Caruana not really handle rapid play, and blitz play is even worse, it looks like. But so far in this tournament, not acquitting himself well. After that very nice start, he's just gone downhill from there, and it looks like he's in trouble yet again. Of course, the French fans are cheering for their homeboy, MVL, who is playing absolutely like a boss.
I think Maxime is doing a good job, and Fabiano needs some inspiration here in this tournament.
Well, we'll see how it proceeds as the game continues. Guys?
Thank you, guys.
Let's move over to the Magnus game. I would like to point out that Fabi did beat Nakamura in that rapid and blitz combined match back in November here at the chess club. So
Exactly, and he did it in blitz, actually.
In blitz too, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that was the remarkable part.
So
yeah.
although he faltered a lot in the ultimate moves, I think it can really go either way with Fabi.
Yeah,
if he gets off to a good start in the blitz, he'll be okay.
Yeah, but in this game today against MVL, Fabi really butchered a very nice position, because I think that MVL has turned that position greatly in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, that happens in rapids.
Yeah, but that was some really bad judgment. Coming to the game, back to the game of Magnus Carlsen, that move Queen H2, highly defensive move.
But I like it. I mean, it was like Eric saying, I mean, what else? We really want to try to figure out a way to make life not that easy for Carlsen to keep queens on the board. Otherwise, I think we're going to be busto.
Well, but after Rook FB8, I really think that it's Magnus now in control. He's dealt with all of the issues on the queen side very handsomely, and there's really not going to be, from White's point of view, any way that he can deal with the weaknesses, the permanent weaknesses on the king side. Bishop g5, bishop f4, knight g5. These moves play themselves, and Magnus has an initiative that
And we're
is
not even
not
up,
easy.
not even up material.
What would you do instead
Let me
of
go to
Queen
Eric
H2?
and ask him what he feels is going on in the position.
Well, I think what I expected to happen did happen. Magnus keeping the queens on the board, but I think Topalov was forced to play Queen H2. Like a few moves ago, well, let's go back. if not for queen h2, we really can't play moves like knight c7. They run into knight g5. Position does collapse tactically here. Queen h2 was forced, but I think fundamentally, I mean, Veselin found himself in a very, very poor position here. Queen h2, really, I understand why he played that, but Magnus has reacted quite well with rook fb8, queen d8, keeping the pieces on the board and attacking those really weak dark squares. But I don't see how he could have saved it. That's the main thing. It's really a position that Topalov would be fantastic as black, but playing as white, he has no attacking chances here. He just has weaknesses. He's already uncomfortable in this time control. It's a really, really bad position to be in against Magnus for Topalov. Just a sitting duck here with all those weaknesses. So.
Yeah, and black has maneuvered his bishop to f4 successfully, and the current position we have just seems really ugly. I mean, with that queen threatening to come into h4.
Absolutely. Bishop on f4 is dominant.
You almost have to play, I think, knight g2 just to prevent it and, you know, try to consider removing that monster on f4.
Indeed. So knight g2 looks more or less forcing. Let's say just knight g5, just basically saying, please feel welcome to grab my bishop. And now this knight on g5, that's like a very permanent base for this knight constantly keeping an eye on f3. And black has ideas of maybe just simply going back with his queen to h8 and invading with queen h3.
My knight on b5 is such garbage.
Exactly. It looks
like
good,
I need
but it's
to
not
improve
effective.
it. Maybe I can stick it on d4 at some point so that I'm guarding f3. And that's why I'm wondering, like, if possible, if I could keep the bishop on the board as well as the knight. I'd prefer that because I just, you know, I block the d4 square that way. You can't play knight d4. Like if I play bishop g3 here, and then my idea is to play knight g5, I think that I don't like the knight on g2, and I think this looks even more fun.
It's a bad position. Definitely, Magnus is doing extremely well in this game. Let me just check
Creepy
in.
crawlers there.
I think it's completely
pieces.
losing. I think Magnus is for sure winning. Engines agree, +5, that's a massive advantage. But
Wow.
it's not, it's because you just play bishop g3 here, for example, then knight g5, bishop g3. I like that move, keeping that bishop. You can also do what you guys suggested, just play knight g5. But everything works for black. It's just white's pieces are not coordinated. This is a very artificial setup with rook a4, rook b4. You can only hold that for so long. At some point, white is going to have to give up a file and the rooks will invade. But just in the long term, there's no counterplay at all for white in this position. You can't move that knight because, as I said, black will take one rook off and invade with the other rook. But otherwise, bishop g5, bishop g3 here, knight g5, queen h8, lots of attractive options. Just watch out for the clock, Magnus. That's all I can say.
Otherwise, you could give it 98%.
Yeah,
You know,
I'll give a 98% win chance for Magnus here.
98% is our magic
Will you
number.
take that? Will you take that?
I don't know. 98 win, and then I get 2 for draw and
Yeah.
loss. God.
No losing chances.
Yeah, yikes. I don't know. 99 I'll do. But, you know, what they say about a knight on g2, you always get mated with a knight on g2.
Yeah,
You
G2
never get mated
is-
with a knight on f1.
Yeah.
You always get mated with a knight on g2.
Yeah,
Magnus has gone for that variation exactly, by the way. Bishop g3 and queen h8.
And resigns.
resigns. It's just a positional capitulation for Veselin Topalov, and Magnus keeping an extraordinary run alive. I mean,
An
what-
outstanding chess he's been playing. I mean, some of his games are just really, really sweet.
again, referring to our caller Bob, who's saying, geez, if Magnus had just clinched that win that he had against Wesley, look at what he's doing to this field. It's
And we have another game
extraordinary.
finishing. Levon Aronian also just finished his game. Look, they are chatting about the game. You see Kramnik and Aronian chatting, and was that a draw or did Kramnik win? No, it was a draw. Yeah.
Right. We've seen a couple of, quite a number, in fact, of rook endings where the extra pawn has not helped.
So what should people study
player.
out there in their end games?
Rook endings, rook endings,
Yeah.
rook endings. I mean, every chess coach in the world will tell you that almost 50% of all endings come to rook endings. And it's so critical that you know all the basic rook endings.
If you're over 1600, I think under 1600, you got to get your pawn end games really, really tight.
Right.
Yesterday there was a all-ladies chess class at Katerina Nemtsova.
Right.
WGM and Webster student was teaching next door at Kingside Diner,
Right.
and she was teaching them pawn end games. The women, adult women, drinking wine, eating cheese, studying pawn end games. It was so sweet, and they were like, it was like they were watching a blockbuster movie. She was showing them some like little like trickies, like blockading moves, and they're like, ooh,
Pawn breaks,
it was
everything.
awesome. Yeah, it's just great to see adults get passion. And we've got Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, to talk about this lovely victory today.
Scorching.
We are with Magnus Carlsen, the world's #1 player, after an absolutely dominating victory. Yesterday, he won 3 in a row after that bad start. After a little draw, he's back in business again. Magnus, today's game just looked amazingly strong and easy, at least once the game got going. Where was the critical moment that he made a mistake?
Well, I think he missed a5 clearly, and then I managed to trade off everything on the queen side, and then I had already got my king side play going, and well, once I managed to force g4, then his king side is perpetually weak, and he cannot really do much on the queen side either, because if my rook invades, he's in trouble. So then it's just a very unpleasant position for him.
Seemed to go down quite quickly downhill. What was your attitude coming into today after yesterday? Did you just wake up saying, I'm just going to play chess today, generally?
Yeah. So Topalov is not the kind of player who plays for a draw, so I knew we'd have a game, and frankly I was a little bit worse from the opening, but you know, with 8 pawns on the board and complicated position, it's possible to outplay your opponent, and managed to do that today.
You know, things have gone in a certain direction. First, you were in last place at the very beginning after a crazy loss.
Yeah.
Now you've surged all the way back to first. What are you feeling being in this position in the tournament? It's not like it's unusual for you, but still, from last to first in just 24 hours, it's still got to be pretty good.
No, I'm feeling good. The play is flowing, and the moves are coming fast, so I'm optimistic about the near future.
Well, we look forward to more of those kind of great chess. World #1, Magnus Carlsen, making it look easy, just blitzing the field at the moment as day 2 of round 1 of day 2 is coming to an end. More games to follow, guys.
That's right. That puts the pressure on Hikaru Nakamura, who I believe just made a draw.
Right, they're
so
in a
he
queen
slips
ending.
behind.
It looks like a perpetual check in the final position between Hikaru and Wesley.
And that means that Magnus Carlsen leads the field by a point using our scoring system with
Of 2 points for the rapid games.
Right, and it would be half a point in traditional scoring systems, for those of you who are at all confused. Remember, the reason for that is that we're going to be playing blitz, and that's half-weighted.
Yes.
So we're giving 1 point for each blitz game and 2 for each rapid.
Exactly.
Now, that means there's only one game still going on, that battle between Fabiano and MVL, which seemed to be
very
turning...
important, pivotal game.
Right, it was turning in the direction of the Frenchman the last time we checked on it.
Right.
With the...
We were around these parts, Queen G7. Looks like MVL was really stamping his authority on the position. And it's all looking very good for black still. Rook H7, okay.
Some of White's pieces getting into slightly better position. Of course, the bishop on d3 is still painful, but we've got something to write home about.
Well, with this knight on f5, a little bit something, but again, the exchange in knight g4 should be very powerful for the Frenchman. Knight g4, queen, and I'll turn it to
We have a big
Eric.
moment right now. Fabiano has just played rook g1 in this position, and knight h3 just wins the game on the spot.
Oh no!
What White needed to do was pretty much just hold, keep the pieces, the rook on f1, the bishop on d3. But very hard to do that, very hard to expect just to sit back. That was what the computer did recommend. After knight h3, you can't do queen h3 because of knight f2 check, but you do not have good squares. Knight f2 is coming either way. For example, after rook g2, knight g to f2, there is this checkmate on g1. So knight h3, if MVL finds it, which he's one of the best tacticians in the world, I fully expect him to find this. Those knights are
And he's done it.
And he's done it. So poor Fabiano Caruana, our U.S. player, perhaps going down in this round to the Frenchman. We've got another U.S. player in an interview with Maurice. He drew today against his compatriot.
Wesley So, after a draw with the black pieces. Wesley, this game, you came into the morning, you're just a little bit out of first place. Was it your plan to just make a decent draw today?
Well, of course, a draw with black is never a bad result, but I didn't really have a plan. I just want to play the best moves, play good chess, and I didn't really have the plan whether to win, whether to draw. You cannot really predict what will happen before the game, but I tried to play my best and best objective moves possible, and a draw is what happened. So.
Yesterday was a marathon. 5 games, 7 hours, lots of chess. Did you get enough rest, you think, to be able to come into today with a fresh mind? What are your feelings when you were going into the game?
Yeah, well, today only has 4 games, so we're going to finish a little earlier than yesterday. But, this is only the second game of the tournament. Players should still be a lot fresher. I mean, I prepared for this event, and I suppose everyone else prepared for this event too. So you cannot really expect the players to be tired yet. Maybe in the last day in Belgium, but having been used to playing most of my tournaments, like 95% of my tournament has classical games, like Anze, 18 days, U.S. Championships, 12 days. We're only in the starting period.
It's like
players
a vacation,
almost a vacation, but I also brought my notes and my laptop here with me to work.
Absolutely. And with only 4 days, last question, with only 4 games today, do you feel like there's urgency in each game, like more urgency, given also that the leader, Magnus Carlsen, has won yet again, and he's kind of trying to separate himself from the pack?
Yes, of course, since the world champion keeps on winning, for everyone else, this puts a lot of pressure for every player who wants to win the this rapid tournament here in Paris. They have to start winning games, But at the same time, I'm playing very strong opponents, so you cannot only just think about win every game, but you also have to think about how not to lose. So I suppose to win this tournament, it would require that you be a very good player, and then 2, that your opponent makes some mistakes and that you get a break, because sometimes your opponent just plays very solidly or very well, and you have no chances to win. But I'm happy to be able to draw against Hikaru with black, considering that he's supposed to be
one of the favorites in the event.
Yeah, not only that, but also one of the best, probably top 2 rapid or blitz chess players in the world. So I'm happy.
Oh, we know you have 2 whites in the next 3 games, and we wish you the best in those games.
Hopefully that will be some use.
Wesley So, American player, still right near the top as we continue in round 1.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Wesley. Not so good news for Fabiano Caruana, who looks like he's just totally going down here after this nice finesse, knight f2 check, and
the whole knight
didn't
H3,
even need it,
right?
but the knight h3 was really pretty, very instructive.
Absolutely, and let's go to Eric to tell us what happened, how Fabi seems to be going down in this game.
Well, I think we're seeing it live. They're low on time and playing pretty quickly here. We go to the live board.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see resignation soon.
We're going to see a resignation. So what happened was
there it is.
Knight h3, queen g4, knight check, king g2, knight g4. White is down 2 exchanges here with a naked king, and after knight f3, MVL, quickly spotting that you have rook f5, ef5, and this e4 shot. And the point is, after bishop e4, knight f6 is a check, and the bishop is hanging, so black will be up a full rook. From what I'm seeing right now, heading into MVL's, he's already won. He's now tied for second with Nakamura, and then Wesley So in fourth. But a very close race still at the top, and I think all 4 players, Nakamura, So, Vachier, Legrave, and Carlsen, have a legitimate shot going into the final 3 rounds of the Rapid.
Forks on forks on forks, and we have Nakamura with Maurice Ashley.
one of the leaders near the top of the tournament, actually coming into today's round tied for the lead. Hikaru Nakamura only able to draw today against his countryman Wesley. So Hikaru, it was definitely a tough game. Wesley seemed to play very solidly, didn't give you any real chances to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think the opening was all pretty normal, but Wesley, he used his time. He came up with a couple of very good moves, especially this B5 move, because I was actually starting to get a little bit optimistic around that point, but once he went knight e7 bishop c4 b5, I mean, pretty much the game should end in a draw there, but I tried to play on, which, I mean, in a classical game I never would have done, but in rapid at least it made some sense to try, but never really got anything much, so a draw is a pretty normal result.
So more or less correct game. This puts you in a position where you were tied for first. Now you are a point behind Magnus, at least with the scoring system. And now MVL, who's won in spectacular fashion against your countryman, is now tied with you. What do you feel about this position, given only 3 rounds left to go in the rapid event?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think the events count the same. So even if I don't win the rapid, I have a chance in blitz. But with that being said, it's not really surprising. I think I mentioned in the interview before that I kind of thought the 3 favorites were myself, Maxime, and Magnus. So. You know, there's still 3 rounds to go. Obviously, everyone's going to be trying really hard. But for me, I'm just going to try and play well and not do anything too stupid.
Okay, we don't expect that from you. Hikaru Nakamura still in a stone's throw of first place. Definitely, the action is heating up, and as you may be able to hear behind me, the French fans are thrilled because MVL has won his game against Caruana. We'll get his interview in just a moment. Guys?
That was pretty cool. I mean, you know, I just need to find out. I think when we have a break, I'm going to have to find out how to say fork in French. How to say fork in French.
Should be easy.
I'll say it a lot of times in a row. Great to hear from Nakamura and his candid thoughts. I always enjoy hearing from him.
Well, he's very honest and open with how he feels. People think maybe he is a little bit arrogant at times, but I don't see that. I see that as really blunt honesty, and I agree with you. I like his interviews very much. I look forward to them.
And I like it that way, actually. Sometimes he actually does tone it down. I think he's gotten some negative feedback. And I'm more of I like it when he's just honest, even if it hurts a couple feelings for the fans. It's more fun when people tell it like it is. And another person who tends to do that is Magnus.
Exactly. He'll tell you when he's played like an idiot.
Oh, well.
Or played very well.
Oh, yeah. And if he feels that the guy can take it, Magnus will also throw out some jabs at his opponents.
Sure.
You know, especially somebody like Nakamura or Anish, you know, young guys who are also extremely talented. You know, it's fun to see that kind of trash talk dynamic.
I like it too.
And we've got MVL, French hero today with Maurice.
Yes, we are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after a spectacular game. I can tell you we're surrounded by a throng of fans as all of Paris is hoping that their homeboy wins this tournament. MVL today, you just started out in special style. No exchanges for quite some time before this burst E4. Tell us what your thoughts were while the game was going on.
Yeah, I was a bit unhappy with how things developed. I mean, I probably could have been more precise and gotten my counterplay faster, but then suddenly everything, you know, petered out on the center, and surprisingly so in my favor, as all my pieces suddenly were in very good squares, while they didn't look so bright for a while.
Yeah, and then they just seemed to come alive, and then suddenly you got all this play. Clearly, this move, knight h3, must have given you a lot of pleasure to be able to put on the board.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was looking for the killer blow by then, and I was happy to find it.
Now, tell me, the fans just seem like they're all over you right now, rooting for you, Paris, really happy that you've won. What are your thoughts feeling this kind of love, but at the same time, maybe some kind of pressure?
Yeah, it's a little bit of pressure maybe, but of course it warms you up. I mean, it's really great to witness such support.
You're only 1 point behind Magnus, tied for second place. What are your thoughts about the next 3 rounds?
Yeah, it's going to be decisive, of course. I think I play Hikaru next, so that will be a very big clash, and I hope to, you know, give my best and maybe try to win the rapid section.
Well, we look forward to seeing more of your spectacular games. MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, pleasing the fans here in Paris with a big matchup coming up against the American Hikaru Nakamura. Certainly the second round of today will be spectacular as the first. Guys, back to you.
That's right. And so are you on Team Maxime or Nakawaka?
Nakawaka.
Team Maxime, somebody else came up with. I came up with the other one. Can you believe it? Amazing.
Terrible.
Well, let's take a look at the standings after 6 rounds. We've got our full results. Another very dramatic round, kind of similar to the penultimate round yesterday, which was fully decisive. We've got Magnus Carlsen leading the pack now. Nakamura and Maxime Bachir-Leclerc just behind, and what's lucky for us and for them, they play each other. So stay with us. We're going to be right back with more from the Grand Chess Tour in Paris.
Wonderful.
Hello and welcome back to the Paris Grand Chess Tour. You can see this gorgeous playing hall. In fact, my favorite photo of it taken by Leonard Otes, and you can find that on the Grand Chess Tour Twitter feed, which is being updated by Tatev Abrahamian. So check it out. And I'm just so excited for this round in particular because we've got Magnus leading by a point, which really puts the pressure on Hikaru Nakamura and MVL, who are playing each other.
Exactly. That's the big game of this round 7 as we're getting ready for the round to begin. It's been the fights so far have been just excellent.
Today's round was my favorite, actually. And let's see the results and standings as we go into round 7. Magnus Carlsen a point ahead. Those of you who are just joining us, in layman's term, it's really half a point, but we're giving double weight because this is the rapid portion. Blitz games will be worth 1 point. Rapid games are worth 2 points each. Nakamura and Maxime well within striking distance, and Wesley Stowe still in the hunt. And even Guri and Kramnik, if they start stringing wins together, can get up there in the winner's circle.
Absolutely. And again, that big match coming up between MVL and Hikaru Nakamura, who are sharing second and third at the moment.
That's right. We have a little video clip from the players that we're going to be showing in just a bit about which players they find their biggest competition. Who do you predict Magnus is going to say? Do you think he's going to say Giri, or he might go a different direction because it's rapid?
Well, if he was being honest, he'd have to say Giri, because in their classical games, he's never been able to defeat Anish in classical chess. And that is, it's a burr in his saddle that he hasn't gotten even one victory over Anish.
Carlsen's such a joker, though. I wouldn't be surprised if he just says Nakamura, trying to be sarcastic and ironic.
Exactly,
you know? I love
because
it.
Hikaru is always playing up a rivalry he hasn't done well in.
Well, let's see that piece.
Other than yourself, who do you think are the 3 main threats to win this tournament?
Well, I'm glad you count me as one of the threats.
Hey, you mean I'm a threat to myself as well?
Well, I'm not the first which comes to mind.
You definitely put Magnus on top.
Magnus Carlsen is always a favorite whenever he plays the tournament.
Of course, Magnus.
Magnus, it's a sure bet.
Would probably be the world champion.
Magnus, of course.
Nakamura is is among the others probably the biggest favorite.
I would say Hikaru could do well because he's deadly in rapid and blitz.
One maybe Nakamura because he's just incredibly good in this blitz and rapid event.
Who are the 3 players you're looking at as potential favorites to win this event?
Definitely Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Vachier, he's a local hero here.
Maxime, because I think he's really good in rapid and blitz and he's doing well recently and it's at home.
The third one might be a little hard to predict. When I was looking at the players list some time ago and trying to find a target there, it becomes quite hard. I mean, all the players are very strong.
It can be Naka, it can be Fabiano, Giri is very dangerous, you know.
Maybe Levon Aronian or Vladimir Kramnik. Fabiano Caruana is doing very well lately.
Anish, Levon, Kramnik, I mean, everyone is going to be trying to do their best.
It could be Kramnik because he does well, you know, so especially in blitz.
He prepares really well for such events.
My goal is to be a threat myself, you know. It can easily be that I will not be a threat for anyone here.
The only outsider here is Laurent Fressinet. But I remember once he won a rapid tournament in China. He was an outsider. Everybody tried to beat him with white or black, and he was just taking all the points, and he ended up winning it.
I hope I will do well. It's rapid and blitz, so anything can happen.
That was a beautiful banner piece. I love that. I really enjoyed listening to the players and their opinions that seem to be all over the map.
Nakamura is one of my favorite because he's just so matter of fact. Magnus, what are your 3 top threats?
Right.
Or who are the 3 threats in this tournament? And he just says Maxime and Magnus. Doesn't leave the third one.
Right.
Because it's obvious who the third one is.
Right.
I love that.
And I like Anish. The biggest threat in the tournament is myself, to myself.
Yes, indeed. I mean, and we saw that in round 1 with Magnus, of course, that if Magnus doesn't win this, he can look back and see that it was, of course, not his fine play, but some nerves at a critical moment. But he is leading the tournament now, and we have some thoughts going on to this 7th round from Maurice and Alejandro.
Well, Paris is, of course, a place that's rich in tradition and history, and chess is a game that is rich in tradition and history as well. And we know from history and from ratings who will normally be ahead of the game, head of the pack, usually in these types of events. And it's no accident. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and MVL were the names that were said before by most of the players, and now we're seeing that is the case as the tournament continues. Pretty remarkable, though, still, watching how well these players are playing. It's just amazing to see this kind of great chess right now.
I love how it's boiling down, and we have such a huge matchup here between Hikaru Nakamura and MVL, as we see that the players have begun their games. I can see them just on the stage. It's going to be a great matchup, and the fact that they have 3 rounds left in the Rapid, it's putting the pressure on both of these players to score decisively, to keep the pace with Magnus Carlsen. The other players are thinking, hey, this is still a long tournament. The Rapid portion, yes, it's only got a few rounds left, but there are 18 rounds of blitz still to play here in Paris. Plenty of action left, plenty of opportunities for many players to come back still. But MVL and Hikaru, they're chasing Magnus. Let's see how well they can do.
Right, and it's a very good point. Thing though, you can already feel it. Magnus, the leader, all the fans can see it. They know he's the best player. But MVL is the hometown favorite. They're excited just by that alone, the fact that he has a chance to catch Magnus. So this will be an exciting round. We'll see how he handles himself. Of course, the American boy, we have Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to have a thing or two to say about that party. Should be a very exciting round.
Thank you, gentlemen. And it's remarkable to me how many Italian games that being played in this tournament. It's like everybody is playing Berlins, going into these variations with early bishop c4, and we're seeing that constantly throughout this whole rapid portion of the event. Too many Italian games to my mind. Eric, your view?
I think because it's rapid, it's 25-minute chess. They're still not ready to play the Sicilian yet, or some of the other offbeat lines. We're really seeing a high percentage of e4, e5 games. Kramnik has been playing e4. Aronian has been sticking to e5 every round. So players are repeating. They're trying to play pretty decent chess. I mean, we even see here Carlsen against Giri. This is the exact same line that Topalov used yesterday to trash Giri. So quite a lot of players repeating lines from other games, but pretty basic preparation. But we do see a trend of e4, e5, probably because it's not, the Italian game, for example, it's not super theoretical, and you keep the pieces on the board, and you just play a little bit as more of a positional setup. Otherwise, you would just go for first move d4. But the players are still playing pretty correct chess and opening so far. I guess maybe somebody's waiting for somebody else to play a Najdorf, because everyone is still tentative. But I think in the blitz you're going to see a much wider range of openings. But still, right now, still e4, e5 is the main weapon.
Thank you, Eric. I'm just checking out this game of MVL versus Hikaru Nakamura. Again, a lot of slow play. Again, this whole Italian theme of putting the bishop on this so-called Italian diagonal a2, f7. And after this expansion on the queen side, Hikaru, everybody wants to play knight e7 here and bring the knight over to g6. But Hikaru,
don't forget about playing d5 as well. That's another idea that black. Whenever I play this, especially in blitz, this is kind of a nice opening to play in blitz because it's really easy and fast to play the Italian.
Yeah.
I always feel like once I get d5 in successfully, I'm like wrinkling my nose.
Yeah, well, I understand, but here there's just this issue after queen b3. You don't want to play rook f8, and if you do play d5, that break that you just mentioned, Jen. There is bishop g5, and there are some issues here that Hikaru will have to deal with.
No, it's not that easy to get d5 in. But let's take a look at a graphic to see where we're at right now in the tournament. We've got, the pairings rather. We've got Carlsen versus Giri, So versus Topalov, MVL versus Nakamura, a game we're just looking at, Aronian versus Caruana. So big games we're keeping a close eye on is Carlsen Giri and MVL versus Nakamura, because that could very well decide who wins this rapid portion.
Absolutely, those are our leading board. And Wesley feeling pressure to keep up with the pack He wants to defeat Veselin, who has not been playing well at all. So Wesley needs a win, and it's when you're playing against Veselin Topalov, that's a danger. That's a dangerous pairing if you think, I'm just going to claim this game and win it. Not easy. And we're coming back to the board, to the games, pardon me. I'm just bringing up the game between Magnus Carlsen, our leader, and Anish Giri. Again,
giving up a bishop, man. How do you like that?
Eric had mentioned that Anish had gotten trashed. His only loss was against Veselin Topalov. He took this bishop, and normally speaking, when you think about it, you're winning a bishop for a knight and you're doubling your opponent's pawns. It should be very good for black to make this trade. However, the compensation that white gets is actually now this pawn on c4 is doing a very good job of controlling the d5 square as well as preventing any queenside break. So it's sort of like with this pawn on c4, black experiences his position being frozen both in the center and the queen side. And then a lot of attention can turn to the king side.
And the d5 square, I mean, I totally agree. I see that the c4 pawn is more of an asset than a curse. Although I do miss my light squared bishop. You often see this kind of thing happen with black playing bishop e6 and then taking on c4.
Exactly, that kind of trade as well. So I just like what, again, this is typical of Magnus Carlsen, very well controlled play, queen d3, simply improving his position, giving him options of being able to switch his play to the king side suddenly with queen g3. I was about to say that after d6, one of the things that Anish might have difficulty dealing with is the spin bishop g5. Again, now knight c3 d5 is a huge positional threat. If you try to break this pin by advancing on the king side, you have created a big weakness over the f5 square, and you better find compensation for that weakness. I'm going to suggest knight h5 in order to get in f7, f5. And this game suddenly becomes very rich. It's a strategically tense position, and from a very quiet opening, suddenly every move becomes, you have to be precise at each and every turn.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is better work for black, because otherwise white will just be much better, right? Like
Exactly.
if you can't get in f5 successfully.
Right. Yeah, you better be precise.
Magnus chose another path, actually. So a very solid path. He chose to play b3 to start, and then after bishop e6, instead of sticking the bishop on g5, he actually decided to put it on e3. And you know, this does make a lot of positional sense, because it's often said that two bishops are a big advantage, but a bishop versus a knight is not really a big one in general. So trading off one pair of bishops, and this position's still quite closed, and Magnus thinks, hey, it's pretty for the knights.
I understand that completely, of course.
How do you think it's going to take after bishop takes e3?
Oh, definitely with the queen.
Yes, we don't want that set of double pawns is not as strong as the set of double pawns on c4 and c2.
Exactly. You want the opportunity to play f2, f4 on a good day. Bishop e3. Like you say, you know, you're trading off your opponent's pair of bishops, and that makes good sense.
Maybe you might not take it. I mean, after knight d7, do you think Magnus is actually going to give Anish a tempo and take, or just retain the tension? I think he will retain the tension.
Exactly. I think this knight on e2 doesn't strike me as particularly well placed. I think he would play a move like knight g3. It's not like you want to necessarily stop your opponent from playing the move f7, f5. It's just that with the knight on g3, you could yourself jump to the square g5 and
f5, right?
F5,
and then we might actually take with the knight on e3, and then we start seeing that we have some nice control over the light squares.
Exactly. And let's just go over to that.
Rook d1 happened, by the way.
Rook d1.
So again, one thing you'll notice by strong players is the weaker the player, the more likely, especially if it's like a blitz or a rapid game, if you take a look at the Magnus game, the more likely they are to instinctively just capture pieces. So play bishop takes c5, or play bishop takes e3.
Right.
So always pay attention when you're looking at these super grandmaster games. Like, how do they approach trades? Do they just take things, or do they often retain the tension? The answer is that usually the very strong players retain tension a lot more than amateur level players.
Yeah, and that's very key, actually. Obviously, the chessboard, 16 pieces per side. Trades happen literally every few moves, and you've always got to be weighing, as if in the marketplace, who benefits from that trade, who gets the better deal. And so when you're making a trade, oftentimes it is better to let your opponent initiate the trade, because maybe you get some benefit in terms of how you can recapture.
Exactly, and the psychological reason why that's difficult is that chess players are wired to have a bias towards the first move they look at, and the first moves we look at are, of course,
usually
trades
captures.
because they're forcing.
Yes.
So if you're aware of that bias, you know, you can start to overcome it. But I think that'll end up being a quite rich game, and this game also pretty rich because it's very close now. And again,
Let's
we
see how it
double
opened.
pawns willingly taken on by MBL because he gets that rook on
F1 to work. In these types of positions, you can always count on when the second rank is open like this. Sometimes this is a very nice maneuver, rook on A2 to F2, a very fast doubling of rooks that you should be aware of. Let's see how the game proceeded.
I kind of like white, actually. It's unfortunate for Nakamura that he couldn't avoid that trade, but I think the problem was that with his bishop sitting on B6, he didn't want to allow Maxime to take and double those pawns.
Himself.
And like bishop A7 is pretty awkward, only defended by the rook.
Right.
So because of that move that he played earlier, A5, he might have thought that that was the best option. But it does seem like White's having more fun after bishop takes E3, after takes E3.
Yes, yes. You had mentioned earlier, and I think it's a very good point, it really depends on if Black can get in the move D6, D5 in a very pleasant way. If Black could actually get two moves in a row, C6 and D5, then the double pawns could turn out to be a liability. Let's see how it continued. C6, and he has played D5.
And that's good also because it could highlight the weakness of the pawn on E3.
Exactly. So
because queen could be coming to B6 as well.
Queen B6, bishop B6. Yeah, I think that with these two moves, C6, D5, Hikaru is doing quite okay, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric to get some insights how he feels this round has gone. Eric?
Thanks, Yasser. I've been looking at this game between Fresnay and Kramnik. It's been in Berlin, but we do have a novelty very early on from Kramnik, one of the most innovative players in the world. In a standard position here, played a very anti-positional move, C5, relinquishing control over D5. You know, standard would be C6, rook E8, H6, but played C4, forcing the issue, and there are light squared weaknesses. So that is a pretty, it's a pretty early improvement potentially, but I think so far it's not going well for him. After knight A3, the C4 square looking nice. The bishop on B6 looks pretty bad to me, or at least I'm waiting to see what Black plans to do with that. It's just blocked behind the pawn on C5. Right now, White to me seems to have a slightly better position, and that D5 weakness, we'll see what Kramnik comes up with, but I'm not so impressed by that novelty so far.
Thank you, Eric, and we'll go to the City of Lights to see what's going on in Paris.
Well, an absolutely fascinating game right now between world champion Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, and it just exploded, at least in the center, talking about exchanging and maintaining the tension that we talked about with top players. Was first of all, take a look at this position. It looks quite quiet at the moment, but that's about to change. In this position, Geary had to move bishop to b4 according to the engines with the threat of knight c5, trying to win white's dark squared bishop. Instead, he played this move, bam, f5, very electrifying move. You would think, I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking about maybe taking on f5 in this position and keeping it solid, put a knight on e4. Instead, Magnus bounces back with f4, and suddenly you see all the tension. And your question, what do you do here? Do you trade off? What do you do in this kind of position? What do top players do? Well, Geary in this position played the move b6, saying, who's going to trade, you or me? This kind of tension-building move certainly is interesting chess, Alejandro. The move king h1, keeping that tension. How do you handle a situation like this? How long can it last, this building of the tension in the position, daring the other person to trade?
To me, the series of moves that happened is perhaps not the most unexpected, but it was the way that they were played. If we go back a couple of moves, when Anish plays f5, I didn't think f5 was the only move by any means. I mean, we were analyzing bishop before with the idea of knight c5. You can keep the tension and play king h8 first. You can even play the move b6, which Anish did, just the next move immediately. But the way that Magnus replied to f5, to me, was amazing.
Shocking to me.
He played f4 instantly, and to me f4 is an incredibly committal move. You have to calculate so many captures, you have to calculate so many ways in which the center just explodes, and make sure that they all work out for you. Anish said, I believe you, and almost instantly, I mean, it was within a minute.
Yeah, he played b6 right away. That really surprised us.
Yeah, he just wanted to keep the tension alive. It's a very logical move when you think about it, but the fact that they're trusting each other, the fact that they're saying, I don't want to fall behind the clock, I want to say, I've calculated all of this. I don't need this time to think about it.
There's no way you can calculate everything here. Just making sure there are no blunders, probably.
That's probably true. At the moment, we see king h1 on the board.
King h1 was played,
and
king
almost
h8
instantly replied with king h8. They're keeping the tension. They're kind of playing a game of chicken.
It is.
Who is going to not only clarify the situation on the center first, but also who's going to start thinking? Because they don't want to be the ones thinking about this complicated situation and spending the time that might eventually be very costly. They want to instead be ahead of the clock. They want to resolve the situation in the center favorably, or at least good enough for equality, and just have that edge, both psychologically and on the clock.
Well, it's interesting because it's almost like a kind of positional zugzwang, if you will. Can I run out of moves? Can I keep making moves while my opponent runs out of useful moves? What would Magnus do now to keep improving his position little by little without making his position worse and giving Geary a tactical opportunity? Well, we'll see if they can maintain this, as it's a very tense moment, of course, in a very important game for Geary for sure, and for Magnus as he tries to maintain the lead. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And I'd like to remind everybody that we have a call-in number that is 314-361-5465. Wherever you are, we welcome your comments and your questions on the Grand Chess Tour and the players, anything you want, really. It's fun to hear from you guys. Now, we also have a Twitter feed, Grand Chess Tour, @Grand Chess Tour, and also the hashtag Grand Chess Tour. So follow along and ask us questions through that as well. We actually had a super grandmaster, Rajabov, tweet in.
Oh, teamwork.
And yes,
shout out.
He says that quick fact, in the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz, there are 5 out of the top 10 in Rapids and 5 out of the top 10 in Blitz playing. And I think that's kind of actually a shot, isn't it?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, but on the other hand, you have the top players, the very, very top, right?
In the classical, yes.
Yes. So
I mean, there are some real specialists in the world who specialize in both Blitz and Rapid that have higher ratings than they do in classical chess, because they focus, like I really think of Alexander Grishuk, who is the world champion, by the way, in Blitz, as being extraordinarily gifted in Blitz.
Although he's not that high rated in Blitz, actually.
Really? I thought he'd be right up there.
Number 3 is Ding Liren, actually, from China.
Wow.
And I believe he's the wild card for one of the Grand Chess Tour events, but I'll double check on that.
Okay.
And I also see Nepo and, well, the usual suspects that many of us predicted, including Nakamura himself, Carlsen, Nakamura, and MVL, the players that he predicted to dominate this Rapid and Blitz portion. Now, those are the Blitz ratings. In the Rapid, it's Karyakin, the challenger to Magnus Carlsen, who's number 3.
Wow, very impressive. Just to go back to the game, because 2 of the players I I mean, all of the elite players are just brilliant, of course. But Levon and Fabiano, whenever they sit down to play a game, I just find myself fascinated by the different approaches that both players have to chess. You see in Fabiano's games, very often he loves to play the white side, if you will, of a Benoni. He really enjoys those positions. And equally, Levon likes to play the black side, if you will, of the Benoni. In this game, colors reversed, but I like Levon's position exactly at this moment. The reason I like Levon's position very much is because this bishop now has no counterpart, a beautiful light square bishop. This pawn on b6, it doesn't look at it at the moment, but it's a very serious potential weakness thanks to this half-open file. What you've got to do is you've got to get rid of this knight on b4. So I like this idea of queen b2 with a double purpose. The first is you want to play a3, knight a7, and take this pawn on b6. The second is you want to set up to break in the center. The team of e5 and d4 needs to be broken up, and white will be angling for a move like f2, f4, weakening the d4 pawn. I like Levon's position, and not that key a game in terms of the standings, but a game when these two players sit down to play, as I'll repeat myself, they really produce some fiery chess.
That's right. Now you got to watch out a little bit for f4 because the e3 check is still tender.
Of course,
you got to
prepare it, and it could work out very nicely for white.
I would like to confirm that Ding Liren is the wild card for the Sinquefield Cup. Magnus Carlsen can't make it because it's so close to the World Championship.
Match.
But it will be great to see the Chinese genius on the tour.
Exactly.
For the first time.
China's #1.
Very
Absolutely.
exciting. And #3 blitz player in the world.
Wow.
So very exciting. And we do have some news from our guys in Paris.
What a very exciting game, a very critical game to the standings right now. These two players tied for second place, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and, of course, U.S. top player, one of the top players in the United States, Hikaru Nakamura. And now this position, very interesting position, as it looks like Hikaru was slowly outplaying him. And now, for some reason, Maxime did something very strange, certainly not solid. Let's take a look. What happened here, Alejandro?
Well, here's the thing. In classical chess, sometimes players are kind of okay of suffering long defenses, but it's very impractical to do so in rapid chess. Finding defensive moves and finding resources in a position where you don't have a lot of moves available to you becomes even harder if you're in time pressure. Here, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looks at his position. He says, this position is garbage. I have a lot of problems here. The queen is coming to c5, attacking this weakness on e3. The bishop on a2 would be locked out of the game. c4 is a weakness. a4 is a weakness. He's not really creating anything. This is just a long-term problem. c5 is also a problem. Imagine I get a queen there or a knight to c5. Maxime's like, I don't want any of that. I want to play c5, try to clarify the position on the board.
So that's a pawn sacrifice.
But that's a pawn sacrifice because Hikaru said, well, that's true. I don't have c5 immediately. Let me distract your queen out of c5, trades the bishops, and just takes a free pawn. Maxime is trying to prove that thanks to the fact that he gave away the pawn and traded the bishops, he can maybe coordinate some sort of attack on f7. But Hikaru Nakamura, he's one of the most cold-blooded players in the entire circuit.
So you've given him a free pawn already for really nothing much, and now he makes the next move.
Next move, oops, not this one. I was looking at the position, and I thought, okay, rook b7 must be his idea. He is coordinating the rook with the queen, attacking on this position. I thought this has to be it. But the more I saw it, the more I realized, wait a second, is this just a bluff? Is this just a smoke screen? And I think that's exactly what it is. Hikaru, completely fearless, takes on e3 with check. I believe king h1 was played.
Yes,
king
it
h1
was.
was
That's now 2 pawns.
Now that's 2 pawns. And he says, okay, you're attacking my pawn, I'll defend it. Now prove it. What's the problem here? I don't see any problems.
Well, it turns out that they did play a couple more moves. Queen c2 was played, guarding this and attacking on this square. And, sorry, it was actually, let's go back one move. I think it was queen c4 was played.
That's right.
And now after rook to b8, he played queen takes. They traded here, another trade. And in this position, queen to e2. And now...
And this is a key move here. You might be wondering, why is Hikaru so okay with trading off the rooks just for a mere pawn? You see he gives a pawn back on c6. But it's this queen e2 move that is just so strong.
Let's fix this right here, okay.
if the rook moves somewhere, let's just put it on, I don't know, g1 out of any place, the queen has free reign. He can go queen c4 and attack this pawn on a4. He can even start bringing the knight into f4 and create his own attack. So he have a better position and still the extra pawn. Instead of that, MVL decides he's going to play queen b5, take his chances on an endgame. Queen takes b5 might be a little bit double-edged here, as white gets a pass pawn on the b file. Hikaru is currently thinking about this position. But again, this is a pawn sacrifice from MVL. Now who is guarding the e4 pawn? I expect Hikaru to simply swipe it off the board, and after rook e1, as you must retake this pawn, the queen would have to move somewhere. C2 looks fine, b4 might be a possibility, and then I take on e5. Black is up a pawn, which is not a decisive amount of material.
So it keeps being 1 pawn up, 2 pawns up, then only 1, now back again to 2, and now back to 1 again.
Back to 1 again, but here's the difference. The position is clearly simplified, and in all the variations that we're analyzing previously, it was white with an initiative. Attacking f7, the king weakness on g8. But now it's going to be the contrary. This king is going to feel very unsafe as it has less pawns protecting it. And in the major piece endgame of queen and rook, that's pretty much all that counts.
That is the big thing that counts. King safety. When it's queen and rooks, king safety is the deal. If I got an extra pawn in my pocket as well, then you can almost count yourself dead. So right now, Nakamura certainly in the driver's seat. We'll see whether or not he can continue the trend in the next few minutes of the game.
Thank you, guys. Huge game going on here.
That's right. All eyes on Naka. And somebody actually didn't like my Nakawaka and suggested instead of Hikaru rules.
Yeah, Hikaru rules.
I get I feel like it looks better than it sounds. Like you would think that would be a good idea, Hikaru rules, but somehow it doesn't roll off the tongue like Team Maxime. So keep working, guys. Keep working, guys. And we do have some hashtags coming into our Grand Chess Tour. Somebody asked about how to improve. He said his rating was 600 US chess, and he wondered if it should be playing more games, lessons, or something else. And I like the response by our Grand Chess Tour account. Tata Abrahamian is doing that, and she said, none of the above. Tactics, tactics, and more tactics.
I like practice, but we have a phone call.
Yeah, hello, welcome to the show. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hey, this is Aaron Ponsplat from Tucson, Arizona.
Hello, Aaron.
Let's have a quick chat right to the point. Mr. Fresnay, how does he close the gap between him and the big boys?
Good question. He really is just a little bit on the outside. Laurent jumped above 2,700. He seemed to be going really well, and recently MVL has kind of passed him. I would say that in his particular case, like many players in his position, he's really wants to join the top, the elite. He needs to play more elite tournaments and have more opportunities like we have here in Paris on the Grand Chess Tour to play against the best players. The Ding Lirens of the world, they're just on the outside, they're trying to break in more great tournaments. That's what it's all about. You have to play the best players in the world consistently, and I think Laurent hasn't had the opportunities that MVL has had.
Now, do you think it helps or hurts him, his work with Magnus Carlsen?
Oh, definitely helps. Definitely. Because it's like osmosis. You just gain so much feeling for chess by just being around great players and just analyzing and talking to them and getting their attitude and what they bring to the board. So it's just absolutely wonderful to be in the presence of a Vladimir Kramnik, a Vishy Anand, and to have their philosophical approach as well as how they calculate, how they train, how they prepare. I think it's very helpful.
Right, but you can imagine that at a certain point for some players, it might impede your progress if you're spending a lot of time working on preparing somebody's openings and you barely get to play or prepare for yourself. So I think it could go either way depending on how intense your preparation is for the other guy and how little you're able to do yourself.
I have to disagree very strongly. If I'm a boxer, I want to train with Muhammad Ali, even if I'm going to be his rival in a year or two. I mean, think about Vladimir Kramnik emerging as his great world champion, having been the trainer Garry Kasparov. Think about Magnus Carlsen, the great champion he is today. 4 or 5 years ago, he was working with Garry Kasparov. I mean,
but isn't that selection bias? Because obviously you think about the
No,
people who are examples where they trained and then they also became huge stars. Do you think there are some examples where maybe they would have become great players, but they found that they enjoyed the role of training even more?
Well, yeah, you can lose your ambition, is what I think
Yeah.
you're trying to say, is that.
Or your
you know,
ambitions can change. You could want to help somebody be world champion instead of become world champion yourself.
That's true, but I'm thinking in terms of those players who retain that ambition of wanting to be world champion, then just playing and analyzing with the best. It's a very powerful impetus, I believe.
Now let's take a look at the Carlsen game. That's the one that you have up right now, right?
Exactly.
Speaking of world champions and potential world champions.
It was the waiting game. This was the game where everybody was waiting for trades to occur. They finally did. Magnus broke the trend, took, and at the end of the day, I don't know if I'm up to date with the position. I prefer white. The point is this square D5 is going to be a very, very nice outpost for the knight, which, you might think to yourself, oh, after knight C5, queen E2, I've got a good knight too. Don't think of the knight on C5 as being that great. What exactly does it attack? Whereas you can imagine that this knight, when it does come to D5, it will really put a lot of pressure on black structure. And it's in a position like this, I really give a big edge to white. If Magnus can achieve this, he's going to be very, very happy.
Yeah, double pans get such a bad rap.
Yeah,
Right? I mean,
and in this case, they're actually doing really, really good things, right?
Good a lot of the time.
And I'm going to turn it over to Eric to share some. What have you got looking over there, Eric? What are you looking at?
Thanks, Yasser. I'm looking at Kramnik's game. If I said I wasn't impressed by his novelty before, I am certainly impressed now. It's concretely going very well for black. This bishop, the key moment right here. Black playing, both sides developing. As I said, white has this control over d5 and d4, but after f5, things got out of hand, and it turns out it's very hard for white to find a move. What black wants to do, okay, one reason is white played king h2 to try to play g3. With that bishop on e6 and knight on f4, it's really annoying. You want to kick out that knight, so king h2 facilitating g3, but Kramnik immediately plays f5 after king h2, and the idea is to take on e4, play bishop f5, and play e4 and open up this diagonal. So as we see what happened, bishop f4 here, a sample line would be bishop f5, just to show how this bishop gets into the game. Bishop f5, let's say queen over here, and e4. And when that bishop goes to c7, this king is really under fire. All these pieces aim towards the king side. And right now, let me just get there. Things are totally in black's favor tactically, despite having a very bad pawn structure here. The bishops are monsters, and rook takes f3 is coming in with a discovered attack on the queen. So knight h3 right here. Kramnik in great shape right now, and we have some more information from Paris.
Thank you, Eric.
That's right. I mean, Nakamura seems like he's really in the driver's seat now, and I think they have an update for us on that in Paris. And meanwhile, somebody tweeted a great idea for Team Naka, Naka Nation. I think we're going to have to go with that one. That's a good one. Big bean burrito. We like it.
Yeah, 2 thumbs up.
And is it about Naka Nation? Let us know. Maurice and Alejandro.
Well, we'll get to that position certainly in a second. There are a couple of other things that's exciting us for sure. First of all, this position that was pointed out, if we just go back a few moves to this moment. Now, I often talk about this idea of the drawbacks to moves, and I combine it with an art that I've practiced for some years now, Aikido, where the whole point is if you are too aggressive, you can push your opponent to make good moves by just pushing too hard because you think you're the one making good moves. You force your opponent to having a good position, so to speak. So this point here in the game, first they played knight c4. It's a very nice move. It's pushing the bishop backwards. It's bringing the knight to the center of the board, certainly, putting pressure on the position. But after bishop to c7, what he didn't realize right here was that he has pushed his bishop onto the diagonal with his king. He probably noted it in his head, but he didn't realize the danger that existed there. So instead of playing something like king g1, where he would have had a very decent position for sure, there would have been no real issues for him. Of course, Kramnik has a good position as well, but he has good pieces. So king g1 is a computer move, no real danger to black. to white. Instead, he played another forcing move, knight to e3, making his opponent play the next move. It's like he's forcing move after move. Of course, what this did after this capture on e4, queen takes e4, suddenly knight takes, and the sacrifice is just on, because now you can't take back because of this sacrifice all of a sudden, and the bishop wakes up on this diagonal. Queen takes, of course, runs into e4. So it's kind of like the Aikido principle I like to call it with my students, that if you attack too much, sometimes what you're doing is you're weakening your own self. You just don't recognize it because you're being over-aggressive, and a wily opponent can take advantage of that. Now, on to another game that you wanted to talk about, Alejandro.
I want to talk about this moment in the Aronian game, and to me this is just such a fantastic move, as we see that perhaps Caruana has stabilized his position, but I want to go after the move h4 that we had, this situation, and it's very clear what's going on. In the long term, white has a great position. His bishop on g2 is very powerful. He will have pressure on this weak b6 pawn. Clearly the structure favors the white side, but dynamically he has a couple of problems. Here the f pawn and the h pawn are latching onto the g3 pawn, trying to open up by force that king side, and that would mean that the rook can come in, the knight can come in, the queen can come in, the king would feel extremely exposed. And Aronian says, well, your entire idea is to take on g3. I cannot take either one of your pawns because it opens up my own king side. Why don't I just gift it away? And he did that exactly by playing the move g4, which I thought was just a genius move. The idea is to close down the king side, completely give up the pawn for free, just saying you can't get rid of your own pawns that would open up the files against my king. And a very awesome position here, because Fabiano Caruana was having none of that. He did not take the pawn, which would have given a very complicated position after, for example,
by the
queen
way,
takes g4.
By the way, if I might just make this point, again, another principle, we talked about the Aikido principle here. The move h4 was just played after king to h1. This pawn guards the g4 square. He can't play g4. As soon as this happens, you're over-aggressive, the guy fills the hole, says now you have gone, you're no longer controlling g4, suddenly I can play that move, and that's what he did. Of course, Fabio understood this quite well now that this pawn is pushed.
Absolutely, and then the next move is just the same kind of principle. He understands that strategically he's in some problems. If he captures on g4, it looks like a free pawn, but after rook g1, the rook's open for white, the bishop comes to e4. Strategically, very easy position for Aronian to start playing. Fabio has none of that. He plays instead the move f3. You can help me out with that. f3 was played, and it seems like now it's black that's giving up a pawn for free. Now I can take with the bishop.
And that was a completely necessary idea.
Now g4 is even protected. So not only did I not take the pawn, I gave up a pawn. That's the difference of 2 pawns here on the board. But Fabiano understands the idea of the attack, the principle of the initiative. He plays rook cf8, threatening to sacrifice even more material. You can see the not so subtle battery against this bishop. The game developed bishop d5, Aronian deciding to give up the pawn on g4 rather than to give up his bishop to an exchange sacrifice. Queen takes g4, and a couple of quick moves were played. Rook g1, attacking the queen, queen h5, f3, knight f4. The bishop finally finds a good landing square on e4. Knight h3 was played.
By the way, before you go any further, that knight on f4 only is on f4 because the pawn that was on g3 is gone to g4. So taking advantage of every single weakness, they're going back and forth, showing the same principle again, how strong players take advantage of weaknesses. Whenever you make an aggressive move, they're finding a way to fill the gap.
Precisely. Look how uncomfortable this knight is now for the white side. It's threatening to be on f4. It's attacking the rook currently. There are some problems with the dark squares. Had there been a pawn on f4, even if I insert a pawn right now on f4, this knight would just feel very trapped. It was horrible on g6. Now it's part of the attack. It's a completely different scenario. Neither side is up material. And now the position is even more complicated. There might be a repetition on board after rook g2, knight f4. It's a double-edged position again, neither side with a clear strategical advantage.
Yes, and I promised to go to the Nakamura game just quickly before we go back to the studio. Let's see if we can find that game, which is so critical. Nakamura playing against MVL. And here we go. This is very, well, it used to be complicated, but while we were talking, everything blew up. I remember back here after we saw rook to a8, we thought maybe, actually it was queen takes a5 that was the mistake. This one right here, we thought that maybe he had some fighting chances with rook to e1, but he took immediately on a5 instead of playing rook e1, and Nakamura pounced with rook a8, queen c7, rook takes a4.
And here's one of the things that you learn early in chess, and it's still applicable even at the highest levels. Here, white cannot recover his pawn by playing rook e1 and taking on e5 because of the very old maxim of back rank checkmate. Rook e1, for example, simply the queen can go pretty much anywhere, I guess d5. Knight takes e5,
knight takes e5, and how do you recapture?
No way.
If you
We
take
all
on
fell
e5,
for this as youngsters for sure.
and then after rook a1, that would be game over. And because of this very simple trick, Nakamura.
Let me do it. It feels so sweet just putting it down there. And I hardly get a chance to do it these days.
No, not at all. And it's because of this that Maxime has to waste a crucial tempo, play the move h3, but now he's just down too many pawns. 2 pawns, even if it's the same side, doesn't matter what the material balance is, this is too much. MVL is going to lose, and Hikaru Nakamura seems to be on his way to catch Magnus Carlsen.
Very big point, because Magnus has drawn his game against Anish Giri. It seems result, I see Giri down here right now. So that means if he wins the game, he will once again be in a tie for first with Magnus. So it's going back and forth. These two favorites of the event, the two names that everybody mentioned, Magnus and Naka, and it's a horse race to the finish line.
Let's keep our eyes on this game as Nakamura. By the way, does Nakamura look like he looks very fit? I think he's been working out. We should ask him about that. Because, I mean, that obviously really helps with rapid chess. But here he looks, and as Maurice indicated, it looks like Magnus and Giri have drawn. So if Nakamura can convert his extra 2 pawns and his positional advantage, then he catches Magnus. You know, you called it P and P. Pawn and position.
Right.
P and P.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns. That should be enough.
And a positional advantage.
Yeah.
That's really hard to overcome.
Right. But the point there in that game was how very, very well played Hikaru played in that game to get that 2-pawn advantage. The middle game, the early opening seemed to be in White's favor with the doubled e-pawns, but it really turned out to be a huge liability. The double pawn sacrifice did not work whatsoever for MVL, and very nice game by Hikaru. He should be winning. I just want to bring up the game of the world champion between Anish Giri. I actually thought that White was doing quite well. I liked the position for the world champion. The queen, I'm not 100% sure I was a big fan of this queen going to c6, by the way. I thought Magnus was simply going to withdraw his queen to the e2 square so that he could quickly play rook f1 followed by knight d5. Queen c6, rook c8, and now we see this counterplay in the position after queen f4, and Anish just gave a perpetual check, and the world champion said, good enough.
And he's with Maurice. Anish is with Maurice to say if he felt the heat in this game.
Well, famously, Magnus Carlsen has had one player in the world that he is truly having trouble beating in classical chess. He's actually never defeated this youngster, although in rapid and blitz maybe. But so far, it looks like the trend is continuing. Anish, this seemed to be a very complex game. You seem to equalize out the opening. What were your thoughts right around this stage?
It was a disastrous game yesterday against Veselin Topalov. Here, I played h6, which was unnecessary. And then after queen d3, here I made a horrible move, knight d7. And he got this nasty bind, and then it got from bad to worse. And in the game, I've got all my pieces developed very harmoniously, and I have what I wanted to get yesterday.
So this time, because of your loss yesterday, you realized the pawn's on a5.
I've fixed this pawn. Secondly, I haven't wasted a move, so I got my bishop out. So I think my position is very comfortable, and yeah.
This was a dynamic moment in the game, though. We were quite stunned when we thought maybe you may play positionally. The Indians were giving some other moves. You played this move. Well, wait, after this move, f5.
Yeah, it's a good move. Yeah, I think.
Were you shocked when you saw f4 come right back at you?
I expected that.
You expected it?
I expected this move, yeah. Now I see I have a lot of options, of course. I played very, very solid.
You can make the moves on the board right here instead.
Yeah, I played
jump down here?
Yeah, I played very solid. I've exchanged a lot of pieces. I might have played, here maybe I could have played more ambitiously. I've seen and just bishop before.
With the knight c5 threat, we were looking at that ourselves.
Yeah, in a classical game it would have occurred to me, but I didn't.
You were playing more solidly here.
Yeah, and I think here, it's a nice situation here when he got the queen on c6. But
Did you feel this was any danger for you right about this stage?
No, to be honest, I think I have an also interesting idea to sacrifice this pawn, which I thought leads to a draw. But I was a bit lazy because this is just easier. And then we have a very nice setup with my queen on e4 here, and then his pieces here are stuck. And here, basically, I can even stand on one spot. He has no way to improve the position, and draw is a logical result from that.
What is it about you playing against Magnus? I mean, everybody else fighting for their lives, and somehow, is it your style that makes you match up so well against him?
Well, I think that Magnus is very clever in his openings choices. He avoids critical lines, but he gets some, little unbalanced positions, and while spectators see zeros on the computer screen or numbers like 0-10, they think he has no advantage, but he actually has always something. Either somebody's pawn is weak or somebody's bishop is bad, so he's managing to get some grip on the players in a way which Engine doesn't quite comprehend, and I'm taking him more seriously from the beginning of the game, and as you can see, if he doesn't get anything out of the opening, and I don't make mistakes, he could be Magnus Carlsen, but not going to beat me. Although I did try playing the Engine a few times in positions like this, and the Engine does beat me, so I'm not unbeatable, but okay, Magnus is also human.
Yes, indeed. Well, you're making him look more human. You've slowed him down. Good luck in the rest of your games. We look forward to seeing more chess from you. Anish Giri, bringing Magnus down to earth and allowing Nakamura, if he wins, to catch the world champion.
And let's
Thank
go.
you, Anish, and thank you, Maurice. And indeed, it appears to me that Hikaru is really doing extremely well.
That's right. I mean, I think this game is going to be over quite soon, but it's great to see how Nakamura makes the blood spill, because somebody who's this good at 1 minute in blitz knows how to do it as fast as possible. Like, it's not just like winning the game, it's winning in the perfect way. So it'll be good to see how he does the job. I don't think this is the current position anymore.
No, I was just going to say that a few moves ago, after having won the two-pawn advantage, I like very much what Hikaru did. He just dropped back and he slow-played it, and he got in this very nice move e4, driving this white's knight into a very passive square on g1, really enjoying the two-pawn advantage very much as black. Now you see, again, a very aggressive move, knight h4, preparing to put great pressure on the g2 square to threatening checkmate. This is a hope, to try to mess black
Induce
up.
G6, perhaps?
Yes. Well, just to get a couple of checks in, a few spike checks before a handshake. I think E3, for example, is a very, very nice move here for black. You're threatening mate, and there is no further checks after rook here. Don't
play f6, man.
Yeah, don't play f6.
No checks, but you do lose your queen.
Yeah, but you're blocking the rook check, and you've got this threat of mate in 1, queen g2. So I think
if rook
Hikaru,
c6, you actually just play queen g2. You can't play. You play queen takes c6, and then queen g2 mate is actually
almost
unavoidable. Knight f3 would be the only move.
Yeah, and there we have
and
it.
we have e3, and the game e3 occurred, and the game was resigned. We also got a great moniker for Nakamura's success, even better than the one before. That's
Nakamura
from
Nation.
not.
Oh, sorry.
Not Naka Nation, but this one is even better. Knock America.
Knock America.
Knock America. I love it. That's from Liz Plays Drums. And great to see Nakamura on top with Magnus, which, by the way, is how we came into the day.
Exactly.
So kind of keeping the tension, these two.
Without question, and they're both playing great chess, and very impressed by this game in particular by Hikaru. He's just playing great. He's playing great. And Eric, share with your
Thanks, Yasser. A lot of exciting moments right now in the game between Aronian and Caruana. It's been sharp since the beginning, but we have a pretty critical moment right here. Let's hope both players are really awake, because there are two checkmate squares, c1 and e8. So after the last couple moves, c5, if you take, queen d7 wins the game on the spot. Okay, Fabiano is going to spot these. Rook takes not possible. Rook f7, a cold-blooded move, because you do have rook c1 check in the end. And now I expect things to be very sharp, because white can continue putting the pressure on this b6 pawn and try to win it cleanly with queen b6. You still can't take the pawn, and after rook c7, c6 now, as white can take, black is supposed to give up an exchange and play this position out. If you don't give up this exchange, white has a pretty big advantage. You're going to just take c6, and this c6 pawn pretty much controls black's rook. So some very good chances for Aronian, Fabiano's going to have to rely on very, very tenacious defense to get out of this position. This bishop is so far proving to be more effective than that knight on h3, barring a checkmate. Then that knight would be pretty good. But so this game, very exciting. And in the Topalov game against Wesley So, Veselin not doing too well, but he might be playing the role of the spoiler. He did beat Anish yesterday, and right now he is playing a slightly better position against Wesley So with very little risk. The knight might come to d5, but the pawn structure is not great for white, and black's king is safer. So I prefer black's position here. The rook is doing a very good job. But right now we are joined by Nakamura in Paris. Back to you, Maurice and Alejandro.
We are with Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best rapid players in the world, showing his strength absolutely today, now surging with Magnus Carlsen's draw back into a tie for first. That's 7 rounds with 2 more rounds to go, so everything is heating up. Hikaru, today it seemed as though he was trying to play a little bit of enterprising chess, and then you started getting control of the position, and suddenly he just gave you 2 pawns. Were you surprised at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, the opening obviously didn't work out the way that Maxime was hoping. And it's very difficult because, again, in classical chess, I think you probably can just sit back and just find a way to just control everything. But in rapid, when things start going wrong, it's very difficult. And I mean, I think in a normal game, Maxime probably would have given maybe the pawn on c5, maybe, and he probably would have suffered but held a draw. Whereas in rapid, you end up with a lot less time, and so having to struggle in a position where you're down material is much more difficult, and therefore you give up the pawns, and there just wasn't enough compensation.
When you saw this move appear on the board, c5, were you surprised, or did you think, you know what, this is Bluff City, I'm taking everything?
Well, I was unhappy to see c5 because I think without c5, I mean, I'm just totally in control, and I just basically, basically try and win. Whereas after c5, I mean, from a practical standpoint, I think it's the best try. So I wasn't happy to see c5. But nevertheless, I wasn't happy to see c5. I was happy to see rook b7. That's what I was happy to see.
I see, after the trade here.
Yeah, because like here after queen c5, like rook e1, for example.
Just guarding the pawn, yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's in rapid. I mean, you don't want to play that because you're going to end up having to think, and then one error and you lose, whereas your opponent just basically just plays quite freely. But after rook b7, I think the way I played was pretty correct, and I think that it was just technically winning, and I don't think I really gave him any chances.
Absolutely. Now you're tied again for first. What are your feelings going to the next 2 rounds?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to play well. I think both days kind of, if I had to be remiss, it would be that I feel like in both days in the first round, I didn't get off to the start I wanted. I kind of felt a little bit out of it, but I've just been warming up, and so far so good. Of course, there are 2 more games of Rapid, and then there are, like 5,000 games of Blitz, so anything can happen.
Well, we look forward to seeing your next 2 games.
Sure. Thanks.
Hikaru Nakamura once again in first place after a dominating victory. France not feeling so great in this round for sure, but the Americans are certainly cheering on the other side of the Atlantic.
Thank you, Maurice. Speaking of cheering, Fressinet in the first day explained that he's doing very well with white, but he wasn't holding with black. He was losing his games badly with black. Today, he lost with black once again, but this time he's not holding the position whatsoever against Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir has just played this really awesome move, h5, trying to boot this knight. If black ever gets his queen on this diagonal of his the bishop, is a checkmate on h2, and it looks like Vladimir Kramnik. Let me just get an update.
It looks like he's going to go down, and we do have an update. Fressinet actually just played bishop f1, going for this in-between move to try to take on e2, but Kramnik just said, hello, I'm going to take on g4 anyway.
I just had to refresh the board.
You've got a different board now.
Yeah, no.
And now after f takes g4.
So just a second, it was h5. You mentioned
so after
bishop.
h5, bishop f1, just h takes g4, and anyway.
That diagonal, as mentioned, is just a killer. It's awesome.
Down in exchange, but
well,
up a king.
Let's see how to do the honors.
Yeah, I mean, g3 looks like
G3 is
the most
game over.
obvious. And is that what happened? Yes, it looks like that is what happened. G3 occurred, and the only way you could stop a checkmate is what? Queen f5, right?
And there's a checkmate on both
H1,
f2
yeah.
and h1.
And we have g2 as well, so
awesome game.
Plenty of ways to win, so very well done. And we've got Eric with an update on Aronian versus Fabi.
Yes, a big opportunity missed for Fabiano and his fans. In this position, right after we had just looked at it, Queen B3 was played and a pretty elementary sequence was missed. Fabiano just reacting, maybe not taking too much time, Rook F6. But in this position, he had Rook C5. And White, both players thought Queen B3 worked because Rook C1, as I spoke about, there's this checkmating idea, but because Black just lost the full rook, you can play Knight G1. And for example, Knight G1 here, well, White just has checkmate on F8 or E8. But instead, the point is, Black just plays Knight F2, King G2, and Queen G5. The king can't go to H3, can't go to H1, has to take the knight, and runs into a checkmate. So Fabiano missed a clean pawn, but the difference between that is a win or a loss. Instead, after Rook F6, Queen B5, what White is trying to do is get access to that D7 square, penetrate the light squares. That knight on H3, if it gets kicked off, a lot of these tactics don't work for Black. After Queen B5, Fabiano, under pressure, played Rook C6. This just gives up an exchange in a worse version than I showed earlier. You're not even winning the pawn. I can just take, and even play Queen B6. And there's no way to stop this pawn from queening. And there are no, as long as that rook is on B1, there are no checkmate ideas. Fabiano missing his one chance, and I think Aronian is on his way to winning this very, very sharp game. But a missed chance for Fabiano.
Thank you, Eric. That's extraordinary. I know rapid chess is much faster than classical chess. In a classical chess game, I'd expect both these excellent grandmasters to spot that tactic. But even in a rapid chess game, it's a remarkable miss by Fabi. He just doesn't seem to be in sync. That MVL game, especially earlier today, that was not good. But Levon Aronian looking like he's about to pull in a victory.
That's right, and it just shows you how streaky rapid chess is. We've got two guys who performed decently yesterday, Fressinet for his rating, and today are on 0-2. Fabi and Fressinet both going to lose 2 games in a row. It just rattles your confidence and makes it harder to play well, to lose a game. So hopefully our American star, our U.S. champion, will recover in the last 2 games of the Rapids.
Wow, Rook F1, was that absolutely necessary? Oh, in any case, I still, of course, like Levon's position very much. And we have seen knight takes E2. And how did the game go after knight takes E2, Jen?
After Rook G4, I don't know. That's what I have. Knight E2.
And I'm thinking Queen E7 has just been essayed.
Rook H4, huh?
That looks like a
very strong
an
move.
Awesome move, an awesome threat. Boy,
how do we stop it? We don't.
Exactly. You're going to have
stop
to
it by stopping the clock.
Queen F6 is basically box just to get some play, but no, Rook H4, is an awesome threat. I don't see how Fabi's going to deal with this situation.
That's not the easiest move to see for some people because it's forcing in a way. But
you mean the Queen E7 move?
Yeah, it's like target practice. It's not like a capture or a check.
Right.
But it's targeting a pawn, and just a great move to see quickly and call it a day for Fabi.
Well, I'm sure Fabi was hoping that the moment before Queen E7, he was hoping that he'd get in a shot like Knight G3 check, takes, and this discover check, and suddenly there's a mate on H2 that can be met by Rook H4. There was one game also in progress, but
I think that
was the Wesley So game, I believe.
Wesley So versus Veselin Topalov ended in a draw, but overall another bloody round with 3 vials spilled.
Yes.
Right, and that's Kramnik coming out on top. A lot of your favorites. Kramnik, Levon, and Naka. Those were 3 of the guys that you were...
No, I was going with Magnus, Naka, Vladimir.
Okay, I thought you mentioned Levon at some point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, all of these guys are just so darn good. I mean, it all depends on their form. And again, a couple of things. If Magnus hadn't forfeited on time, this tournament would be his. I mean, he'd just be claiming. And if Vladimir had won that game against NVL, he'd be up there with the leaders.
But
let's see what happened after
Rook
G4, because it seems like Fabi did find some moves.
Yeah, he found a way to keep the game playing
I
without resigning.
I didn't know how he did it.
No, he did not play your move Queen F6. Instead, after Queen E7, he played Rook C1.
Okay, let me just go back to that moment. Boy.
Rook C1 with the idea that if Rook takes C1, you have Queen takes C1 check, and Levon wanting no part of that, just playing Rook takes H4. But now, after Rook takes F1 check, King G2, you've got...
Knight H5 was at least blocking the threat, but Queen takes E5, again, very, very powerful move, and I guess it's just a spike check. After Queen C1, did he play Queen E1? Did Levon play Queen E1? Or not?
Let's see. Yeah, he did play Queen E1.
And then? Because they're still
Queen
playing.
C5. And Queen C5.
Queen C5 to protect the knight.
Yeah.
Then King G1.
And then King G1.
Okay, but
this is just over. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's not even a pawn for the exchange, and White has the initiative as well.
Yeah, Queen E4 is a threat because after G6, we're going to start invading, and you can't put your king on G8 because of Queen E8 check. So
there's still a little bit of technique required. I'm going to play maybe G6, King H6 as black.
Show us, Eric. Put it on your. Put the game on your
King
screen.
King G1 was played.
He actually started with G6.
Yeah, G6. I do like the move recommended here, A4, fixing these pawns, the queen. I think that's kind of necessary, but there's no immediate way to trade off into, let's say, a rook against knight endgame. So, you know, as the time winds down and that knight stays in the position, if that rook goes off of H4, then that knight's probably going to go to F4. So I think White's priority is to get the queens off the board, but you might want to play A4 to make sure Black doesn't easily get a passer. So still a little bit of technique required. He is winning, but right now we have Kramnik, the winner against Resonate with Maurice.
Yes, we're with Big Vladimir Kramnik, after winning a crushing game. This game, it looked like he was okay, and then all of a sudden, he wasn't.
Yes, it happens in chess quite often, yeah. But no, the thing is that, the position was very sharp and complicated, and then, of course, the price of mistake is very high. So he made one mistake. I think he missed knight h3, rook f3, and then it was basically over, I think. But okay, even if not this, I quite like my position. I mean, but it was very objectively quite unclear. I mean, but at least I was happy that I have a game with black, certain initiative, so I was quite happy with my position, and especially more time on the clock, which is also very important. But of course, yeah, I would say that if he could have played g3 instead of knight e3, the position was still very sharp and complicated.
Did you feel obligated to win this round? You had some hiccups yesterday that you certainly weren't happy about. Did you feel like you really wanted to press this game?
Well, definitely yes. I mean, I need to try to win every game. I mean, at least to try. So, but I was not thinking about it. I mean, Laurent, especially with White, is a very solid and strong player. So, okay, if I have a chance, so I played a bit more risky than, let's say, usual. So I tried to get the game a bit more complicated and sharp than usual, but not more than that. I mean, okay, fortunately I had a chance to play for a win, and I made a good use of it.
You've made the statement I just heard. You feel obligated to win every game now. Is that a sense you have going forward?
Not every game, but I mean, I have to play a bit aggressive. I mean, okay, if I want still to fight for top places, at least in this rapid tournament, I have to play. Okay, you know, to choose between one safe and aggressive continuation, probably I should choose a bit more aggressive, but it doesn't mean that I will go all in, because there is no point. I mean, there is still a blitz tournament and I'm doing not so badly here, but of course, in general, next game I play with Fabiano, and I will try something.
We expect to see more fireworks from you as the games continue.
Thank you.
Vladimir Kramnik, certainly one of the pre-tournament favorites, and certainly played like it this game.
I gotta remember to wear my stilettos if I ever interview Kramnik.
Yes, absolutely.
Otherwise
you
I'll
feel
look
like
a
you're
midget.
standing in a hole.
Yeah.
The guy is really impressive. When players are in their zone and they play their brand of chess, they just seem invincible. And when Vladimir is playing really well, as he did today, as he just did in this round, he just looks so impressive. And you can say that just across the board, you know, Veselin, Topolov, Hikaru, MVL, when they get in their zone And it strikes me that Vladimir feels very, very good in Paris, and he's playing great. I mean, he had that hiccup against MVL. You take that aside, he's really playing authoritatively, I want to say.
It'll be interesting to see who's in form in the Blitz tournament, and it is a totally different beast. By the way, it's a 5 minutes with a 3-second increment over an ultimate moves. 3 seconds.
Okay.
I thought so, yeah. But we can review the graphic at some point and make sure. But I just wanted to say, in ultimate moves, it was 5 and a 3-second delay.
It was only 3-second delay.
Exactly, just a 3-second delay.
I had it higher in my mind, but
yeah.
okay, very good. Thank you for looking that up,
almost
Jennifer.
exactly the same time control, except increment instead of delay, which I suppose adds probably, I was wrong, 5 and 2. 5 and 2-second increment, yeah.
Is what is going to be seen over the weekend.
Yes, ultimate Blitz challenge. On the other hand, maybe that was actually 5 and 2 delay. Yeah.
Well, it was definitely delay, and I must say for the
5
audience,
and 3 delay.
5 and 3
so
delay.
So it's actually very equitable in a way if you think about it. What do you think? Which one's shorter?
Well, the delay is shorter. The increment is longer. Because you're adding the time.
Right,
if
of course,
you don't take the advantage.
But it's 3 to 2. In Ultimate Moves, it was 3-second delay, and in the challenge, it's 2. So if you use the 3-second delay almost every move, then presumably it's actually longer that way.
They don't. They never do.
Okay.
They always move fast, E4, E5, instantly. But the point there is, I think for the audience, they should not use increment. Because for a lot of people who are just looking in to our show for the first time and they see the clock ticking down, and suddenly a player has an extra minute.
It's
when he was down to 5 seconds and 4 seconds and 3 seconds, and then they suddenly see 20 seconds. I think for the lay audience, that's really, really bad, the increment. I think the delay is much superior. For getting chess popular.
We saw it in action in Ultimate Blitz, and
which was great.
That was one of the best Blitz events I've ever seen. I mean, I had friends who don't play chess at all who said that they had errands they had to do. They were going to go to the gym,
and then they stopped and watched.
No, they were just there. That was my favorite event I've ever done commentary for.
It was fantastic,
and it was the first time I've seen that time control, and it ended up being very successful.
Right. I like it too.
But this one will be good too. I think 5 and 2 will be good.
Oh, we'll see.
And
Eric, take us to the position we have on our board. How's it going?
Thanks, Yasser. Well, the final game is just about to wrap up. Aronian converting against Caruana. We see this position right here. Aronian invading. Queen F7 check. Let's say King H8. And after Rook G6, the perpetual. There is no perpetual. I'm going to run my king all the way. One more check here. And now no more checks. That should be game over, a win for Aronian.
And it was indeed, just as you said.
And there we go. Another fantastic round. Today has been very good so far. Good, high quality chess.
There has been some really good games.
Lots of excitement, and I like that the tension just keeps building between these front runners, Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. And in that little video clip that we saw at the beginning of the show, Magnus...
Who were the threats?
I was joking that Magnus might say Nakamura, but he actually did say Nakamura, and it wasn't in a sarcastic way.
No.
Because, of course, he was not thinking about their personal score, but rather thinking about Nakamura's legendary blitz and rapid skills.
Precisely. Identifying him as one of the great rapid and blitz players in the world, he said, yeah, he's a threat.
Nakamura, yes. And, Nakamura joked in his interview that we're playing 5,000 blitz games. In fact, it's only 18 blitz games.
Right.
But if anybody's ready to play 5,000 blitz games, it's probably Nakamura.
Exactly.
Because he is known to, even after a big event, play hundreds of games on chess.com. Of course, hundreds of games being 1 minute.
1 minute games.
Yeah, it's got to be 1 minute.
He binges at a time.
Is that binge? I feel like a binge is only if it's like something that's really terrible. Like cookies or other substances. Like if it's 1 minute chess, it feels like,
Well, no, you go on a TV binge too, right? You're watching a series and suddenly you just zone in and it's the whole day. It's like awful.
I like marathon because I feel like that has like a more positive connotation, not like a very ugly night of Ben and Jerry's.
Pain and
Netflix.
Gain, yeah? Well, again, a very, very impressive round, and the players are really bringing it. I'm sure the audience in Paris must just really be enjoying what's going on over there because the players are really playing. This is great. I wasn't sure how the Rapid would compare with the Classical, but I must say I feel like the players are giving us so much to talk about each and every game, and well, it's been a wonderful event so far.
For sure, Rapid's a lot of fun. It's just great to be able to see the players be more human. I mean, the classical chess, this level, so few mistakes. Here, we see even a player as brilliant in tactics as Fabiano Caruana making some howlers. And that's humanizing, and it's instructive. Because sometimes it's even strategic mistakes that with a little bit more time they wouldn't make, and we wouldn't necessarily have that content. And we've got Eric Hansen to recap this thrilling round here at the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, we finally have, Nakamura and Carlsen tied. MVL dropping off a little bit. Wesley So still in contention. He drew against Topalov, although that was a game he probably wanted to win to keep up with the leaders, as Topalov is a target in this field so far. We saw a really nice game by Kramnik. I would say personally that Kramnik's been playing fantastic chess. Just a couple, messing up a couple positions yesterday has really cost him. But keep an eye out. He is making a push. Giri so far, a couple of good games in a row. So we see a bit of a shift. Caruana still not finding his form after having a very good first round yesterday. He has been lackluster. We're getting the results up right now for round 7.
Right, we've got the standings after 7 games. Carlsen and Nakamura both with 10 points. Remember, there are 2 points for each victory and 1 point for each draw. That's because Rapid is double weighted over Blitz. And Maxime, Wesley, and Vladimir just behind with 8 points. Not as big of a differential as it might seem, since there are 2 points at stake in each game. And I really like the way that Vlad said he's not going to go all in, but he is going to be a bit more aggressive than usual because he wants the bragging rights to be the Rapid champ. Absolutely. And we are going to be back in just a few. And the penultimate round of the Grand Chess Tour Rapids, but we have for you a puzzle to solve if you haven't had enough chess and you really need just a little bit more on your break. Do this puzzle, play some 1-minute games, and we will be back. Hello and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour and our coverage of Paris. We've got Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura leading at the moment. This is very exciting because it's the first rapid event on the tour ever. But another thing which we mentioned earlier in the schedule is the Sinquefield Cup coming up in August, and our wildcard for that being Ding Liren. Always a great event. This year, Levon Aronian won it. And let's take a look at the standings before we go on to that point. I mentioned Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura are leading the event with 10 points. That's 2 points for every win, 1 point for every draw. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, and Vladimir Kramnik all in striking distance. But with Naka and Carlsen playing the way they are, I think it's going to be one of them who take the rapid down.
Yes, Vladimir Kramnik has also been playing very authoritatively. Just keep an eye out for him as well.
Yes, indeed. I know Kramnik's your favorite.
One of them. One of three.
Speaking of favorites, one of our favorite guests in studio, we've got the founder and president, and he's going to be sharing with us some insights in the games and also maybe a little bit of French. Parlez-vous, Rex Sinquefield. He's with Grandmaster Eric Hansen.
Thanks, Jen. Hi, Rex. Pleasure to have you here again.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So the Grand Chess Tour keeps expanding. We know you have very serious ambitions for chess.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel like things are going for the 2016 tour?
Well, I think they're amazing. These games here are just amazing. I love this kind of event. I have a bias in favor of rapid games. I like classical games a lot too. But for the typical viewer who's not a 2,400 player, it's more like a 1,400, 1,500 player, the rapid is, with the commentaries, enough time for them to follow the game well. So they're long enough to follow them, but they're short enough where we can have lots of games in the same day. And I don't know, it's pretty hard to beat that event.
I agree. It's around my 4th time here, and every time there's something new in production or a new format, the club seems to keep growing. Do you envision maybe a new city, a new format for the 2017 Grand Chess Tour?
There are some cities we're looking at, but it would be too early to, it would be pure speculation on my part. Because obviously, you know, as I say, it takes two to tangle. The cities have to come forward. But we were so happy this time when Norway left that Paris and Brussels moved in so quickly. I mean, it was almost like on the same day. So I hope there's a line forming. People want to get into the Grand Chess Tour, and I think there is.
Yeah, I think it's really nice. I mean, we're having tournaments in big cities like in Paris. I mean, that hasn't happened for a long time.
Right.
One of my personal favorite events is in the fall. The St. Louis Chess Club always hosts a sort of exhibition match. Last year it was Fabiano against Hikaru and Negi against Ho Yifan.
Right.
Can you let us know any details, maybe anything we can expect this year?
I would be happy to let you know the details as soon as I find them out. I want you to know that I'm at the bottom of the food chain on these things. But we are definitely working on something comparable. I would say we are halfway there. I must confess that I sort of get homesick as soon as a great match is over, or a great event is over. I miss all the players being in St. Louis. There's just something electric and exciting in the air, and I notice it's true for everyone. The whole place just comes alive and stays that way. And I notice the next game is Hikaru against Aronian. And I'll tell you, Levon has become a real favorite here in St. Louis, just through strength of and the wondrous personality he has. He's created a lot of fans in St. Louis. So there should be some kind of a merger between Armenia and St. Louis.
So we might see Levon this fall. This past U.S. Championships had record-breaking audience numbers, and in total even over 1 billion impressions throughout the event. Are you personally seeing the impact the club has been having on the American scene and even worldwide?
Well, I'm going from the observations of others, and the impact is really great, and of course we're gratified by that. And I think it's appropriate that I'm here in St. Louis when I say on the record, and I'm sure I will get in trouble for saying this, but I'll say it. We generated a bigger audience in the Sinquefield Cup last year than did the St. Louis Cardinals. Now I know I'm in trouble.
And lastly, we have 3 Americans in the Grand Chess Tour, which is amazing. 3 in the top 10. Are you personally rooting for anyone? Any thoughts in particular? Right now, Hikaru is doing very well.
He's playing marvelously. He's playing like the Hikaru we know, and Fabiano, needs to come up a bit. Wesley's not bad, but I'm definitely rooting for an American. So,
Thanks again
Thank
for your
you very
time,
much.
Rex, and
Thank
all the
you.
support you do for chess worldwide.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Rex. Play is just about to get started. I know the players are on the stage, and these are the Grand Chess Tour stops.
That's right. So we've got Rapid and Blitz coming up in just a few days. After they cool off from Paris, they're headed to Belgium to do the same thing all over again. Rapid and Blitz. And then, of course, we have the Sinkfield Cup just a month and a half later. Here in St. Louis, you know, if you haven't made plans yet to come out to the event itself, I highly encourage you to do so. There's live commentary teams. You can also listen to our commentary outside on the street. It'll probably be beautiful weather, great restaurants here in the Central West End. And of course, visiting London, you've got plenty of time to make plans for that. I was there last year, and it's in a great part of town. And Malcolm Payne, the organizer there, does a great job of having lots of auxiliary events.
Yes.
So you can play some
opens, the
Blitz or some
and
Open and
the
Simul if you don't want to only watch the chess.
And what are our pairings for this next round?
Yeah, let's take a look. Well, Kramnik is playing against Caruana, one of your favorite players, against one of a lot of our U.S. fans' favorite players. And we've got Nakamura versus Ronyan. Huge game. Can Nakamura take it down and be the front runner in this competition? Meanwhile, Carlsen playing a friend and somebody who he shares a lot of knowledge with. Lauren Fressinet, but Fressinet is down right now, and Carlsen kind of needs to win to potentially keep up with Nakamura. So no friends in this game.
Exactly. You're referring to the fact that Lauren has been working with Magnus, helping him in his World Championship match campaigns.
And they're clearly buds. You know, you saw when Lauren scored that upset victory the other day, Magnus was waiting there to, like, you know, give him a high five or a fist pump or whatever they do.
Right. And games are underway.
And here we go. Play is underway in the penultimate round of the Rapids. Let's start with Nakamura. Oh, you want to start with Fressinet? Fair enough.
Just the world champion playing, as you mentioned, against his friend, knight d4, knight f6, knight f3, just getting started.
I predict something not very theoretical. I think that that's going to behoove both of them.
Yeah, okay.
Especially Carlsen.
Where could he take it where it's non-theoretical? Some move like b7, b5 here? Move 2, the Polish defense?
Yeah, Magnus often finds good ways to leave the theory, as Anish mentioned in his post-game interview.
Yeah.
And kind of like give people a false sense of security.
Exactly. And let's just turn to Hikaru's game. Just a second.
Right, so
I'm trying to bring it up. Hikaru Nakamura white against Levon Aronian. Levon, classical defense when he's playing black, it's e4, e5, a classical king pawn defense, and when he's black, it's usually a classical queen pawn defense. And we have a queen's gambit declined. C takes d5. C takes d5. I'm assuming e takes d5, the normal recapture, as the players are just getting started in this round 8.
Yes, and some other players who are within striking distance, as you pointed out, Vladimir Kramnik, and in excellent form.
Yes.
And he's playing against our Caruana, who's desperately trying to get back on the scoreboard today because he started 0-2 today.
Did he really? Oh my goodness.
Yes, so same as Fressinet. Both of them are goose-egging this morning, but, you know, 2 rounds to come back.
All right. Wow. I know that I knew that Fabi was misfiring a bit in day 1. I didn't realize he was having such a debacle thus far in day 2. And let's just see what he has done. Vladimir, when he's playing with white, has been playing e2, e3 on move 2. A number of times he really has been slow playing it. Today he just goes, or rather for this game, he goes for the standard treatment. I seem to recall there was a game that Fabi actually won as black against Vladimir in this very opening, and e7, e6.
opening?
I missed
Closed
it.
opening.
Very, very closed opening. E7, E6. Well, that was a move that I wouldn't have guessed. We've been seeing a lot of games where the bishop comes to F5 and parks itself on the E4 square, as does the knight. But E7, E6 was the choice, Fabiana. I'm going to have to. I'll refer to Eric on that one, because E7, E6, that looks a little bit off to me. And finally, let's just take a look at the last game here. Just, boy, okay. Delay on my screen.
We've got a kind of anti-Sicilian here.
Yeah, the MVL.
Playing the most sharp line against this bishop b5 check, a move that Garry Kasparov has derided in the past as being not ambitious enough, bishop b5 check. And,
exactly.
Speaking of ambition, knight d7 is the most ambitious reply to it, eschewing trades.
Yes, and of course, Vessel himself, he loves to play the Najdorf as black, and he wasn't interested in testing MVL and the sharp theoretical lines. And with this maneuver, bishop back to d3 to c2, White's spending a lot of time, but basically, essentially, what White wants to do is play d2, d4, and establish his central pawn duo, the classical pawn duo in the center with d4.
That's what you see
d4.
in a lot of anti-Sicilians, really. Even the very traditional c3 Sicilian.
On move 2.
But even in ones that don't start with c3, you often see that, because, hey, if you're not going to play d4, you better, if you're not going to play d4 straight away, you better play like c3 or c4, something to take a big stake in the center and challenge black supremacy.
For supremacy, absolutely. And I'll turn it over to Eric to ask him what he's paying attention to. Eric.
Thanks, Yasser. I am paying attention to the game between Anish Giri and Wesley So. It looks like it's things are liquidating. In this position, things could have gotten interesting, but only in favor of Anish. In this position, Wesley found the very accurate c5, the very natural rook e8 runs into queenside castle, and those two bishops, plus that discovered attack on the queen on d8, makes his position very, very attractive for White. But Wesley playing like very accurately c5 here, and the point is after bishop c5, you can no longer queenside castle as White. So now rook e8, if rook d1, you can move the queen away, double attacking the bishop and still attacking the pawn. So Anish castled here, and now Wesley playing b6, again another in-between move. And now after bishop d4, knight e3, bishop e3, rook e3, we have this position coming on. So 3 pieces traded off in this game. We do want to remind, the blitz and the rapid is combined, so it's not like Wesley, he's in, let's say, 4th place. He's not going to take massive risks to try to catch up, because at the end they pull all the points up. So a draw with black, he's very close to equal right now. Pretty good defense so far by Wesley.
And I'm seeing this this line with c5, very reminiscent of how he played with Hikaru Nakamura, playing b5. Very important move. Wesley showing his great willingness to sacrifice a pawn for the initiative. And to my eyes, Anish has not gained an edge with White in this game. Let me go back to the world champion for a moment. I'll bring up Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that game
system takes
was
us a
starting
second or
pretty
two.
slow, so
I was just curious, because you were saying that it was going to be
non-theoretical, just because these guys have
non-theoretical.
spent so much time studying theory together.
E3,
and
D5.
indeed, the kind of unambitious E3.
And A3, so a willingness, black is showing the willingness to play Queen's Gambit accepted, wanting to capture this pawn on c4, followed by the tempo.
B5 and C5.
B5
right.
and C5, and B2, B3, to take away that opportunity from black. C5, takes, bishop E2, knight C6. And you're right, it's just a game. It's not the sharpest theoretical position whatsoever, but I think both players will be pleased with the outcome. I have a slight preference for White in these Queen's Gambit declined or accepted type of positions. Essentially, this bishop is coming to b2. Black still has to solve what he wants to do with the bishop on c8.
Although part of me feels like from Laurent's point of view, he should have gone for like the sharpest, most theoretical line he could possibly think of. Though of course you don't know how Magnus is going to reply.
Right.
But like that might have been more beneficial for him because Magnus obviously enjoys positions which are kind of like non-theoretical.
Oh, definitely. He's made a career out of just playing soft theory and simply outplaying his opponents. It's just, he has an extraordinary gift of getting the type of position he wants. I don't know how he does it. Anish gave a small explanation, but boy, still, it's a mystery how well Magnus, not only he plays the positions, but gets the positions. And again, I'll turn back to Eric. You see things happening here early in this round?
Well, the game between Magnus, I think that's pretty solid so far, and it's going to be hard to see Magnus generate, we'll try to fight for an advantage. They're playing pretty symmetrical structure. In this game, Nakamura, Aronian, I know they've played the this Queen's Gambit decline line before. White here with maybe a small plus. There is an isolated pawn. That knight will go to d4, park itself there, but black is looking to play knight c4. So I think I prefer white in this position. I think this is a key game to watch because Hikaru with white has a chance to take the clear lead right now while Magnus is playing black against Fresnay. But so far, a pretty no-risk position for white and some decent chances.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, the isolated queen-pawn positions. This knight on b6. Yeah, well, if you jump to c4, yeah, you got to jump. You really, if you wait too long, there might be a moment where white will just play b3, park his knight on d4, and the knight on b6 won't play a role in the game. So, knight c4 right here, right now, seems to me like Levon's best chance of, and he has played it, to disturb white. White would not be interested in necessarily capturing because that would allow black the opportunity of getting rid of the isolated queen pawn and no problems in case of a trade. Probably more aggressive, and I would say typical of Hikaru, would be a move like queen b4, putting the rook on c5 into a pin.
Right, but we have to watch out here because your queen is loose, so we can maybe try something like knight e3 and then rook c1 check.
Oh, I saw knight a3 check.
Yeah, and then just queen a3, right?
You're right. Very good point. Knight takes e3, and there is this check, but I do have...
You have a tricky?
I do. I got a queen f4 check myself, and...
Party's over.
Yeah.
Hikaru did take the knight on c4.
And knight d2, of course, also queen takes d2, yeah.
He did. Well, okay, that I think is a bit of a relief for Levon. If he recaptures with the d-pawn, structurally he's fine.
And where do you like that white knight then? The d4 or c3?
d4.
Knight d4 is an excellent move, of course.
Well, the position is a little bit different.
I like having it on c3 too because then it stops black from ever playing c3.
The position,
yeah.
But you don't think it's needed?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Bishop.
Notice that after knight d4, a cool thing when we play queen b4, we're actually threatening knight c6, which is just like a funny tactic.
Exactly. The reason why I maybe wouldn't like the move knight c3 is black might be able to play bishop f5 check and fasten his bishop to the d3 square, and then I would prefer black in that case.
Does seem appealing, unless we could play e4 with the idea that, well, yeah, we just bishop takes e4 check, and then you can move away. Yeah.
Exactly.
But also, so I like your knight d4, and
then I'm not sure.
As black, I would really love to play for c3 somehow, but
you mean just right away, like just go for it?
Well, I would look at it, but if it does seem like you can just capture, but then after rook c8. Do we have any comp here?
Yeah, you have some
I wish
comp
I could.
because you could even go, rook a5. I was just thinking a moment ago, well, I can take on e6. No, you have to prepare c3.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You have to prepare c3.
Maybe with rook c8 to start.
Yeah, exactly. With rook c8 to start, then rook c1, and we'll see how things go. I'm just thinking that in this position, if you recapture, and has that been played, by the way? Did Levon recapture with the pawn?
Well, There's an updated position there.
Sure. Let me update the position,
Yeah.
Eric. You just have to. Well, my system. Oh,
there's a
it was
couple-
it was like it was frozen there for a second. It's still frozen. There we go. Okay, he has recaptured with the pawn. So, bishop takes c4, d takes c4.
And now queen c3 to kind of
And
stop
queen
all of those
c3.
ideas. And bishop d7, this move f5 now,
Mhm.
so preventing e4.
Mm-hmm.
And what else do you think is behind this move?
Well, he just basically wants to keep this pawn on e3, so he's got this clear goal in mind of playing rook e5 and putting pressure on this pawn. I think Levon has done excellently. Hikaru will not be pleased with the outcome of this opening. I think it's too easy for black.
Now, what if black ever plays b5 and b4? Do you think that's too risky or something that they might consider in the right circumstances?
Right, leave it for down the road.
Yes.
That is definitely
Too risky right now.
right. Right.
Your
But-
king's there too.
Yeah, exactly.
If
But it's
only our
something
king
to
was
keep
on
in mind.
h8.
Yes.
And we've got some thoughts from Maurice and Alejandro on this penultimate round.
Well, it's a critical moment, of course, in the tournament. It's round 8. We always know that the second to last round, the penultimate round, is a critical one. You might think that it's not a good time for Nakamura, especially since he is chasing Magnus Carlsen. Magnus playing against the lower rated player in the competition, the lowest rated player in the competition, Fressinet. And the last game we saw Fressinet get in trouble when he put his knight on a3 and then put it on c4. But in this position, it was demanded of him to play that way. That was exactly the way he should have played. Instead, he played this move e4, and the engines went nuts. Alejandro, he missed this move, knight to f4, and it doesn't take much for the world champion to find the best move in the position.
I gotta say, knight f4 is such a counterintuitive move, and as a grandmaster, I can see how easy it is to move. To miss this move, because look at it. It looks like you're giving up a free piece. On top of that, the rook is now open to attack the queen, but upon deeper inspection, you notice that if queen takes f4 happens, then comes down queen takes d1. You might start with bishop takes b2. They lead to a very similar result. Queen takes d1, bishop takes d1, bishop takes b2. And even though right now black is down a massive amount of material, you notice that actually white cannot save the rook on a1. And once this happens, black will have 2 rooks against white's 1 queen. That's more material for black in a position where there's just a little bit of compensation, but definitely not enough.
Well, 2 bishops as well. The dark squares will be weak forever. Certainly, once these pieces coordinate, it's going to be a challenge for black. So knight f4, a move he missed, a huge move. Of course, Magnus is not going to miss moves like that. I think this is the kind of position you think is the start of a downhill spiral for White's position.
And he didn't miss it. He just played knight f4.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
he's never
it's the
gonna
kind of
miss that
idea that Magnus just simply not going to miss. And that move e4, you know, super aggressive, but weakening the square f4. We talk about that again. You make a move that weakens something, that will lead to danger, and right away it happens. So Magnus looks like he's in the driver's seat in that game. We would start predicting an advantage and maybe a win, I would say about 75% of the time for Magnus?
Not yet.
Not yet?
I would say that Fressinet is now in an uncomfortable position. I think psychologically that's difficult. From an objective point of view, knight f4 is the best move.
Yeah, but you're being
And
objective. You're talking objectivity. I'm talking about betting, dude. It's not totally objective.
I'm still gonna give Fressinet the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say that he still can bring himself back to defending position where structurally he's very solid and just recover from this blow. And if he's able to do that, he'll salvage half a point.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all. It's Magnus, and Fressinet is doing terribly, so I think he's out of here. I'm predicting a win for Magnus.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. I think knight f4 was totally missed by Laurent.
Oh, yeah.
And
gorgeous.
I would give that more than 70%. I think that after knight f4, black has seized the initiative, and white's in real trouble in that game.
That's a cool move.
That was a beautiful.
The only problem is it's not totally winning, but like it's a fun one to show students because of the number of tactical nuances in it. So we just saw a wide shot of the gorgeous playing hall in Paris.
It's so attractive. It really is.
And where do you want to take us now? This Giri So game, or we have an update actually from Eric on Topalov Maxi Vachier-Lagrave. Is that blowing up?
I think it's going to, and I think it's a position, once again, Topalov would prefer to be black. Maxime, very, very good at complications. After knight c5, the position is going to be sharp almost no matter what. Black has g5 in reserve and knight h5 at a certain point to win the dark squares. But a typical line here is, okay, black has been leaving the pawn en prise. After rook d6, just an example, g5, bishop g3, you can take the pawn. You can even do a bit of a positional sacrifice, knight h5, opening the lines, winning that dark squared bishop. But the position is going to heat up for sure because Topalov almost forced to take this pawn. If not, that rook is going to be in the line of fire for this bishop on g7. Another example, knight e4, and the bishops really start taking over the position. MVL does very well in, well, he's one of the premier Sicilian players in the world, and once the tactics start flowing, he's very comfortable. So after knight c5, I do expect fireworks. There's, with that rook on d4, with pawns hanging, something's about to happen in that game. So keep an eye out there.
Absolutely, Eric. Thank you very much for that. Boy, MVL coming right out of the opening with an initiative. We've seen 2 games already where black has seized an initiative early and doing very well.
Now, there's been a little bit of a change in structure in Nakamura, Levon, Aronian, which might be a boon for White's position a little. I think you would preferred black or white in that game. Last time we looked at it, the
definitely black.
The Aronian Nakamura game.
Yeah, definitely black. I thought that Levon had essentially more than equalized.
Right.
Yeah, like he just went from, but.
At first glance, it looked aesthetic for White, but we couldn't find ways to utilize that. So let's move over to that game since it's so crucial to our standings.
Yeah, for sure. But just checking out Magnus for a second, because that move knight f4 really shook Laurent. And after knight f4, he decided not to capture the knight, but traded queens. It was a trade of rooks. Bishop takes. The bishop dropped back. And now this pawn on e4 can just be grabbed by the world champion. And again, very, very easy. It looks more than 70% to my eyes. Magnus Carlsen definitely showing who's boss here in Paris. I'll bring up the game of Hikaru for a moment.
I guess quite technically in the case of an employee, right?
Hikaru's game is heading into an endgame.
We left it just after that move f3, and we saw this move f7, f5, and rook came over. I thought that Levon was going to play this rook to e5, as I mentioned, just keeping this pawn on e3, but he played rook d5, now e4, takes, rook e5, knight f5. Has he given Hikaru a chance to equalize with this knight f5? It seems so.
Basically forcing some trades because you can't allow rook takes d7 and queen e5, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that's equal, Yasser.
You like white?
Eric, tell us what you think.
Yeah, after knight f5, we're going into this this endgame here. I believe after rook e1 and g4. White has an extra passer on the king side. The c4 pawn, the queen on c3 is very well placed to put pressure on g7, put pressure on c4. So just an example, queen d7, g4, and well, I think black has a bit more of a loose position, and White has the potential to make that extra pawn on the king side. I think White is the only one better here. I really don't like, I mean, you can't really play moves like queen d3. You have to always deal with the c4 pawn. b5 would just weaken the king. As long as the queens are on the board, that should favor White. I think this is just a better endgame for White. If I'm going to make improving moves, maybe a3, maybe king a2, bring my rook to maybe e4 or to e5. But the c4 pawn is, to me, the weakest pawn on the game, whereas White has a very nice structure, h3, g4, f5, which, if the g7 pawn ever falls, then that's just a winning endgame for White.
Wow, okay, that's an interesting perspective. You have, the players have followed your analysis, Eric, and we do see this move rook e1. I just wanted to say that I guess I'm thrown off by this move rook d5. I was really expecting rook e5 and maybe after this move, knight f5, Eric is just simply right that white, it is white who seized the edge, and that happened so quickly. I wasn't attuned to the sudden change.
Well, c4 pawn turning out to be a weakness potentially. Give your own opinions and ask your questions. Call in to our number 314-361-5465. That's also on the screen. And it's always great to hear from you guys. It's going to be a little harder when we have blitz games, so today is the day.
Yeah, well, that blitz, there'll be 5 games going on simultaneously. We'll have a hard time sharing all the action, but
Although
I'm
there will be
looking
breaks
forward
in
to-
between the games, actually, so
Oh,
we
good.
might actually have time to take calls after all.
And we
But-
did see this move, bishop takes e4, by the way,
Well,
by...
what kind of world champion wouldn't munch on that pawn?
Exactly. And after g3, ooh, very nice move. Look at this. This is a very nice move.
Oh, I love it. You got to
do-
show this for the fans back home.
Exactly. So bishop takes g7 immediately just walks into rook g8, and that's all she wrote, because there will be a
Hey, we can't
problem
get
handy.
checkmated when there's no queens left on the board.
Yes, you can. There's a big problem on g2. So g3 looks like a fine move. You're ready now to snap on g7 without worrying about your g2 pawn. But look at this fine move by world champion Magnus Carlsen. Bishop f6, and after trade,
Free
the
knight.
the knight is untouchable. Takes that knight, you just walk into rook g8 check. You can't move your king into the corner because this bishop on c8 controls the light squares. You'll have to give the bishop
C6,
back
yeah.
under worst circumstance. So
That's right, because then we can, we can take
Rook
with the
takes-
rook. We can play rook takes g2 and
win a second pawn.
Exactly, we're going to win h2 or f2.
So-
Now that proves my point. You shouldn't castle. I mean, if Magnus were castled here, you would not have rook g8
And he
check.
could take the knight. Yeah, that's a thought. But okay, Magnus, pawn to the good, rook c1 was played, and
And the tactics keep flying in positions where you don't really expect there to be that many tactics, and that's
that
what
was
you
a
got to
cute
respect
one.
about Magnus.
Yeah, that was a cute one. His ability to combine this tactical awareness with his strategical gifts is why he's such a formidable player, and that was a really nice one, giving him an extra pawn. Eric, how's it going in MVL?
Well, kind of as expected. I said Topalov would be better on the black side. Just like his game against Magnus in the Singfeld Cup, he won on the black side of Sicily. He's on the white side here, and his pieces are, discoordinated completely. Knight d2 was just played. Not a very Topalov-like move. And MVL is just having the initiative for free, and I do not know what white is planning to do with that rook on d4. Black is preparing moves like g5, d5, e4 pawn's in, but you need to do something about that rook on d4. It's completely misplaced if you're not going to win that pawn on d6. A sample variation here. Let's say knight d5, bishop d5, e d5. I'm going to play g5. I don't mind making that weakness, getting the queens off and preparing to play knight h5, open this bishop up. The knight on c5, very well placed. Black is just getting a real initiative for free here, and Topalov is playing very passively. I expect things are going to continue to go downhill as there's no real way to trade off or relieve this this pressure from Maxime. So yeah, things are going downhill quite quickly for Veselin.
Thank you, Eric. Just noticing in the game of Wesley So, it seems that the game between Wesley So and Anish is really heading towards an equal position. I like the position of Vladimir Kramnik. Oftentimes in these positions, it's all about this bishop on b7 versus the bishop on g2. If Black is unable to get in that freeing break c6, c5, he oftentimes suffers a great deal. And Fabi, not in the best of form in this tournament so far, seems to be in trouble in this game at this moment.
That's right, positional trouble.
Yeah, I like the space edge for white that Vladimir has. And finally, we have one last game. I haven't paid too much attention to it. Let me bring it up on our screen.
But Eric
Oh,
has.
this is Eric has.
Which game?
Okay, no, you've been in the Veselin Topalov MVL.
Yeah, it's happening very, very quickly. As we can see, d5 was played, g5 and d5, and computers give a massive advantage for black, and it's also just much easier to play for black. So, I mean, the top suggestion, e5, knight h5, suggests that white should just give up a pawn. You know, knight g3, bishop e5, a possible move here. Even a move like h5 to play g4 and just win that e5 pawn cleanly. But Topalov in big trouble. MVL is playing all the top moves recommended here. So I think he's in, what place is he in? He lost last round, so he's tied for third with Wesley, or fourth. I think he will be moving up pretty quickly and have white in the final round of the Rapid today. But yeah, this game, definitely watch it if you want to see tempo chess, initiative, MVL putting on all the pressure on Topalov. And Topalov, I've found, he's been getting into positions that don't necessarily suit him. That his loss against Magnus was a pretty slow position. I mean, he ended up being on the defensive side. Like, he's not necessarily a really good defender. He's great with the initiative, but he's finding himself in some positions, except for that one game against Anish Giri, where we got to see vintage Topalov. He's been in positions that we know he's not happy, and he's not so comfortable in getting attacked. He's not getting that free attacking opportunity. He's on the defending side, and that just doesn't suit him.
So you don't like bishop b5 check from Veselin? Something more aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, he won as black against bishop b5 check. A very nice game against Magnus. That was the Singfeld Cup. On the white side of that, yeah, we're used to seeing Topalov play open positions, direct, concrete stuff. But here he's been playing d3 Spanish. He does fine in classical chess, but in this rapid chess, he's not. He's when he goes down very quickly in these tough positions. The resistance isn't quite high.
It's very strange to say it, but I find Veselin AWOL. It's not the Veselin Topalov we've come to appreciate when he's playing classical. His play with rapid has just been very subpar for him, and the fact that he often seems to be playing passively, both with white and black, that not only does it not suit him, but he's actually been playing very unsuccessful with this style of being careful. It just it's a misfit, and well, he's suffering. Going to the game of Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian for a moment. I've now completely changed my opinion that and agreed with Eric that if anybody's better, it's still a major piece ending with balanced material.
I mean, the problem is you can't
white.
get too frisky, because sometimes there's going to be, well, you can, but you got to carefully calculate it, because if you try to do too much as white, c3 could come into the position.
Yeah, you just
so that's
well,
a
as
problem.
long as the queen is remains on c3, there's no c4, c3 break. But this rook on e6 is posting up so very nicely. It's not a nice position for black to just, play. You've always got to be careful about a rook g6, and then you get somehow awkwardly placed with your rook.
When you rook c7, we'd have to do.
Yeah, and then again, as Eric was mentioning, it's actually this passed pawn. The ability of white to be able to create a passed pawn on the king side is giving him a nice plus. Eric, what else do you have for us?
Magnus Carlsen in a better endgame. Sound familiar? It sure is. And here, once again, against Fresnay, he's got the rook against two pieces, but this is an extremely good version for black. Not only the rook has open lines, but black's king is much better than white's king. And we can see here, a3 was played because, the king is just going to walk all the way down b4, a3, and pick off those pawns. But after a move like a3, Magnus, I think he'll spot this very easily. He's going to continue walking down the dark squares. I mean, I don't think any of us would play knight b1. Sure, the bishop and the knight cover that, but I could just play maybe rook g8 check, put my rook to g4, pick off all those pawns. That knight is completely outclassed by the king there. So king d4, Magnus has a massive advantage in the endgame. He's got a pawn and a better pawn structure with that rook against two pieces, and that king is going to dictate that game. So I think this endgame, very, very low chances for Fresnay to hold, because you cannot stop the king from getting to c3. If black can create any passed pawn on the queen side, the white pieces are not placed in the optimal position to stop that. So I expect this to be a very smooth win for Carlsen, as he has essentially no risk in this position with that active king.
The king is a powerful piece, and aren't we seeing it here? It's funny, the rook on h8, Magnus's rook on h8 has never moved, and yet it's the king leading the army, and I completely agree with Eric's view there that after the move king d4, active king, it's boss, it's coming to c3 and b2 and wiping out white's queenside. That was why Laurent has just played this move b4 in anticipation that if the king does come in, he at least wants to go knight check and potentially either play knight takes f6 or knight c5. But just looking at this is a kind of a funny thing. It's like a runaway king, right? You're getting your king over here to b2. If you don't like giving white any activity with this knight coming to c5, also bringing the rook into play with rook c8 also is very attractive as well. Eric just mentioned there's also this rook g8, rook g4 idea, just trying to pick off this pawn on f4. All the pluses on Magnus's side of the table here.
Yeah, we've seen several of these positions in this tournament where the two pieces are no match for the rook.
Isn't that strange? I've always liked the two pieces, but the positions that the players have been getting have been really lopsided in favor of the rook.
Like the Nakamura one where we thought that he could keep pressing with the rook. Yeah, it is strange. Well, it's because they're endgames, and in endgames it is more likely that the rook will come to the fore.
Especially in the open, where there's lots of open files. And let me just go to that game of Wesley. So I thought it was heading towards an equal ending as well. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so there was just a queen swap, and bishop came to f5. That was funny. I thought bishop e6, and I guess Anish is trying to do something, but this looks very even to my eyes. I see big chances of a draw going on in this game of Anish and Wesley.
Meanwhile, Nakamura and Aronian has just offered Nakamura a pawn, but it'll actually end up being a trade, so we can just take a look at that.
Okay, I'll bring
see
that
what
game up
Nakamura
on my
will do
screen.
instead. So now if you play rook takes c4, because of the king placement on a2, we could play queen to d5, pinning the rook, and now you're basically forced to play b3, because if you play, well, I guess you could play king b3 as well, but then you have b5, so
exactly.
That's the only real move, is to play b3. And now we have queen, we can take on c4 and play queen g2 check, and we're winning a pawn back.
Yeah, or
queen d2. Either, like if you play rook takes c4, I think we start with rook c4.
And I have
so
to
that
take
if you take with the queen, we play queen d2 now. I think.
Queen d2 check, and then.
And you can never block with the. Maybe I did this wrong, because now you have queen c2
No, I
at the
think
end.
you're
Right? Oh no,
right.
you still have queen d4. No matter what the geometry is, we always end up getting g4
Exactly.
if you try to escape with the check.
Exactly.
And if you take with the pawn, we can just take the pawn straight away
with queen g2. Precisely.
So Nakamura is not going to snack on that pawn, I don't think, because then he has no chances for winning. And
exactly.
And in fact, it looks like he did not, and instead played
Queen
rook e6.
Rook
Wait,
e6.
is that right?
No, queen d4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, get an update on the position, I think.
Yeah, I think you just play queen d4.
Okay.
Trying to invite a rook ending, which would be superior for white. I'm sure Levon is not interested in exchanging. But you were mentioning, Jen, that there's always the c4, c3 types of breaks that you have to be very careful about.
It's hard to get too frisky because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
like to
just
be a little
looking-
bit more subtle with my threats and just playing queen f7. But
Exactly, but that c3 could be the counterplay that Levon needs to ensure a draw.
because guess what? If you move your king away from the discovered attack, c3 is still an idea.
Very
because then
strong.
Pawn takes c3, and we invade with the queen. And
Yes.
sure, you have queen b4 here, check here.
But there's going to be counterplay. I wouldn't want to go into this as white myself. Yes. But okay, that's the key source for black, for Levon, to get in that move c3 to keep the game
And in fact,
manageable.
I think Levon played a different move, Queen C7, but
Queen
also
C7.
keeping this idea of C3 alive.
Exactly.
So Queen C7 has been played, and now Queen E3, and now we have to ask ourselves what happens if C3 right away, straight away here.
Right away? Well, isn't that the rook ending that...
No, we have Queen do we have?
Sorry.
Oh, we don't have Queen F7 check because you just have Queen B3.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, this is the rook ending that...
Do we have anything
that
else?
White is hoping to get. If we can snap that pawn on G7, that's all
Yeah.
she wrote. So Queen E3 was played.
So instead of C3 right away, maybe like is there a direct threat here? Let's see.
Well,
Queen D6 was played instead, by the way. So
Queen D6 now,
Queen
right?
D6 on the board.
Right. Well, there is this issue of rook E7 to G7 to deal with, and that was why Levon did play the move Queen D6.
Because again, after rook E7 now, I feel like you're going to get like so much counterplay after C3.
Exactly. Just opening up White's king to a whole flurry of checks. Yeah, great counterplay there.
And we have some updates on what's going on in this critical round from Paris.
Well, we are starting to look at the games as they are progressing through that middle time period. Players are managing their clocks quite well. One notable exception is the game between Fressinet and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has about a 5-minute lead on the clock in this game. And the game has definitely gotten interesting. And, you know, I'm looking at this, and it looked as though it was pretty clear before that Magnus was much better. But now it's starting to turn a little bit, and Fressinet is really putting up a pretty stiff defense. He's had his knight on E4. You see the king sitting on the B2 square. He can't really go after this pawn, but the engines are starting to note that the black queenside pawns do have some trouble, and it's starting to show that it's not that obvious that black can just win pretty directly.
Yeah, absolutely. It would look at the beginning that the king is just a little bit too dominant. This king on h1, of course, playing on the side, but we can never underestimate the power of two pieces. And in this case, it seems like Fressinet has a very narrow way to keep the game alive. He needs to find it, otherwise he will just collapse and the game will be over. Magnus Carlsen would have won the game. But still, it seems like he has the possibility of counterattacking. For example, the move knight c5, pressuring the b7 pawn, pressuring the a6 pawn. If king takes a3, knight takes b7. Again, we see the power of the long range here with the bishop on f1.
And he has in fact found the move knight c5.
It's not so easy just yet. If for some reason all the pawns on the queen side get traded, then suddenly you have to ask yourself, why is the advantage of having a more active king relevant at all? He's not going to be attacking anything on this side.
Because all the pawns are going to be on one side of the board. Doesn't make it that easy. And these pieces can very easily contain a king's advance. So we just had a result come out, Geary and So drew, so that really doesn't have too much impact on the standings. But this game, will Magnus be able to win this game? Note, Nakamura's game is quite interesting. Let's take a look at that, if you don't mind pulling that game up. Nakamura, of course, tied for first right now, and he is pressing in his game as well. And we see as we bring this game up, Nakamura has to play this move. You guys were talking about it, this move, Queen E3. Definite advantage, the majority. And we should know that the times on the clock as well, very important, very close. But it's the body language. We know with Nakamura, he's famous when he's confident, when he's aggressive, he's going to come forward, he's going to be sitting. Actually, he sits back when he's feeling comfortable. Sits back, he kind of looks around. Meantime, I saw Levon, head in hands, definitely concerned about this position. Although you seem to feel like this should be more or less tenable by black.
This is an unpleasant position, and again we go back to the fact that in time trouble it's easier to attack than it is to defend. A lot of people prefer more aggressive options in rapid play and in blitz, especially in blitz, because they just feel like it's more natural for a human being to find those aggressive attacking moves than it is to find only defenses, to find positions in which you have to be uncomfortable and passive. And in this case, Aronian is worse. He might still objectively be able to save the draw, but it's just very hard to find those moves.
All right, so we will see how this game continues as the players are coming down to the end of the penultimate round here in Paris.
Thank you, guys. I think Magnus has set a really subtle trap here with his last move, rook b8. Maurice and Alejandro were explaining that, hey, look, if white could get rid of both this b7 and a6 pawn, then what is the point of having an active king on the queen side if all the pawns are missing? Now with this move, rook b8, you've just attacked the b7 pawn. What's the most natural move in the position for white? Well, the most natural move in the position is to attack the pawn again with the move bishop g2, threatening to play bishop takes b7, and then this pawn on a6 is captured as well. But check this nice little subtle idea out that the world champion, I'm sure this is what Magnus has concocted. b7, b6, well, of course you're going to play knight takes a6, attacking the rook. The rook just slides over, threatening to check on the first rank, costing white a piece. Let's just make a move for white. We'll move the bishop. And now check this out. King takes a3, and this knight on a6 is really out of the game. And it's kind of a tricky, trappy way of play. I think this is a nice idea by Magnus. But let's go to Paris for an interview.
Thanks so much. Well, we are with Anish Giri after a draw with Wesley. So just sum up your game against Wesley. It seemed like a very solid game, not much going on.
Yeah, the game became very dry very fast. I provoked the crisis very early. Before was an interesting idea that was once played in the match between Hou Yifan and Hampi Conero long ago. And there, after taking, she played Queen e7, and I had some ideas there, but Wesley proved to be well prepared with this strong move Knight g4, and then essentially game is basically gone. So I had some hopes, to be honest. Maybe I played the idea against the wrong opponent. I'm pretty sure half of the players here were not aware of this particular position.
Certainly Wesley was prepared. But guys, when we were standing here getting ready for the interview, Anish said something that was funny. He said, "Oh, this game is so exciting." Speaking about the Magnus game, clearly very intrigued by the game.
Yeah, I have very low threshold for excitement.
Yeah, I'm serious. This is like,
for me, this is crazy.
This is
this
wild,
is insane.
It's just the kind of position you want to look at. But let's bring you in as commentator. He's going to be co-commentator for a minute.
Well,
Tell us
think,
about some
all,
things you thought about this game.
I mean, I saw the position here, and it appeared to me that maybe Presenek came out well after all, because bishop a6 is a threat, gf is a threat, and I didn't see how to protect against both. But this was a very creative attempt, and here king goes to c5. I originally expected knight e4, but actually it's very clever to keep the rook on h8. I mean, I was thinking it's tempting to give a check, but actually it's good, because now the rook is passive, but it protects here, and here this stuff is going.
Some challenges.
And okay, I mean, this stuff is going, and the pawn is just going to run. And I think Fres actually played quite well. And now it's very okay. I think b5 is probably.
It was played.
Yeah, and now of course, I mean, imagine we have this, and then it's better for white.
Yes.
But of course, it's not going to happen. So he's going to try to go king b4. Yeah, and now, of course, if white manages to get rid of these pawns, then it's just a draw. But I think his pieces are quite clumsy, and it will come down to whether the knight can come back. Well, he doesn't. Yeah, knight a6 is rook b1, and bishop a6 is going to be. I mean, this configuration is not going to hold.
Seems quite clumsy.
Yeah, so I think that black is probably winning the game.
Winning even? You think this is winning position?
Well, I mean, if I keep my a pawn, I have a majority here, and I have an extra pawn here. I see the computer is optimistic. Actually, yeah, bishop a6, which I said is losing. I didn't see why, and probably this is a good move. You just have to go for rook b2, threatening rook c2. You just go for this pawn, which is also close to winning. I mean, this type of thing, because now.
So you like Magnus's chances here?
Well, for sure, I like them from the start. I was thinking that here, Fresnay is so solid. Can you go to move 13? Yeah, I thought that white is just so super solid, but I knew that there is chemistry between these two guys. Magnus is going to.
Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, once Fresnay played, he works for him, and everybody who works for Magnus worships him. So because they know how great he is, I have no idea, but these guys they see him from up close. And the game was e4. Magnus played knight f6, e5, knight g8, and this is World Blitz Championship. And after, just wasting 2 moves, he just basically told Fresnay, okay, you're so bad, I'm going to beat you anyhow. And he did this knight g8, and afterwards he destroyed him, obviously. So, I mean, it was clear to me that something will go wrong for Fres, and it was shocking how
Move knight f4 showed up on the board.
E4 is not even so bad. I mean, this is just spectacular. Yeah. I mean, here White has just a full move to do something about this rook on a1. There's just nothing he can do. So.
Absolutely. Well, since we have you here and you're so enthusiastic, let's go to this position. And a second ago it didn't look as dominant, but now it looks as though Nakamura is really pressing.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, that the c3 move, we've been talking about this move, is going to produce any real counterplay?
Yeah, but I think it's a bit late because after bc you cannot take back because of check and queen f4 check.
So let's just point out that variation because the a6 pawn is hanging right here.
Yeah, and not only that, now it's very important that you give a check. And otherwise, he just has one check, and that's the end of checks as well.
Well, let's back up because you went through that one a little too quickly for the fans. Here takes king here, queen f4 check.
Yeah,
and
rook
now
a8.
the king, importantly, the queen cannot go back because of rook a8 and you lose.
In fact, this is the best defense anyway. I think now king c8, rook a8, king d7, takes, and you have a queen endgame. And White's king is quite exposed, so it will. Queen b8, b7 wins an extra pawn.
So another pawn drops after this move. Even so, maybe some perpetual dreams.
No, the problem is that king f6 is not possible because of queen b2. Changing the queens, and otherwise. Yeah, well, this is what he probably should do, but this is bad. I have a feeling, though. I mean, the beginning of this endgame, I didn't assess it as badly. But I mean, more earlier on. I mean, when we have this position. But perhaps White always has some pressure because this is a very nice grip here.
Let me ask you, because you're really getting some nuances about this game and the other game. You're playing a rapid game. How is it that you're paying attention to Magnus and Nakamura and the other
Well,
games?
as I said, my game could have been very exciting. It could have been or just as exciting as my first game today. But sometimes, you do a little gamble. You think if the guy doesn't know it, it's great. If he knows it, it's the end of the game. And that's more or less what happened. So early on, I could have had a look at the screen.
You're busy paying attention to other games.
Yeah, and I finished quite early. And
I'm not sure that Sopiko would appreciate that you're not focused on the one board instead of the other games.
Sopiko wouldn't appreciate if I'm not focused on her. But my training team of trainers, they are definitely unhappy with me being not so focused. But as I said, I mean, quite early the game was unfortunately steering to a draw.
All right, well, thank you very much for your extended time. We don't have any pay to give you as a commentator, but we appreciate the time you spent.
Why did I do that?
We're with Adish Giri, the slightly unfocused Adish Giri at the moment. Guys, back to you.
Well, I'm sure we're getting a good karma from all the fans watching. Isn't that worth
Absolutely.
something?
Oh, that's worth a lot.
They all love you more now.
That's right. Good karma is very important. But nice little trash talking there. I like Anish's dry wit, where he's talking about everybody thinks Magnus is great who works with him, and he doesn't understand it, having never lost.
Oh, he did just say the opposite, didn't he?
No.
He said in the other interview, he said that one of the reasons he does so well against Magnus is he respects his garbage openings. Remember?
Well, if that's not a jab, I don't know what
is that
is.
like passive aggressive?
Yeah, something like that. Eric, what do we have for our
Back
audience?
again with the Topalov Grav game. I just think Topalov is drawing dead here, Yasser, after a5 creating this outside pass pawn. Black was up a pawn anyways. White has double pawns. This pin on the d file, you're pretty much forced to play knight b3. If you try to sidestep and keep the pieces on the board, I'm just not going to give you anything. I'm going to play bishop c4, and now the knight, you can't move the knight. So no real way to get out of this position, otherwise black will just continue to push the pawn. I expect knight b3, but after this endgame, should just be over with that extra pawn, outside pass pawn and better structure. So I expect that now pretty much almost for sure MVL will win this game. Really, I mean, you just see this type of position, like Topalov should be on the black side and he's just kind of volleying back at the, in the backcourt, but he's not, it's far too passive for a player of his caliber to be handling. So yeah, a pretty lopsided win for MVL, which he's been doing quite well. He's been getting some very strong wins going. It's just he needs to stabilize a little bit more to continue to stay near the top. But some very good chess from MVL there, and that's all I have for now.
Thank you very much, Eric. Wow, again, I just kind of, I'm so used to seeing Vesel and Topalov having the initiative so often, and in this event, he's defending passively. I hardly recognize him. Magnus has played into that variation that Anish was just mentioning, that in this position, let me just go back. Sorry. So King B4 was played, and we get this position. And first of all, you can't take on A6 with the knight. Knight takes A6.
It's a rook B1,
rook
right?
B1.
And now after King G2.
I just take the bishop,
Yeah.
and I'm in a winning king and pawn ending, being a pawn up. If you take with the bishop, just a second. Bishop, oops, that's not the way I wanted to do it.
He looks like he has taken with the bishop, right? I mean, I see in the camera here that he's taking with something on A6.
Yes,
bishop,
it looks like a bishop
and
takes.
It looks like rook B4 was played in response.
Oh, rook B4. Oh, okay. I had actually expected the move rook B2. I was going to go after this F2 pawn.
And meanwhile, you're threatening rook C2.
As well, to the knight on C3 anchored to the bishop on A6. I thought I was winning.
Rook B4 threatens something different though, because we can't play King B6 here because of knight D7 check, right?
Right. So, but now maybe you're threatening
King B6,
King
exactly.
B6
and
as
if
well.
we play rook B2, we wouldn't be threatening it either because of knight A4 check.
Right.
So
I was going after the F2 pawn as well as rook C2. So rook B4.
But it does turn it in King B6, and it also, rook takes on 4. So an interesting move.
And it sure looks to me like Laurent is in deep trouble. He has played the move bishop D3. Is that correct? Have I got that right?
Yeah, bishop D3.
I was just looking at the monitor.
In order to protect his bishop from attack, since we were threatening to play King B6.
Well, I'm more worried that if I allow White to simply grab this pawn on H7, that he'll have a source of counterplay thanks to this H pawn. So if I could, I'd actually like to play the move F5 and win the second pawn in a nice way. If I have the time to play that, I still think that Magnus has every chance of winning the game.
That's right. I mean, it looks like F5 is a pretty good move. And let's move over to the Topolov game. Is that wrapping up?
I think it's wrapping up. Probably the last time you'll hear me talk about it. We went into this endgame. As you see, double isolated pawns plus a very far advanced pass pawn. I expect one way for black to conclude this. Maybe just bring the knight to D4. You can also consider bringing the bishop back and to put the bishop on E6. Once you cover that A2 square, it'll be game over. But the point is there's nothing White can do in the meantime. There's no way to put any pressure on A3, so Black can take all the time in the world. Just King G7 and even marching down the center of the board works. So for example, King G1, King here, you can just continue and then playing Bishop D7, Bishop E6. But MVL in a completely winning endgame, about to finish off Topolov. I expect resignation very soon.
Now, meanwhile, in Nakamura's game, we were looking at some of those lines with C3, and I was wondering if instead Levan was going to try to find some other way to defend against the rook E7 threat, like maybe King A7 or Queen A5, protecting it against A6.
Yes.
But instead he played this move rook C8, which does allow rook takes A6 check.
Okay.
So Naka snapped the pawn.
Right.
And
maybe here,
what is the idea here?
Yeah, maybe here, this move rook D8, Levan probably underestimated the strength of Queen E4, which has, as you've been mentioning, the double threat of rook E7 as well as rook takes A6.
And we have a lot more moves. They're
Rook
blitzing
C8,
out moves. I think
rook
they've
takes
just
A6
exchanged.
king, and so there was a win of a pawn for Hikaru. What happened after rook A6?
Rook back to E6, and Levan's idea was that in this
C
position he would get some counterplay after C3, and so
Which
indeed
is
that
what he
happened.
did.
And then after takes on C3, Queen C3, I believe Naka gave a check on E5.
Okay,
and so
we're
now
getting
he's in this this pawn up endgame.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of pawn up rook and pawn endings. I'm just wondering, after rook C2 check to get the rook behind the pawn, does Levan have saving chances of saving the position?
Well, do we have time for rook G8 and F6 or something.
Yeah, I was looking at
Oh.
that, but I think it heads into.
I didn't see that. Nice little tactic. So, for example, check, rook over. Rook takes f6 with the threat of f7 winning on the spot.
Rook f4 now.
Oh, very nice move. Rook f4. Thank you, Eric.
Party
Takes,
pooper.
and then rook dead draw.
And we know this one's a dead draw.
Yeah.
The king cannot hide.
But that rook f4, that was a key move. That's a very beautiful move. I mean, it's almost like a
Very instructive for people learning the basic endgames.
Absolutely.
Because you need, in order, people wonder, well, isn't it not that difficult to understand that endgame with the king on a7 and the pawn on g7 over the board? And the answer might be yes, but you know, you have to see what comes up before it as well.
Exactly.
So it's like a building block.
That's very, very nice.
I think in that endgame,
But if we go back just to, I think this is the position on the board.
Yes.
Levon to play. And I was thinking rook check and rook back, rook over. How about rook e4 again?
Rook e4, and then put the pawn to a4 and just march the king over to the king's side.
Is it as easy as ABC? Let's see.
I think so.
Okay, rook e4. Let's start with king.
Well, you can't put the king there because of rook e7 check.
Oh, I can't.
So we have to go king c8 if
I
we're
have
going to do
to
that.
lose a tempo. I wanted to bring my king quickly to d6 square, but even that
And
doesn't
by the
work.
way, we can switch to our idea if you play king c8 of maybe playing rook e8 check and rook g8 because you no longer can hide your king on a7.
Sorry.
And
We might be able to switch our idea. Remember before we
Yeah.
were trying rook e8 check after king c8?
Yes.
We might be able to try rook e8 check again
And
because
this-
you can't play king a7 anymore.
Ah, yes.
So
I understand.
after- yeah.
As
But then
soon
we
as I
can-
commit myself
But you
to c8.
yeah. I mean, we'd still have to calculate and make sure that's that works. But
You're saying
I was
that-
thinking that here.
Rook takes g4, f6, rook over.
Or if we take on g7 here, how do you hide your king? Because now if
My king is exposed, so
yeah,
that
so
here,
rook g4, the typical skewer.
Exactly.
Again, this is the stuff that you're supposed to learn in the endgame books,
basics.
guys. And we've got the guys in Paris with some worth that says this round heats up. Will Naka and Magnus both do the job?
Well, if you look at the clocks, you will start to have a lot of confidence in them. If you look at the clocks, you'll see that Magnus is actually ahead by 6 minutes on the clock. Fresnay now down to under a minute of time on his clock. Last time I went in there to check, he had 30 seconds. That is into the playing hall. 30 seconds on his clock. Now, you feel like this position is not really winnable for Magnus, but a 6 minute to a 30-second advantage, that sounds like something huge.
Objectively, this I think should be a draw. And here's the main problem. Fresnay, even though he's in deep time pressure, has the possibility of start shuffling around his pieces. He doesn't have a concrete plan, but as long as he keeps the current constellation of pieces, it seems like he's going to be okay. Black's main problem is that he would love to push the pawn on e5, try to create two connected passed pawns, but this knight on h4 is always targeting the pawn on f5. And the weird thing about the position is that there is no way that Black can defend this pawn. It doesn't matter which angle you aim it from, you cannot defend f5. Therefore, e5 is almost impossible to play. The king can't really come in when there's two pieces blocking it out. So I'm having trouble finding a plan for Magnus.
Well, if you jump ahead, though, let's get to this current position on the board. This one here,
which I
the king
think
a
this is
little bit further
exactly
along.
my point. There has been no progress. Even though the king's on d4, it can get all the way to e1 if it wants. It's really not making progress. The main problem is that as soon as you play e5, this pawn on f5 is hanging. And without this ability of making progress with e5, I don't see Magnus's plan. On the other hand, Hikaru Nakamura, I like the analysis that you guys were making. It seems Black's king's a little bit too far away.
And it's important to note that Hikaru is 2 minutes ahead on the clock in that game as well. So that's a big deal. We also have a finish in the game between MVL and Topalov. MVL was ahead on the clock. For the moment, he was ahead on the clock. Now it looks like he is also ahead in the game. He has won the game, in fact, against Topalov, the luckless, hapless Topalov in this tournament. So MVL once again surging up in this tournament to the light of the French fans. So the clock started to play a role. We'll start to pay much more attention to how time affects these games as we wind down to the final minutes of the 8th round.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Alejandro. My first impression is Hikaru should be winning, but there's still a lot of resources in the position.
He just played a move that's kind of fun, right?
What did he just
played the move G6.
Yeah, that always, with G6, it means that you always have to keep a watchful eye about this breakthrough F6 and G7. But it seems to me that White is about to go rook to E7 and rook to F7 and then just make a direct beeline to the G7 pawn.
And indeed, that's what happened after king to A6. Nakamura has just played rook to E7.
Exactly, forcing rook to F1. No choice there. I don't think you want to capture this pawn, although it's quite possible that after rook takes, rook over, this could possibly be winning. But I think even
well, why
more
not just
accurate,
totally control it with
exactly.
rook F7? Yeah.
Rook, you can always go for that line. So rook F7, and then this idea of just bringing your king to the E6 square looks very good for Hikaru. But we have MVL in Paris.
We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after a dominant win by him against Vasilin Topalov, who's just having a very bad tournament. Maxime, this was a funny game. At first, your pawn on D6 looked like it was the weakest joker, like you might lose it. Then all of a sudden, it turned into a powerhouse, and you won a pawn. Tell us about this game, the directions that it went, and how you finally finished it off.
Yeah, I was not sure how I should respond because he already played this against me in Blitz, and of course I didn't.
He played it against you in Blitz somewhere else?
Yeah, in Norway.
In Norway, I see.
Yeah, and somehow I went for this very active counterplay. I mean, I'm giving up a pawn, but if he takes it, I mean, all my pieces are active, and I also have counterplay on his pawn on E4.
Yeah, let's go to that position, to an earlier position, so the fans can know what we were talking about. Someplace around here, this D6 pawn came on the fire. Even though we played Queen D1, it seemed that he had just completely put fire on this pawn.
Probably should take actually very quickly, and hope that I'm not in time to create counterplay on the pawn on E4. And then suddenly everything worked out for me, and all my pieces were centralized.
And many moves later, let's go down to here when you won this pawn, and now you're up a pawn in this position, and that D pawn is now a tower of strength.
Yeah, and still it was not easy, but I'm quite happy with the way I managed to put him under constant pressure, I would say, and then at some point he went to an endgame, and like after move 37,
and going all the way down here, and you're just dominating.
Yeah, this A pawn was always like the dominant factor, and it grants me the game at the end.
Gotcha. Well, I know your fans are very happy. You got one more round to go. Good luck with that. We're going to jump back to the studio as the games are heating up.
Thank you very much. And it looks to me like Magnus Carlsen is making hay. Once again, squeezing his opponent in an endgame. And I'm going to turn it over to Eric to explain what's going on in the games.
Well, it's not a pretty scene here. This really looks like it came from a horror movie. Fabiano Caruana playing the black pieces. The queen is on H8. Kramnik is just torturing him. I mean, the Russian scientist here. I mean, the queen is on H8. He's won a pawn on C6. He's got mating threats on F7. This game is completely over, and it's been, I mean, we've been focused on some other games, but this has just been a bit of a masterpiece. Kramnik just controlling Fabiano, slowly but surely improving the position. He's got the better pieces, better rooks, better pawn structure, and making headways with that A file. I mean, note that he kept this pawn on A2, so he could move the rook from A3, A5, double rooks on the. If you play A3 or A4, you lose that possibility. A really, really nice game from Kramnik. And Fabiano, the down, the spiral down it's continuing. And in the final position, I do expect a resignation soon. Just a simple move like Queen F3, you're going to take on E8 next move, and F7 is hanging. But there's no counterplay, no hope. This has been a one-sided game from the get-go, and probably you were questioning his opening choice, Yasser. Maybe a bit too passive with moves like E6, I don't know, but one thing for sure is Kramnik handled the middle game much better, because this is, I mean, when you have a queen on H8 and your pieces are like this, I don't need, not much needs to be said. It's all on the board.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Eric. Again, when Vladimir is playing well, he's awesome. What to say? It looks to me like Hikaru has gotten a rook ending that should be a win, to my eyes at least. He went directly for this very forcing sequence. He didn't go for rook f7.
Which makes you think that he just knows the theory here.
Yeah,
that he's done a lot of work.
Yeah, he's just clear-sighted.
Confident.
He's confident that this ending is winning for him, that he'll be able to bring his king up the board.
That's right, and that he's going to have time to stop the advanced b pawn. And in fact, we have gotten into our rook versus pawn endgame. By the way, we mentioned rook endgames and pawn endgames. It's also important to study rook versus pawn, because rook endgames often turn into them.
Exactly, but you also want to make sure you know how to win queen versus rook, because quite often that happens too. So what happened after king e? Let me get updated. Oh, sorry, wrong board. Let me get updated.
Oh, and it looks like the game's over because they're discussing it together. And Nakamura, at least momentarily, in the clear lead of the Paris leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Magnus needs to win to catch up with him.
Absolutely, and he did go directly for that line. And after king e4, Levon Aronian resigned as the king gets back easily in time to stop this pawn. So
exactly,
very nice win
more
by
tempos to make that
by
competitive.
Hikaru. Look at him go, fantastic. And we'll bring up. I'll turn it over to Eric to update us on the game of Fabiano Caruana. Doesn't look good at all for Fabi.
No, and look at
No, it
Kramnik
doesn't.
just playing confidently.
Kramnik has won the queen. He has queen g6 check coming in. Just an example. Queen
He just
g6
played it, in fact.
and c6.
And it's over.
And it's over. Yeah.
Wow, 3 losses in a row for Fabi. Oh, brutal.
We don't like that. And the same thing might befall the Frenchman. We could have 2 players here that go 0-3. So those of you who think momentum is just a superstition or a coincidence, in Rapid and Blitz, I don't think so.
And we're referring to, of course, the game of Magnus Carlsen. And let's see how...
Yeah, let's see how that's updated, because...
we saw this move, e5 by Magnus, rook check, king, rook takes, 2 connected pass pawns now. But the question is, can white hold a fortress after the move bishop e6? The game continued rook f2, h4, e4, ruh-roh, h5, check, and rook over, threatening simply e3.
Bishop d5 played.
Which was played?
Bishop d5.
And then what has happened after bishop d5?
So now the king's in f4 too, but we're gonna update this game, and meanwhile, let's go to Nakamura, who is leading the Grand Chess Tour here in Paris. He's with Maurice.
We know it's an exciting moment in the game for you guys there, with Magnus trying to figure out how to win that position. Although Hikaru just said, is Magnus trying to lose? Maybe pressing too hard? Well, nevertheless, Hikaru, you've won this last round, and now you're clear first place. What happened here? It looked like it was sort of equalish, always a little bit better for you, but not necessarily winning. How did the transition from plus over equal to plus minus?
Yeah, I mean, I think Levon just simply overestimated how easy it was to draw the position. I think he just thought he was in, on cruise control kind of. But after he played this h5 move, I think his task became a lot more difficult, because it's very subtle, but it allows this nuance with rook e6 to g6 in many different endgames. And after that, I mean, maybe he still had chances, but he definitely went wrong when he played rook c8, allowing the liquidation into the rook and pawn endgame with just rooks on the board. I mean, when he gave the a6 and then just traded queens off, I think it's just simply losing. So yeah, it was. I mean, it is what it is, really. But it's still, I'm pretty happy that I found a way to win.
Now we just had a big cheer happen in the hall, and that was the French fans cheering because Fressinet was able to draw Magnus Carlsen. That now puts you in clear first as we go forward. Last round, what are your thoughts now that you're leading the tournament by yourself? It's a big game in the last round.
Well, I mean, again, if this was just a rapid event, and there were prizes and everything was based on this, then maybe it would be a little bit different. But of course, both the Rapid and Blitz count equally, so I mean, even if I were to win this last round, there's still 18 more games to go. So, you know, I'm just going to try and finish well, but it's not that big of a deal.
All right, staying cool. Hikaru Nakamura, congratulations. We're wishing him the best as he is now the leader here in Paris going into the last round.
Thank you, Maurice, and well done, Hikaru. Let's just see how this game between Magnus and Laurent did finish. It was after bishop e6. It seems that Laurent was able to keep his fortress, and I suspect somewhere around here Magnus missed something because now he's going to have to give up his rook to make sure that he doesn't end up being worse, just as you heard Hikaru saying. Is Magnus playing for a loss? But no, after this move, king g4, a repetition
White can't make any progress because he either has to use the knight on f5 to defend the pawn on h6.
Exactly.
And so he can't get his king in as a result.
Yeah, if king d5, king e6, then it would be winning. But
interesting.
No.
Yeah, so kind of a cool little fortress there.
What a round. What a round. What's first of all,
we've got Maurice with a very happy Frenchman to save this game.
All right.
Not just a very happy Frenchman, a bunch of happy French fans all around us as the lowest rated player in the competition, Laurent Fressinet, who is the wild card, has drawn the highest rated player, Magnus Carlsen, and taken a little bit of spoiler here, taking a chip out of Magnus. Were you worried about this game? I mean, he seems like very confident when he played the move knight to f4. It looked like you might have been in some trouble and you had to defend. What were your feelings when this happened in the game?
Yeah, no, I just didn't see knight f4, so like the two previous game I was blundering something, and then I was just defending the whole game, and I think I was lost. I think if he just take on h2 instead of e5, yeah, I just take on h2 and the pawn, h-pawn runs, and I thought I was just...
stunning miss from Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he's normally an amazing endgame player, and when he smells blood, he's usually able to finish the job.
Yes. Okay. So it means that he's still. I think he's still. He's spoiled already his second position. Okay, against Wesley he was like winning and he lost. And okay, but he's still in the lead, so he's playing incredibly well here. But
well, he's actually not in the lead anymore. Nakamura is now overtaken him with a victory, so Nakamura is doing well. Okay. Your feeling then is just that you escaped and on to the next one.
Yeah, no, the problem is that against Vladimir, so I blundered knight take h3. Against Sanish, I blundered something quite simple, so I'm not playing very well today. And okay, I just hope to play better because, I mean, to make draw here is just only because of Magnus' blunder. It's just...
Well, I think you're selling yourself short. You still have to fight back in some ways, and your fans are certainly hopeful that you do play better.
Yeah, okay, I will try to do my best, and let's see.
Well, definitely a big result here in Paris. Magnus Carlsen not winning this game where he had a very promising position, leaving him now, incredibly, after dominating in the middle period, in second place, so far behind the rising Hikaru Nakamura, who is now in first, going into the last round of the Rapids. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow, Jennifer, what a round.
Indeed, it's been a great day so far. Lots of interesting games and a great setup for us in the final round as well. We've got Nakamura in first place, so that's exciting for us U.S. fans, but also very dramatic with the world champion.
A failure to win in winning position, yeah. And Eric, your views?
Well, I'm just happy my predictions are going well. Am I beating you right now, Yasser? Who did you pick as first?
Magnus is first, Hikaru second, and Vladimir third.
And I got Naka, then Magnus, then MVL. I'm feeling pretty confident about my picks. I think I'm taking the spot over as the guru here. But no, I'm happy. Things are going as kind of expected. I expect a bit more randomness in the blitz because, I mean, you saw the comments beforehand. A lot of the players expected Kramnik actually to do well. He wasn't that optimistic himself, but he's been pushing almost everybody around. So I've been quite impressed in general that the amount of pressure he's been able to put with kind of not mainstream openings, but he's getting these strategical battles. So But so far so good from this end. I think the storyline's been pretty steady today. MVL and Wesley So both playing well, so we do have a very competitive lineup at the top.
And let's see the standings going into the final round of the Rapids. Rapids and Blitz being combined. We've got Nakamura. He's ahead of the pack by a point. That's a half a point in our traditional scoring. And Magnus Carlsen well within striking distance. Maxime Bachir-Legrave and Vladimir Kramnik also playing fine chess and impressing in this tournament. And Wesley So behind them. Lots to play for in the final round. And we're going to be back with you in just a few minutes for the final round of the Rapids in Paris.
Very good.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Paris Grand Chess Tour, where currently Nakamura is leading and we've got world champion Magnus Carlsen just behind. And the final round of the Rapids, let's take a look at the standings and see who might be able to seal the deal. Well, Magnus Carlsen, he's got 11 points, but remember there's 2 points at stake at each round, so he can surpass Nakamura, in fact, in this round. Meanwhile, Maxime Bachir-Legrave and Kramnik also able to catch up to Nakamura, but in order for them to win, he'll have to actually lose his game.
Exactly, and it's Fabiano Caruana. Could he play the role of spoiler in the final round of the Rapids, as Fabi is playing Hikaru, and as you were just mentioning, Hikaru cannot afford to lose. If Hikaru can hold a draw or do better, he will be in first.
Well, let's see the pairings. So what scenarios might we see? Magnus Carlsen playing against another player in good form today, Vladimir Kramnik. Magnus got the white pieces. He's going to want to win this game to try to keep pace with Nakamura. Now, remember, we shouldn't overstate it because these tournaments are not distinct.
No.
Right? There's no extra prize money. Maybe a little bit of bragging rights, but the main deal is winning in the combined tournaments, right?
Right.
But for us, it's fun to see who's the Rapid champ. And Nakamura right now in the lead, playing against another American player, our U.S. champion, Fabi Caruana.
Exactly. And play is underway in the final round, and we'll jump to the game of, as you were mentioning, Jen, 2 players in great form. Magnus Carlsen, world champion Magnus Carlsen versus Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir Kramnik playing his kind of a favorite weapon of his against d4. Let's go to the start, and the players really have zipped out their moves. We've seen Vladimir on a number of occasions recapturing with the knight on d5, inviting white to establish a central pawn duo. He's played this very often, and also in this tournament.
Hey, but if you're going to play this, why not just play the Grunfeld, man? Just saying.
Yeah, okay. Bishop c4, knight d7. Again, this is a favorite setup of Vladimir Kramnik. He thinks he can hold these positions very comfortably as black. a4, bishop b7, bishop d3, e5. Wow, this is a very nicely timed break when this queen is on d2, and Magnus played the move queen e3. Just a quick note to say that you cannot win a pawn with knight takes e5, because the queen on d2 vis-a-vis the queen on d8 allows black this opportunity.
Yeah, and you're lucky you're not losing.
Exactly. So after e5, we saw queen e3, captures, knight takes, and now knight c5. Nice anchor square for the knight on the c5 square. Bishop c2.
My knight is eyeing a nice square as well, potentially f5.
Exactly, potentially f5. But let's see, from black's point of view, after rook e8, I sure feel that the second player is quite comfortable in these positions, I must say, with this knight on c5. I'm not quite sure what it is that Magnus has found attractive about white's position, but it looks fine to my eyes for black. Let's go to our tournament leader, Hikaru Nakamura, playing his rival, Fabiano Caruana, a U.S. champion, and Fabi's white.
Yeah, this is always an exciting matchup to see these two play because...
Absolutely. Their game from the U.S. Championship this year was just a fantastic Nightorf that had us on the edge of our seat throughout. Castles, b3. So this system is getting popular. Of course, after d4, the players have transposed directly into a Catalan. That was not what Fabi wanted. He played b3, c5, e3, and again, you're seeing some very principled play by black by Hikaru. Remember, he had this position earlier in the tournament against Anish Giri, and he felt comfortable playing the Benoni reversed, if you will. d3, queen e2. I think Anish played something of the nature rook e1 and knight e5, and there was a knight e8 in that game. The queen e2 was Fabi's choice, and I think we're up to date at the moment, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric to ask Eric what he's finding interesting about this, the last round of the Rapids.
MBL with some momentum, and now playing some pretty exciting chess. His last move, Rook G1, signals his aggressive intentions. In a normal Spanish position, he's decided not to do the usual castle king side. He threw in Bishop D5, Bishop D7, and now Rook G1. And for sure, White's going to play G4, G5, and attack. So MVL, maybe, in front of the home crowd, he does want to catch up, guarantee his spot on the podium in this rapid portion in front of his home crowd. But Rook G1, I'm not sure, for example, I mean, the engine suggests H5, but that also only accelerates White's plan of opening up the H file and attacking. So it's a sound move. It's definitely not bad for White. The question is, will Giri get thrown off by it? But this game will be sharp for sure, because it's not going to be symmetrical after Rook G1. That's what I'm watching right now.
Thank you, Eric. And we do have a real Benoni game going on between Hikaru and Fabiano. You know, Hikaru actually likes to play the Benoni himself on occasion, being a tempo, maybe even 2 tempi behind in a normal Benoni position. So it seems to me that basically White has gained this extra move B3, which can be useful, but certainly Queen E2 is a useful move. Now, after Knight, oops, sorry, do I have? Yes, I have the position right. Basically, Fabiano is throwing down the gauntlet and saying, do you want to play the move F5? Normally, if you don't get this move order precise, it could really rebound against you after a move, for example, like Knight to G5, Knight E5. You always got to be careful of these types of sacrifices where Knight takes E5 and the bishop is coming to D5 with a check, and oops, something very bad can happen to Black's game. So Knight E4, just challenging Hikaru. Hikaru, you can see there on the webcam, very expressive, of course. Hikaru is. He has to be careful, because if he allows White to play the move G3, G4, then it's more or less an ideal Benoni where the knight on E4 is secured for a very long while.
And I'm sure Fabi would love to steal Nakamura's thunder here a little bit in the last round.
Oh, real spoiler, definitely. As Hikaru leads the tournament, any other result than a loss means that he will at least tie for first in the Rapids. Going back to the game of Magnus Carlsen, playing, as you said, a very informed Vladimir Kramnik. This was always a matchup that could have happened. We wanted to see a World Championship match of Vladimir Kramnik qualifying to play a match against Magnus Carlsen. I always thought that would have been a kind of an ideal. Never happened for the World Championship. Last move by Vladimir was this move, Bishop A6. In a sense, this barrier of pawns on E4 and F3 means that this bishop doesn't have a good diagonal, so Bishop A6 seeking a better diagonal was what Vladimir played. You can see that on a good day, if he could post up his bishop on C4, he might be able to utilize the B pawn one day.
Yeah, it's one of these positions where all the minor pieces seem pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
We just have to make them even better.
And I think a good idea for Black too is if he can sneak in a tempo to play Luft with G6, just containing this knight and preventing it from going to F5. That would also be a nice opportunity for Black.
I wish I could put my bishop on that long diagonal before you get yours to it.
Sorry, say that.
I wish I could get my bishop on C2 into the long diagonal before you get it on it, the A2 diagonal.
Oh yes, okay.
But I guess
I was thinking when you were saying long diagonal, I was thinking the H1 diagonal, so I thought,
oh, that too.
Yeah, if you could get to jump to Z5,
well,
that would be
specifically,
bad.
if I could get to D5, that would be nice indeed, yeah.
And Eric.
Thanks, Yasser. A very provocative move just played in the game between Wesley So and Laurent Fresinet. Knight B5. obvious threat is maybe to jump that knight to c7 or to d6. Black can actually reply pretty coolly with just d6, and I don't think the tactics work for white. If knight d6, bishop d6, knight e4 attacking the bishop, the only move to move the queen, queen e5, I think you have f6, queen f4, maybe rook d6, rook d6, e5. You can also do that without inserting rook d6. That's favorable for black. But if d6 can be played, I'm not sure what Wesley is up to, but he is giving black a lot to think about, because even the move d5 is very tempting. So I expect black to take a lot of time. d5 would be the much more ambitious try. Let's say knight c3. You do take here. If the queen recaptures, you can throw a knight d5. The knight is pinned. Other moves like queen c3, probably knight d5 as well. So black has a lot of options here. White is not, winning, getting that square c7 very easily. So if d6, very solid reply. I don't think Wesley can even take that pawn. Very hedgehog-like structure. But even d5 is possible here. But yeah, knight b5, very provocative move by Wesley. So black is taking his time here.
Thank you, Eric. And things heating up quickly, very quickly, in fact, in the game of Fabiano versus Hikaru Nakamura. When we left it, we were looking at this idea from black's point of view of playing f5. We pointed out why a premature f5 could really rebound, and we see that Hikaru actually slow played it. He played rook e8, a3, a5 in order to stop the queenside expansion, rook b1, h7, h6, trumpet call that f5 is now on black's agenda, g4, an expected move, and now after knight f8, after playing g4, we weaken the square f4, so it's natural for black to want to control that square f4 with knight g6, but also with g4, you're threatening to play bishop takes g4, obviously, and g5, really going for it suddenly. And Hikaru, you don't normally see him under this type of pressure this early, but g5, is this a good plan or a bad plan, Jennifer? What's your...
It's a fun plan.
It's fun. It's definitely the most challenging and direct way for white to play the position. Did Hikaru capture?
So what if, do I have time? He did capture, yeah.
H takes g5, and how did...
He hasn't played yet, but I think he's going to play knight on f takes g5 because that leaves us open with our queen and the f pawn. So it seems like by far the most natural one, right?
Exactly. It sure does. So knight takes g5, and you always want to hesitate before playing the move f6 because you never want to see a bishop g2 landing on the d5 square with a check. But let me just
you got to check those. You always got to check those tactics with knight takes f6 is what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
And bishop d5 check. But the thing is that...
but I think f6 is working because you can't capture on f6 this sacrifice.
Because I have so much in e6, exactly.
Right.
So it's lucky for you that when I play knight takes f6, capturing with the bishop actually lends another piece to that defense.
Exactly.
Are there any other discoveries that don't do that? Unfortunately, there aren't because c5 and d6 have exactly the same drawbacks, right?
Yes.
And also, they don't force anything.
Right.
So that's like the
C5,
other issue.
The same direct drawback you can block with e6.
Not to mention the fact that you could just take on g5 because knight c5 is not forcing in the same way that knight takes f6 is.
Exactly.
But it's like we're desperate to sacrifice that knight and get bishop d5 in.
Exactly.
And we've got some commentary from Paris.
Well, there's certainly a critical game, a critical round happening right now, the 9th round in the Rapids. Now, you know, Hikaru Nakamura kind of soft-played it. It's just the 9th round. It's no big deal. It's just a Rapid. You know what? We have all that blitz left to play. But he would love to be able to say that he won the Rapid portion of this event to show that he was the boss of Rapids in Paris. And this game really is very exciting. And the problem for Fabi is that Fabi's been playing so badly. Last round, he lost his 3rd game in a row, was it, to Kramnik. It's been terrible here. You should have seen the look on his face as he stormed off, just feeling horrible. I mean, he looked just pissed off walking out of here. Now he's going for it against Nakamura, but we know Naka doesn't take bluffs too kindly. He's got to think, you want to push pawns? Go right ahead.
This is an interesting decision by Fabiano. He's not going for just, okay, let's get the tournament done with, go home, rest. No, he wants to win the final round. And it's very interesting because Fabiano actually has been wanting to play the Benoni for quite a while, and I've noticed this in his games. Remember that he played a Benoni against Levon Aronian in the Candidates tournament. So the fact that he's being able to play here up a tempo signals the fact that he might be very familiar with the structures. This game that we have here is completely double-edged, as we see that the move G4, G5, it weakens a lot of squares in the long run, but in the short term, prospects, I mean, the knight coming to G5, the queen coming to H5, the bishop diagonal checks. Can Hikaru survive this? It is an onslaught that has a certain amount of poison, and both sides have to calculate very accurately in order to not fall into a worse position.
Well, it's kind of interesting, though, because when you're playing badly, sometimes it doesn't matter what position you have. You have the worst position, you have the better position, you have the winning position. Somehow you manage to here goes that word again, throw it all away.
Yeah.
There seems to be just something wrong with Fabi. Like, I can't put, he won the U.S. Championship, and then he ends up playing really terribly in the Ultimate Blitz. Now he's playing again horribly in this rapid event. I don't even want to know what he's going to play like in Blitz. Is it just that maybe he's just not good at this format, period? Maybe he's just really
no, I wouldn't say that.
A classical player?
I mean, Fabi obviously is not known for his Blitz prowess. Nobody ever has said Blitz is the best time control for Fabiano Caruana. But rapid, actually, he's quite a beast. I mean, he's proven this time and time again.
Let's just make this next move just catching up with the players right now. By the way, the computer is giving black the edge at the moment, saying this attack is really leading nowhere.
Well, the computers are not the best at these situations, but I would always have taken with the F9 if it worked tactically, and I think it did. So I would have preferenced that over knight e takes G5. Perhaps Fabi didn't think it worked, and he preferred to go for the one that obviously doesn't lose a piece. But maybe he really needed to work out the details. But as I was saying, Fabi's actually supposed to be a rapid monster. If you see his blitz rating, it's like 2660 or 2670. It's like nothing. But his rapid rating, 2845.
Yeah, that's hard to get.
No, the guy's a monster. He's proven that. He's played blitz against the best of them and not done so well. He's played rapid against the best of them and beat them all. He's just having an off tournament. How is he going to recover here, and how he's going to be able to play both at the Blitz starting tomorrow and in Leuven in the next tournament starting on Friday? That's the big question.
Let's bring up one more game I'd like to take a look at. Let's scroll down and get the game between Kramnik and Magnus Carlsen. Now, this game was very interesting. I say very interesting, meaning it really didn't have any poison to me in the very beginning with the pawn structure. Magnus played the pawn down and traded here. You could see that he was playing very quickly at first, and then he slowed down at one point, trying to figure out what to do, and then finally took a very long time before he took on b6, and then relatively quickly played this very concrete move, bishop a4, attacking a rook and offering the bishop, which Kramnik did accept. And now, if you look at any imbalance in this position, it's this pawn on b5, the only real imbalance. Now, is it just simply a weakness? Dark square is definitely in White's favor, as you see that White's dark square domination is very clear. Everything sitting on dark squares. Is this bishop going to be a bad piece here in the long run, or is it just a bad bishop defending a good pawn that if you want to take it anyway, we're just going to have Nietzsche, let's just cross this off as a draw, and nothing's going to happen?
Kramnik doesn't care about this generalities. He has prepared this from the opening. He knows that concretely it's very difficult to take this pawn. He knows that the knight on d4 has been destabilized. He knows that if I ever take on b5, Black is only a couple of moves away from penetrating on the first rank with his own rooks. That means that leaving the knight off to the side, allowing the rooks to come in, for example, if I play rook d7 here, follow it up with simply rook e8, it's almost impossible for White to actually take this pawn. And even if he was able to do so for free, the 4 versus 3 endgames, they're very difficult to win. Kramnik will be more than happy to hold a 4 versus 3 rook endgame against Magnus. He knows this in and out. He prepared this opening quite well. He played it against Hikaru Nakamura in the first round with good success, and he's repeated it here in the last round in the Rapids against Magnus Carlsen with similar effect.
Well, let us say that if Magnus only draws this game and Nakamura wins, Nakamura extends his lead, and then he challenges the world champion to be completely dominant in Blitz, where traditionally Nakamura has been a total beast. So this round will matter immensely to how the final results turn out here at the Paris Grand Chess Tour initial tournament. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Alejandro. Just looking at the game of Wesley So, I really like Wesley's position against Laurent Fressinet. Black has done something wrong. White's all beautifully developed, and still Black has issues with his rook on A8, his queen on C8. So Wesley So looking very good, and this is a very important point, of course, for Wesley, as it is for everybody in every round. But that looks like a very good position for Wesley So. The game between Anish Giri and MVL is kind of blown up in a very unusual way, and I want to turn it over to Eric and say, what just happened here, Eric?
Thanks, Yasser. Well, I really did enjoy Rook G1. That move caused Anish to take a 10-minute think. I thought reacted very naturally, though. He withdrew his queen to D8, understanding G4 and G5 was coming, and then the queen is in a very, very dangerous position. But look at what Anish did, and this is something to look to copy in terms of defensive technique. G4, King H8. If you try anything else, it's going to be a bad time because G5 is coming and G6 as well. So King H8 getting out of the pin. G5. Now taking would be bad. F7 hanging, Queen H5 check coming in. But Anish is going to do the common technique of using White's pawn as a shield. So after G5, he plays G6. And okay, if you try to reinforce it, expecting Black to take, no, Black would now just play H5 and make the rook on G1 look bad. So MVL forced to take, but now it's not that easy to generate counter. It's not that easy to continue the attack. Knight G5 is natural, but you might also be tempted to play H4, H5, and try to open the file. An example variation would be Rook B8, H4. I want to play H5. While as Black, I'm probably going to try to play Knight E7, something like this, and F6. And this sort of structure, even though the computers do favor White, is not that easy to break through. If I play H5, Black is going to repeat with G5. So Anish putting up some resistance here, and I think, well, it's going to be a sharp game, but it's not that clear. If this attack doesn't go well, then, well, White's king is stuck in the center. Pawn structure is not so good, but a very sharp game happening. And but I'm still liking White's position. Rook G1 is a really, really nice move, getting an attack. MVL, it seems like in his games he is managing to get the initiative, and that's where he thrives. So stylistically he must be happy, but I like the way Giri is handling the defense as well. So a well-played game so far.
And it's going to be fun, that one. Speaking of fun, I just reading a tweet at Grand Chess Tour, use the hashtag Grand Chess Tour as well. It's linking to an article in the Wall Street Journal by Christopher Chabris about Bughouse. So Bughouse in the Wall Street Journal, man.
Wow.
Chess has arrived.
And what was the article? What did the article say about Bughouse?
I think it's quite positive, and they actually have a photo of Magnus, and they have a photo of Magnus and some other world-class players playing at the Sinkfield Cup. You're not in that photo, sorry, Az, but it's Fabi, Maxime, Levon, and Magnus. So
absolutely,
that's really what they're going to be doing tonight, by the way. And it's a crazy addictive variation on chess. So a good advertisement for our game, I would say.
Yeah, Bughouse goes viral thanks to the Wall Street Journal.
No, I love it. 314-361-5465. That is the phone number if you guys want to call in and chime in. I know some of you in the U.S. are probably just waking up, especially over in L.A., and excited to see that Nakamura is really crushing today. Even Fabiano fans, probably some of them might even be rooting for Nakamura if they like the American players, just to see if he can maybe win this leg of the Grand Chess Tour.
True that, but it's a Donnybrook going on as both players are playing really what I would describe as model chess. I really like this move. I just found this move, knight on e4 takes g5, depressing.
It's counterintuitive, but I guess the problem is that
I definitely think, counterintuitive or not, you're almost when you're playing a Benoni, you're almost obliged to play for the most forcing tactics. And knight f3 takes g5 was, to my mind, obligatory.
But with the move that Fabi plays, isn't it nice that now after f6 we've got an additional we have a different additional capture that might make bishop d5 check possible, right?
Exactly, but the problem is this move, bishop f5. Now not only does that cover the h7 pawn, it's developing, but it's really asking white, well, how do you continue your attack? If you can't play the move f2, f4, then frankly speaking, black just has a structural edge. Fabi threw out this move c5, which again, very, very common in a Benoni. You've got to make use of the queen side as a kind of a distraction mechanism. You want to get black, in this case black, to capture a pawn. I think that what Fabi had in mind was that after bishop takes c5, you want to go knight h4, attacking this bishop, forcing the bishop away so that you can follow up with queen h5 and f4. So Hikaru said, no, I don't think I'm going to take that pawn. Instead, I'll just develop knight g6, preventing any ideas of knight h4. Now comes b4, takes, and we have both players mauling one another is the way I would describe this. This is a real dynamic, super sharp position.
And I think the thing with c5 is it really shows that somehow we have to get one more piece into the position. And you know, bishop takes c5, we were like getting our queen into the game for that moment.
Yes.
And maybe somehow with these pawns further advanced, the queen on e2 will maneuver to the a2 diagonal to get some play. But we need something else, because right now all we have is that knight on g5, and we can't move the knight on f3 because then bishop takes g5.
Right.
And of course the rook covers a2 at the moment, but maybe queen c2 to b3.
Right.
It's very slow.
Oftentimes that queen can make that lurch to the left, and you're very right that queen a2, there's tactics with knight f7, but this is a very, very sharp position. And
but it looks a little bit artificial for white.
A little bit well, especially when the knight on f3 isn't on e4, and I do favor Hikaru in this big game.
But in rapid, you know, it's quite exciting to play this position for white. So I like that Fabi is giving us some excitement in this game. We actually have a special feature for you guys.
Oh, cool.
The boys in Paris, Alejandro and Maurice, seeing some of the sights.
All right.
In Paris in the Luxembourg Gardens where they play some chess, apparently. So Alejandro and I are going to see what we can find out, get some games on.
Are these guys play chess here?
This ain't no Washington Square Fair.
These guys are actually discussing moves.
Really?
These two right here. They're analyzing in their heads.
How do you play?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Is it a long line? These guys are not bad.
Like 16, 1700.
What the hell? Honestly, bad.
Excuse me, monsieur? We can play?
Okay, you want to take him?
I'll take him. It's fine.
Okay, we got our man in the mix. Not nice. Some problems. Have you ever had commentary on your games, Antoine? I could give some commentary right now.
Professional commentary.
I can say things are difficult. Too much fun. He's having too much fun. He's having too much fun. You ready? Yeah. It's ugly.
You teach your kids to play chess like this?
Don't worry. You'll be one of my kids in a second. One more.
One more? Revenge?
Go. What else am I supposed to do?
What kind of move is that?
Are you still talking?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Good game.
So we're finished here at the Jardin Luxembourg, the Luxembourg Gardens. We had a lot of fun, the players playing in the back. Alejandro was the big winner today. How did it feel?
Well, it was good. I mean, it's not every day I can say I've beaten a Grandmaster soundly in 2 different continents.
Oh God, you know, he's always trash talking. It's incredible.
Well, when you win, it's easy. But no, we had a lot of fun here. The players are actually quite good. You can hear them discuss moves during the games.
Absolutely.
You feel the culture here. There's several chess games going on. And I mean, I think it was just impressive the amount of knowledge that these people had.
They actually knew who we were.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't know when we walked up, face recognition, but as soon as people started talking and it was like, oh yeah, you know, chess-based videos and Ashley, you know, it was very nice to be able to hang out with these players. And like you said, they're pretty good players.
No, they were for sure. It was a fun event.
Yeah, absolutely. Here in France, you never know what you're going to find.
Maurice in Paris. And,
I thought they were going to hustle the poor Parisians there for a while.
Have you ever played in Luxembourg Gardens? My brother, when he went to Paris, he said it was a blast.
It was nice. Yes, absolutely.
By the way, I found that Bughouse article, and my favorite quote in is, for some players, Bughouse converge on addiction. Children love the fast pace and the possibility of rescuing a hopeless position by parachuting new pieces onto the board in a sneak attack. Gotta love it. And they actually describe some of the matches in the Sinkfield Cup.
Wow.
That's another reason you guys should come to the Sinkfield Cup. You might actually be able to spy some, you know, secret Bughouse matches played in the wee hours of the night.
Absolutely. Well,
allegedly.
Not just addictive for children. Bughouse is great fun.
Bughouse and Blitz, exactly.
Yeah, just bringing up the game of Hikaru and Fabi. After the move b4, queen d7, connecting the rooks, developing the queen, everything's nice. Black is just getting ready to either drop a knight in on f4 or f7, f6, start pushing white's aggressively post kingside pieces away. Hence we see this move, oh pardon me, this move I wanted to show, queen c2, getting out of knight f4 possibilities. Also that in case of f7, f6, there's this queen c4. You mentioned, Jen, how nice it is to get your queen to a2 sometimes on this diagonal.
Right, because we blocked our queen path with the knight on e to f3 as you, to your chagrin. I mean, you hated that, but now at least we're getting it somewhere.
Exactly. And now this really aggressive, bold thrust, b7, b5. Essentially what this move does is, the idea is you don't want to fall victim to a b4, b5, c5, c6 type of a tactic. So b5 is a real in-your-face kind of move. If you take the pawn en passant, how's my French?
I love it.
Love it? Good. Knight takes b4, taking advantage of the fact that this is bishop on f8, protects the knight, and suddenly, oops, there's a big issue with the d3 pawn. So en passant is not going to be played.
It's too bad we can't like play knight f7 and then play en passant or something. Like you have to actually play en passant right away.
Well,
I'm not sure it would work anyway, but I'm just like looking at all these combination of pieces.
Yeah, like, well, actually the move knight f7 is the type of tactic that you always want to be cognizant of, because again, this queen on b3 can be so
exactly and
very attractive. For example,
I am uncovering. I'm trying to uncover an attack on the knight on c6.
Precisely, that's exactly right. As well as the queen. If the queen goes over, well, I don't think you've got anything per se, except, well, maybe a perpetual check. Not exactly what Fabiano had in mind, but it might be worthwhile. Instead, the game has gone in a different direction. Let me get an
well, it seems
update.
like you might be able to like just block on e6 actually.
Oh,
and
also,
that unfortunately, yeah, it just everything feels like it's a little thin somehow. Like we need to be playing Bughouse.
Exactly.
So we can just get one.
Give me
drop
a queen.
pawn on h7.
Give me a queen. It's made on my board.
And we've got Eric with an update on another game from the competition.
Yeah, in the game MVL against Giri, I really like the opening for white, but Anish has defended tenaciously, exactly as I expected, with f6, with g6, to always meet h4 with g5. And now Maxime, not finding a way to break through, decided to play king d2, but now the king is stuck in the center, and I'm starting to really like Black's position. For example, move like queen f7, trying to provoke. You get some position like this. Yes, white is up a pawn temporarily, but the king is weak, There was no breakthrough, and black spawns are coming. The tide is starting to turn in this game, and Anish Giri, maybe he's one of those players, you have to provoke him, but he's going to have good winning chances as black throughout this middle game.
Wow. Thank you very much, Eric. These players are so good and simply so versatile. Anish is one of those players, I think he defends as well as anybody on the circuit, but also don't give him an attacking position either. He can really play excellent technique, great attacker, and great defender.
Let's take a look at our world champion.
I was just going to say, after b5, queen b3, rook a6.
Kind of bolstering the defensive.
h4 was played by Fabi, and I think we just have some other moves. From the webcam, can you tell what, how did Hikaru answer h4?
It looks like bishop g4.
Bishop g4, yes.
Bishop g4 and then
rook
and then
e4?
rook e4
Yeah,
and then bishop back to f5, I think. Yeah.
Rook e4, bishop back to f5. Now the question is, does Fabi feel like playing a real spoiler, or is he going to simply back up and allow a simple repetition? If
I think that Naka might be the one that, if Naka might be the one to deviate. Well, let's look at the time situation, because that's crucial for
10-10.
Yeah, so it's totally even. But the thing is that they're totally distinct competitions. So clinching a draw doesn't really mean anything in a way. Clinching
for Fabi.
No, for Naka.
Well,
like clinching a tie for first.
A draw means that he'll go into the blitz portion tied for first,
Exactly.
at the very least.
Exactly, but if this was, so what I'm saying is that if it was a distinct competition, he might have an incentive to do that, to be like the winner.
Right.
Right? And to like have a playoff with Magnus at the worst case scenario. But since it's not a distinct competition, I think he just plays the position. And if he thinks he's a little better, he plays.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely.
Whereas if
he
it was
believes he's better, for sure.
Whereas if it was the other scenario, if he might, like, if he thought it was a little bit shaky, he might be like, hey, I can win the playoff and maybe I'll just win outright. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to take the repetition. What do you think? Do you think he's going to go for it? The longer time he spends, the more likely he is to do it.
To allow for the repetition.
Yeah, like it's one of those things when you see somebody starting to take like 4 minutes here, and then you're like, at some point they're going to convince themselves that like.
I remember the good old days when you offered a draw. If they didn't take it in the first 20 minutes, it was almost an absolute they would take it thereafter.
Right. Okay. So there's like a window.
Yeah, a long pick, and there you go. Eric.
Guys, this game is really heating up. The game between MVL and Giri that I've been covering. Now it's pretty much confirmed. If MVL does not checkmate Anish, he's structurally busted. Bishop e6 happened with queen e6. So just with queen f7. So an example, a takes b3 here, queen takes b3, rook takes g6. Black just plays a cool knight e6. There is no checkmate. The knight has a great square on f4. b4 is hanging with check, but there's no mate. There's no mate. Then look at White's king. Look at White's pawns. White's losing. So MVL will need to come up with something, or pretty much rely on a blunder, put pressure on Giri. But objectively, it has really swung in Black's favor. Black is in control. Black is objectively much better, safer king. There is no checkmate, and that knight on e6 is ideally placed to cover g7, f4, d4. But Giri really playing accurate defense. And yeah, this game, we got to keep an eye out, because that pawn, just an example, White probably wants to play h7 in this position, try to somehow get rook g8. That's the only mating idea that I see. So we're going to see some action soon.
Now let's go back to the, because I feel like we didn't really finish that thought here. If Nakamura wants, no, it's okay. If Nakamura wants to, it's good to go back and forth. If Nakamura wants to avoid a perpetual, how would he do it exactly?
Repetition.
Because h5 is a pretty potent threat. Like, we don't really want to let Fabi play h5 and force our knight to nowheresville, because our pawn on e5 is going to be loosened, and h8 looks disgusting, and I don't think we can really get away with f4 either.
Exactly.
Because that just busts open our position. So I think we almost have to deviate after bishop g4, rook e4, if there's a deviation there, because then at least there's no direct threat. Like h5 is kind of a direct positional threat, whereas rook e4, is a threat what, just like rook takes g4?
I don't think rook
Rook
takes
takes-
g4 so much a threat, but as
takes-
maybe g4 so much a threat, but as
why
maybe
not?
knight takes. Oh, pardon me. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right, because knight takes f7. I was
Yeah.
thinking of it in a different way. So I agree that if there's a deviation, it's right here.
Maybe defend the f7 with
Yeah.
like knight d8 or rook e7.
Exactly. I'm thinking knight d8, and this rook on a6 might be useful along the 6th rank to further defend. Something like this. It's a very tense situation, 9 minutes to 8 minutes.
He has played bishop to g4, allowing Fabi to
Rookie.
repeat with rook e4, and then we'll see if he chooses to go back to f5 or plays like knight d8 or rook e7 maybe.
Exactly.
But Fabi hasn't repeated yet, so we'll see how many times. Let's see, bishop's been on f5. It's not It's not a draw after the next one, is it?
I don't know. I've played it several times myself.
Oh, in
so I'm not
analysis, so we have to
Yeah, we'll have to see it on the board.
Yeah,
And we'll go back to the game,
I think we
to
have
Paris.
one more chance. Yeah, we have Maurice and Alejandro with more coverage of these games.
A big moment in the game between Geary and MVL. MVL still in a stone's throw chance of the lead, absolutely right in the thick of it. But he played this super aggressive line. Looks like he had a good chance, but Geary defended like a genius. And just when he had the opportunity to stop defending and go on the counterattack, he missed this big chance to play the move here, rook to c8.
Well, he continued with queen takes b4, which to a human point of view, that's just the most concrete and most obvious way of continuing. Because in any case, you're going to be able to trade queens or maybe give a perpetual, pretty much out of danger. The move rook bc8 at first, suggested by the computer to me, struck me as incredibly weird, because I was thinking, well, can't I not just play rook 6 to g7, threatening rook h7 checkmate? Obviously, the rook is completely taboo. And then the computer came with this unbelievable resource.
Very nice resource.
Rook c2 check, and okay, of course I saw this fire, king e3, and I thought, okay, there's no more checks, what's the deal? And then, bam, well, a little bit too short there. Rook e2 check, which is an amazing resource. After the forced move, king takes e2, knight f4 check. Look how white's threatening checkmate, unstoppable in one move, but he has no time to play it.
The value of a single move in chess, of course, it's my turn.
Yes, absolutely. The coordination of the pieces is just too strong. White king actually gets mated on b1. It's not too hard to calculate it all the way down once you see the idea of the rook sacrifice, but just the idea of the sacrifice itself is pretty difficult. Here, and the idea is that after queen e2 check, king c1,
every move forced,
knight takes d3, absolutely forced, king b1, the checkmate on b2 is final. There's nothing he could have done about it. Rook bc8 was a brilliant attacking move. Geary misses his chance. It seems like Vacher might be able to defend a position that might not have been holdable had Geary played rook bc8.
Absolutely, he missed this attacking opportunity to Geary. Some may say if it was Gary, he would have found it instead of Geary, but hey, he's just playing rapid right now, and he played the most solid move with queen takes b4, which could affect the standing somewhat, probably not so dramatically as the other games. Guys?
Dude, that was a beauty. What a lovely rook sacrifice. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. Eric?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus needing to beat Kramnik to catch up to Nakamura. Well, he has his chance now. A few inaccuracies by Black, and now Magnus getting into a pleasant endgame. Queens have been traded off, and now you've got to deal with this pretty bad bishop. For example, just bishop b7, rook b6, that pawn is going down. It looks like Magnus is going to have a very pleasant endgame. There are a lot of improving moves for white that he will find. King f2, king g3, h4, marching along the dark squares. White is very well coordinated. As that knight on e3 is a good piece, and it's going to be able to stay there. The king is in time. But yeah, this endgame there are chances for Magnus, and that's generally all he needs. A few inaccuracies by Black, and now Magnus has a chance to catch Nakamura.
Speaking of
Wow, thank you.
Speaking of that, we've got a tweet from Grandmaster Josh Friedel, and he says that this was 15 minutes ago, to be fair.
Okay.
He said Nakamura is half a point ahead of Magnus. Magnus has nothing, or Nakamura looks better. Obviously, Carlsen will win the event. So, of course, pointing out that fortune favors the world champions. And we can already see that 15 minutes after this tweet by Friedel, it's starting to become feel kind of more true. Carlsen suddenly a bit better, and Nakamura, maybe acquiescing to a perpet.
Yeah.
But even that would make them tied for first.
Indeed. Big alert. Wonderful things have happened to Wesley So in his game against Fressinet as he's driven Black's king over to the h6 square where it's horrifically placed thanks to this rook on g8. And it's a very good idea in such positions for amateur players to visualize mating nets. So just with a rook on g8, you think to yourself, okay, give me a mating net. You could put one mating net with the knight on f4 and the pawn on g5. But a more simple mating net is to put the knight on f5 and the pawn on g4, and Black is checkmated. So you see after this move, rook g8, what's very clear is this knight is coming to f5, checking the king, pawn coming to g4, Black's king will be checkmated, and we do see, in fact, that Wesley So has won this final round.
Beautiful, beautiful point there, Yasser, and that was actually made as well in the Bughouse article. They quoted Grandmaster Joel Benjamin saying that it's kind of great to play Bughouse because it teaches children to kind of fantasize about mating nets and like where your pieces could be to give checkmate.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's exactly what you were demonstrating right here, that's how you find this maneuver.
Right.
Because the knight in e6 does look so promising that some players, they don't even consider kind of like moving it to an even better square.
Exactly. But it looks like a very nice rapid chess event for Wesley So, as we'll go to the games currently in progress. And let's just jump into that game of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, as he it's not easy to grind down Vladimir Kramnik, but it does look like a very pleasant position for Magnus. More active pieces, this rook on c6, rook on b4, Black's bishop on a6, and the rook on a8 in a defensive setup.
And the better minor piece as well.
Yeah, this knight on e3 needs improvement.
It does, but it has more potential than the bishop on a6.
Exactly.
But yeah, of course. So
if we can put that knight on a juicy square like f6 and
via f1 is one way to get there, right?
Well, I'm thinking more
want to be more direct.
Directly. Let's play g4. Force Black to make the decision of whether or not you want to allow g takes h5. If g4, h takes g4, knight takes g4, and you're coming to that ideal square f6, looks very, very promising for Magnus.
We're going to have to try to get some counterplay with like bishop b7 and a rook invasion.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise it looks like white will be overwhelming. And we've got Wesley So availing himself very nice in the final round with the victory, and he is with Maurice.
We're with Grandmaster Wesley So after a very strong victory in the last round of the Rapid. Wesley, it's always nice to finish with a win. Even if the score is the same, it seems like a win leaves a good taste in the mouth as you go off to have dinner and spend the evening.
Yes, definitely. The last round is usually the most memorable, and a win is very good for me. A loss in the last round would have been quite difficult because in the last few months I have lost in the last round. I know how hard it is. So I wanted to give my best for the last game, and my opponent used a lot of time, and it cost him in the end.
Tell me, what is your assessment of this first stage? Players are saying, well, it's not that important because it's only the first 2 days. There's 2 more days to go. But still, it's rapid. The rapid portion is done. Your job here playing the rapid is finished. What's your assessment so far after this stage of the tournament?
Well, actually, I think this is the most important part of the Paris leg because in the blitz you only get 1 point for a win, and in rapid you get 2 for a win. So it's like you're playing 2 games in one. So that's one of the reasons why I was very motivated to do well. And at the end of the day, I'm happy with my result, +2 beating Magnus Carlsen. And
kind of a lucky star over your head winning that game.
Yeah, well, clock is part of a game, but yeah, of course, yeah, he didn't lose on time again after that game. But again, I'm happy with my result also because I haven't played a rated rapid event for 4 or 5 years, and so it's good that I know how to play decent chess even with in a 25-minute game. And also, rapid is the most sophisticated, I believe, of the time controls.
Why do you say that?
Because it's a mixture of blitz and classical time control. On one hand, you cannot play too fast and get a bad position and lose on the position. But on the other hand, you cannot
use a lot of time at the beginning, because then even if you get a good position, you get into time trouble. And with a 10-second increment, that's not really a lot of time. So you really really need a mixture of good playing chess and also fast playing chess.
Very interesting. I've never heard that assessment before. Thanks for elucidating
At
that.
least, at least for me, I mean, it's very tricky.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
And good luck in the blitz.
See you tomorrow. Yeah.
Grandmaster Wesley So finishing off the rapid portion in fine style and giving us a few interesting commentary as well. Maybe one day we'll hire him on this team.
Well, it's
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, yes.
And Wesley, congratulations. But wow, what a positions we have.
Yes.
Let's just shoot it over to Eric. That game of Fabiano and Nakamura is...
It's a good time to be an American chess fan. We were speculating that they might go for peace, but Nakamura went for it. Tell us how that happened.
Yeah, we go back a few moves. Bishop d2, king h8. Things move very quickly. Bishop h3, f5. So Nakamura going for it, but that's a big mistake. After king g2, I don't know about you guys, my computer is a bit buggy. It says f6 is winning, and I don't see a pawn that can go to f6. So I've been a little... The TV is giving me something funny. Rook f6, and now rook h1 rook h1 is not on the board, but that just wins the game. Rook h1 with the hit, just bishop takes f5. Definitely not rocket science there. Bishop f5 and rook takes h5 is checkmate. The queen covering the g8 square. So, I mean, Fabiano looks like he took some risk, played a very, very risky opening, but it is paying off. A very funny position to have this rook on e4 and all the pieces banking on tactics. But it is working. Nakamura did not put up the most precise defense. And if rook h1 is played,
Knight f4 has been played. I think that you have the position a little off.
I had the wrong position.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Maybe we can update it on your board, Yasser. But
Okay.
yeah, the key moment there was we were wondering if there would be that repetition of moves, and in fact, Nakamura did avoid it with knight d8, and now we just have a manic position with Fabiano with the big time edge. 6 minutes for Fabi to 2 minutes for Nakamura. We would often expect the opposite.
Yes.
So.
And by the way, we have a result also. Anish Giri and MVL did make a draw in their game. Knight f4 check has been played by...
Absolutely wild, and we can expect bishop takes f4, pawn takes f4. In fact, that has happened.
And now we understand why that move knight g6 to f4 was important. Rook a6 all the way over to h6, blocking the h file in case of rook h1 was Hikaru's idea. And back to you, Eric. Does that help save the game for Hikaru? After all, he is the tournament leader.
Over here?
Yeah.
We just played g6, and it is not over yet. My board was a bit buggy, but I think...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I've had some problems. So after g6, which is played right now, there are still chances here. Rook h1, that idea isn't working in this position. Probably rook d4, some sort of queen b7 move. And while white is better, he has to play very precise moves to continue keep that advantage. I mean, white's king is also not very secure. So the game is not over yet, and anything could happen.
Keep a close eye on this
Thank
one because
you.
it is wild.
Totally.
And we did see rook takes f4, didn't we? But now let's go over for a quick interview with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then we'll get right back to this wild American battle.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, after a draw against Giri, you seem to go wild in this game. Rook g1 with the idea of g4, g5. It looked like you had something, but then somehow things didn't go right. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, of course, rook g1 looks very dangerous and gives me a very strong attack, but I probably didn't follow up correctly. So then things got out of hand, and I had to be on the lucky part of a draw, I guess.
Okay, well, you did get the draw. What is your assessment of your day so far? Well, I should say, of the first stage, the rapid stage of the event, you're still right amongst the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it could be better had I not lost to both leaders with white. I mean, to both players currently in the lead or something. But, you know, I mean, of course, I won a lot of games with black. That was not an easy task, and everything went quite well in those games. So all in all, I'm satisfied. But of course, losing against the two guys ahead of me with white, of course, leaves a bad aftertaste.
Yes, could have definitely had a better standing. Just draws would have been okay. Kept you right amongst the leaders. Well, MVL certainly still amongst the leaders. 18 games to go to play blitz, and we know he's legendary at blitz as well. So it should be very exciting to watch the Frenchman represent Paris. Guys?
Thank you,
Thank
Maurice,
you,
and thank you, MVL, and good luck in the Rapids. Good luck in the Blitz. Coming back to you, Eric, this game, I think, between Fabi and Hikaru, it's a real brain teaser for me.
Super sharp, indeed.
Yeah.
And we actually just see a queen trade on offer. Queen b7, super sharp move played by Nakamura, hinting at a move like knight e6, which really piles on the pinned knight on f3 and tries to attack its defender. And Fabi trying to bail out of that idea with queen d5. And indeed, the queens have come off. Who does this help, Eric?
I think it helps Fabiano. He has the two connected pass pawns with the queens off the board, eliminates a lot of the risk. So I think that's going to help him. I'm looking at this position. I'm looking at, okay, if I'm white, I want to play a move like king g1, maybe move off that, maybe put my bishop back to g2. It doesn't look very useful hitting this pawn. I'd like to play rook d7 as well. I think this endgame is well, with two connected pass pawns, should put white in the driver's seat. And I was just looking at a random position, let's say rook a4, now d4, and you just start pushing the pawns. And if you start pushing the pawns, it's looking good for white. Just a sample variation here. Let's say knight b4, rook d7. As I said, I want to play bishop g2, maybe bring my knight to e5. I have all these mating ideas, a lot of sacrifices, but you just got to get those pawns rolling down the board. And right now it's quite good because the bishop on f8 is blocked by the pawn on c5. But this endgame is favorable for Fabiano, and he eliminated a lot of risk by getting rid of the queens.
Now think about this implication
Thank
for
you,
the standings. If Fabiano wins this game, Nakamura will stay at 12 points. If Magnus wins, he will leapfrog Hikaru. But actually, if he only draws, Nakamura will tie for first by losing. Kind of reminiscent of a very important game in Carlsen's own career in the candidates.
Backing his way to victory.
Yes,
Yeah.
it worked out. So let's take a look now that the dust has cleared a little bit from the Fabi Naka game. What do you think of Magnus's chances?
Okay, let's move over to that. I'm still fascinated by this rivalry between America's two highest rated player. But let me bring up the board of Vladimir Kramnik. Well, 3 versus 2. The knight being trapped on b8 makes a strange impression.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be a little bit disappointed here compared to the
more like a draw than anything else to my eyes. Okay, of course, you're happy to be a pawn ahead, but once that knight moves, you just simply trade. But I can see that what Magnus's last move, rook b6, is setting up for the idea of rook d6 in order to extricate this knight that is somehow on the b8 square, very unusual looking position, because if you play knight a6 and allow rook and 3 versus rook and 2, it's a simple draw. So again, back to the game of our tournament leader, super sharp position. Come on up on my screen. He played the move knight d4, which I didn't like Eric's king g1. I thought that just get those doggies rolling. Play rook b7, rook d7 immediately, in the words of Walter Brown, and play d4 and d5. Knight d4 was the play. Knight takes, rook takes, king g7. Sending it back to Eric. Looking good for Fabi, but is it enough?
Well, I still want to play king g1. I mean, I feel a little uncomfortable with that knight on g5, but it's still looking good for him. And I mean, Nakamura now has just played rook e7. Oh, there are some tactics here. Rook d6 looking quite promising for white. Well, Fabiano has rook d6 in this position, but no, he's doing quite well. even in opposite bishop positions, like worst case scenario, the knight goes back to f3. Black can't bail out by, let's say, taking on f3. Just too connected pass pawns, too strong. I think Fabiano is on his way.
He did see it.
He did see it? He did play rook d6.
Oh, he did? I did.
Yeah, so for example, rook d...
Playing very quickly they are.
Doesn't look like it from the
he
camera.
Didn't? Okay.
From the camera, it looks like he played
right.
c6 instead.
You're right. I'm getting some...
Yeah.
Let's go back here.
And by the way, this is a time scramble. 1.5 minutes for each side. So
now the critical
Fabi's
move,
also going to have to keep up his
Rook
nerves.
d7 threatening checkmate. Rook d7.
Ooh. Speaking of mating nets.
c7. If rook d6, maybe rook c6. So bishop e7 forced. And now rook c8. I don't know about you. It's barely holding on for Nakamura, but I don't see a clear win for Fabiano in this variation. He did push the pawn very far down the board, so if he loses that, then he'll lose a lot of things. The b4 pawn is now weak, and he's committed. Well, he'll be black has the 2 bishops, but rook d7 in this position keeps white ahead.
All right, and so Fabiano on move, and instead he's played knight h7 check.
Whoa.
The idea there, pushing the king back and trying to play rook d7 under better circumstances, perhaps?
Well, he wants to invite rook takes h7, c7, getting that pawn going. And where does black have to put his king? It's got to be careful.
He's played king to g7.
King to g7 right now. Okay, king to g7
Right, so the
now.
tactic being that if rook takes h7, we push our pawn forward to c7 and end up queening.
Exactly.
And so Nakamura is skewing that by playing king g7. Now Fabi plays rook to d7 check.
Exactly,
And
forcing rook takes.
Quick
pawn
exchange, as we can see on the camera. And now bishop e7 by Nakamura, preventing the d8 equals queen.
Rook
and now
c7 is his idea, right? So that we can go d8 equals queen.
And now, if we play rook d6, you still have d8 equals queen, and then you just win a piece, right?
Correct.
So, what if we play? If we play bishop d8 here, and then if rook c8, we take on h7.
And
hasn't been played yet, though. So
no, it hasn't been played yet.
Something different seemed to have happened.
Yeah, so some big news in another game, though. Magnus Carlsen is winning against Vladimir Kramnik, I believe.
Agreed.
King, 3 pawns against king, 2 pawns, and bishop. Sorry, knight against bishop. The problem for black is white is going to play f5, separate these pawns, and with the king ideally placed on g5, it's just a matter of maneuvering the knight to pick off each pawn. So just an example, king h7, f5, gf5, knight f5. You can defend a few moves, but now I'm going to play knight e3 now. I'm going to get my knight to d5 to f4. No matter what, the king can't come into the game, so it's just a matter of time. And for example, knight e5, knight g6, but white is winning clearly. Magnus is going to win this game. It will turn into a knight and 2 pawns against bishop. So
and he looks quite confident here. He just maneuvers his knight to e3, ready to remaneuver it to f4 one way or the other.
f4, f6,
and there it is, the handshake.
Wow, world champion taking down a very informed Vladimir Kramnik.
And taking the lead.
And taking the lead
in the Grand Chess Tour for the moment. But you know what? I think Nakamura managed to defend this well in time pressure.
Amazing.
Who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
I don't like how Fabiano played that at all.
Hikaru Nakamura is so resourceful, and probably Fabi let a huge advantage slip. Eric, I'm going to turn it over to you. And where did it go wrong?
Well, I didn't think white needed to go for c6. That was the rook d6. Once you play c6, you're taking a lot of risk. You are opening up that bishop on f8 as well. And black managed to defend. Rook d6 does work. c6, even then that was okay, but he needed to rely on tactics in this position. For example, after king f6, he didn't go for c7. I'm not sure how to evaluate this, although I understand why he didn't. Because the structure, even though white is up in exchange, black's bishops are very solid. Pawn on b4 is quite weak, and the bishops are pretty powerful. So Fabiano playing c6, if you're going to play c6 and you can't play c7, that's a bit of a problem. So if he's going to play c6 and he's not going to play c7, then probably should have kept the pawn on c5. At least that restricts the bishop for now. Again, there wasn't an element of rush in this position. They were getting low on time, but strategically speaking, again, I like moves like king g1, but you can also bring the knight back. You have those 2 pawns. I wanted to push the d pawn instead of going just for c6.
And we have another result in. Aronian has defeated Topalov. Now, I do think, though, in Fabi's defense, you know, he probably just thought that it was a forced win somehow with knight h7 check and c7 and really missed some variations in time pressure, which is understandable because they only have about a minute left in the clock. And that did look heck of promising.
I think it's just a question of form, just really, really, really rotten form we're seeing by Fabi, because he had a huge, I think, just simply winning advantage. And you can see the players blitzing, Fabi playing on fumes. And by the way, this is a position that could easily, kind of like what happened with Kramnik and MVL, a huge advantage for one player. You lose that advantage and suddenly you keep falling. And I wouldn't surprise me one bit if Hikaru is getting optimistic at this moment.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
You notice the world champion Magnus Carlsen taking a very big interest in this game. As again, you see the players blitzing.
He would like
away.
to maintain the tie for the lead going into the blitz. Like, why not?
Of course, of course.
And I think you're right, though, Yaz. I mean, and Nakamura rolling up his sleeves. He's got the time advantage and the momentum, we might say. He's just played the move f4.
Oh my gosh, that's
Nakamura's just winning. Nakamura's just winning. This is just a horrible collapse by Fabiano.
I told you.
This is crazy.
And there it is, resignation.
Wait,
resignation.
So after King H3.
Well, we've seen it again, time and again. Vladimir Kramnik did exactly the same thing against NBL. Huge winning advantage. He let it slip. It slipped some more, and then suddenly it was over.
And that means that Nakamura is in the clear lead. So after f4, what happened? Did Fabi lose on time?
Well, no, he just got mated. After f4, the king came to h3, and then after bishop f3, pardon me.
Now bishop f3 and he resigned.
And mate on rook h1.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
I would argue it's way worse than what Kramnik did. I mean, Kramnik had a bishop on g1, to be fair. He was winning, but Fabiano, I mean, it's just one of the worst days. He's probably having just an awful day, but it's just inexcusable to collapse like that.
So basically, we just needed to play king g3 and extricate our king before we started pushing our pawn.
Of course.
Then it probably would have been equal draw. Poor Fabi, because he actually played really enterprisingly otherwise in this game.
They both
Some
did.
good stuff. But we've got Maurice Ashley with some interviews in Paris.
Magnus Carlsen.
We are with world champion Magnus Carlsen after a very interesting victory against Vladimir Kramnik. Magnus, this game looked very close. It looked like it should have been a draw, could have been a draw, but then all of a sudden you managed to pull it off. What happened?
Well, it felt like I was the one who was pushing most of the time, and once we got into this end game, I knew, of course, that we were playing for 2 results. Then I thought I'd tricked him and that I'd win a piece, but it turned out that, he was the one who had actually tricked me and was heading towards the draw, but I managed to, keep the knights on the board, and I knew that in most cases the ending without rooks is winning for white. So that was what I was aiming for, and I managed to do it. So I thought it was a very interesting game, a good fight, and happy with the way things have turned out in general.
That was my next question. You're a half a point now behind, I guess it's a point considering the rapid scores behind Hikaru Nakamura, who miraculously managed to win that position against his countryman, Fabiano Caruana. What's your overall assessment of the standings and how you've played so far?
I think my play has been good. 6.5 points from the last 8 rounds. Obviously, I could have picked up, maybe 1 or even 1.5 points more, and then it would have been even better. But I think my score is very good, my play is very decent, and then just congrats to Hikaru, who's done even better so far.
One last question. You've now transitioned out of rapid to blitz. Have you ever had to do that? Of course, in the World Rapid Championship, rather than blitz. What does it take to transition now to stop thinking about rapid and now have to really start to play quickly?
It's going to be difficult at first, I think, to get into gear, but I hope I'll manage. But it isn't easy, and I think almost all the players will struggle initially.
Well, we're sure if anyone can make the transition, it's you. Congratulations on your results over the last 2 days. World champion Magnus Carlsen winning in fine style to close out the Rapid. We'll see how it goes in tomorrow's Blitz portion of the event.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Magnus. So we've seen some great chess as exemplified by Magnus, but we've also seen some ghastly chess as exemplified by Fabi.
Well, that's one
quite a
problem.
mixture when you play rapid chess. You have to expect both.
I do, and I think also like Fabi's treatment of the opening was so exciting and so enterprising, but it's hard to play that style with rapid because of course you're going to use a bit more time and a bit more energy.
Absolutely.
So playing something a little drier, you know, more traditional is likely to lead to less blunders. And of course, unfortunately, he was the victim of his own success in this game in a way.
Of creating such a turbulent position.
Yeah.
And Eric, your thoughts? This was a exciting second day, I must say, of Rapids with some great chess and, as I said, ghastly.
Well, I mean, the three maybe best blitz players did the best in the Rapid, and that does not bode well for the rest of the participants. Naka and Carlsen, both guys I'd consider strong favorites in the. They scored the most points in the Rapid. Remember, each Rapid game is worth 2 points. MVL acclimatizing himself well. Wesley So as well. So I think the scores, they're going to start separating heading into the Blitz. We'll see what happens, but Nakamura and Carlsen really continuing to display the most consistent chess. I mean, Kramnik got grinded the way he was grinding other people. That's always a pleasure to watch. And right now, back to Maurice in Paris. He's with somebody.
Well, we're the winner of the Rapid portion of the Paris Grand Chess Tour beginning. Naka, we've seen you get out of some sticky situations before, but to come back and win this game was a real shocker. What did you think when this happened? I mean, the game was completely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is, I mean, out of the opening, I was much better. I mean, like much better, and then I got way too passive. I didn't just, I didn't play the position. I tried to play too solid, too positionally, and I mean, it backfired completely because Fabiano got this really big attack. And I mean, at some point, I think I was probably losing, but
it looked very bad for you.
But I mean, you just kind of have to make moves even if you think you're losing, and so I just kept making moves. And then Fabiano went slightly wrong. I mean, after he played the C6 move, I think in the end game, somewhere around like move 45, 44, somewhere in there. I mean, yeah, it's like somewhere around move 40, actually, exactly move 40. Yeah, like after he played C6, I mean, I'm sure he's still winning, but there are some serious technical issues. After this, I thought, I mean, I don't think I was really in danger of losing, but to actually win the games, I mean, a little bit ridiculous. But we both made a lot of blunders, and Fabiano made the last one.
They say a little bit ridiculous, but still, now you have won the Rapid portion. I know you say that's not really that important, but still, you're in the lead going into tomorrow's Blitz portion, which we know you're a Blitz specialist. How are you feeling about your situation as it sits right now?
Well, I feel pretty good. I mean, obviously Magnus is right behind. I didn't see the other results, so I don't know who else is right behind. But still, it's going to be a lot of fun, and having the lead at least, I mean, that should count for something.
Absolutely does. Well, congratulations on your fine play and getting out of here with a win, and we wish to see you tomorrow in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice.
Hikaru Nakamura showing why he's one of the favorites to win this event, now leading after 2 days here in Paris. Back to you.
Thank you. What's our standings after this exciting day of action in the second day of the Grand Chess Tour?
Where here they are, Hikaru Nakamura leading the field with 14 points from the Rapids, and Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, right behind. Maxime and Wesley, both with 11 points. So really a big distance between Magnus and Hikaru. So one of these two players very likely to win the Paris leg. Kramnik also doing decently, but the other players with quite a lot of distance to bridge, and I think they might start thinking about their Grand Tour points and how they're going to make finishing those final standings, because boy, they're going to have to string together a lot of victories to try to come in first.
Well, the guys at the bottom are mathematically even eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Or is it 18 Blitz games?
18.
Sorry, 9.
18.
I was thinking 9. They're down 10 points, but they really have to catch up, plus 10 pretty much in the Blitz. So we'll see. Let's hope though Fabiano and Veselin improve their weakest time control. So if it's bad for them in the Rapid, they're really going to have to pull up their socks tomorrow.
Poke their socks.
Pull up their socks.
Oh, pull up their socks. I said poke their socks.
When I was just looking at that, I'm seeing such an incredibly strong field, and to see Hikaru undefeated at +5, I'm thinking to myself, somebody's going to be having a really, really bad tournament. Then I spotted a U.S. champion Fabiano, as well as a former world champion Veselin Topalov, and I'm saying, boy, those poor guys have really been having bad luck in the Rapid portion.
Well, that's what we expect a little bit from Rapid. Because there are more decisive games, there is going to be a larger spread between the top scores and the bottom scores, unlike a classical tournament where it's much more likely that it would be more draws and more scrunched up scores.
Exactly.
And
there's a big gap.
So everybody, we are so excited that the Blitz is starting tomorrow.
The same time.
So you're
Yesterday,
gonna
our
exactly
broadcast.
same time. That's gonna be 7 a.m. here in St. Louis and 8 a.m. Eastern, and we are gonna be with our friends in Paris yet again. So Alejandro and Maurice, what do you think we're gonna see tomorrow on the Blitz?
Well, if it's anything like we've seen so far, it's going to be incredible action. You cannot predict anything when it comes to Rapid. Now figure out what you can predict coming to Blitz. We're stunned at what happened today. So are the fans here. Everybody abuzz. Alejandro, you could have bet me. You'd have asked me, both Carlsen win and Naka win. I would have taken on my credit cards. How much cash do I have any euros in my pocket? Incredible finish to today's event.
What a psychological breakdown of Fabiano Caruana today. What a terrible day. I mean, he did -1 yesterday. It was not satisfactory, but okay, not the end of the world. Today was a complete disaster. No words for it. Hikaru Nakamura takes full advantage of it. He's currently leading the event. Magnus Carlsen on his tail after playing a really nice game against Vladimir Kramnik. Just amazing chess. Lots of blunders, lots of cool things, lots of nice tactics, awesome attacks. It was everything you can wish for in an entire tournament on just day 2.
And you know we're going to double up in the Blitz because there are twice as many games. We expect twice as many blunders, twice as many brilliancies, and twice as much fun. So we're looking forward to bringing you more of the flavor here from Gay Paris. Definitely looking forward to day 3 when the Blitz begins.
Thank you both. Wow, what a day.
That's right. So tune in with us tomorrow for 9 games of Blitz. That's 8 a.m. Eastern. And we're looking forward to hearing from you guys from all over the world. Blitz, it's the weekend. You've got no excuse. Tune in and stay with us. See you tomorrow.